Welcome back to the SIDO Path2Pro Combine. Today, the day's aspiring pros are coming out swinging, hungry to show us what they have to stand above the rest. I'm your host for the evening, joined today by, wait, where's the other caster? What's going on? I was promised professionalism. Whatever, I'm just going to steal a minion from lane.
Minions have spawned.
Hello,
There he
hello.
is.
Your promised professionalism, Gorak. I don't know if they made good on that promise. Instead, you've got me, a random minion caster, to come alongside you. But Gorak, I'm still hyped to be here off the riff. First of all, I'm not gonna get lost hit here in the casting room. But second of all, we get to watch the new talent pipeline coming through. And
Mhm.
after yesterday's performance with FlyQuest versus G2, I feel like the NA needs some hope right now.
Absolutely. And this is the best place for people to scout out talent and everybody to get better. Some of the other casters said it yesterday that this is a good place for people to identify just a couple of these little prawns, a couple of these little thorns in their play styles to pick out and and to sort of like, move in on and change and improve. This is less about winning and more about improving and showing everyone what you've got. But still, obviously, we want to see who the winner is. We're going to see who turns out well or not well in this. But I'm just excited for the casting in general. And I guess the follow up question I have before we get into draft is what kind of minion? Are you a caster minion? Are you a canyon minion? Are you a super minion? Are you a minion that never made it out of beta?
I'm a caster minion until I'm popping off. At that point, we bring back the old banner of command. But, correct, let's talk a little bit about the players we've got for the matchup today. Because the 10 players we've
Mhm,
got, Team
mhm,
A, we've got Ariana in the top lane, U13 in the jungle, 5 Mini in the mid lane, Array and Minui in the bot lane once again. And for Team B, Decoy in the top side, Aeon, Crystal in the jungle, Toasty in the mid lane, Sushi and Tub on the bot side on the other hand. So a lot of, I feel like, very volatile matchups when I look at Ariana versus Decoy. Kind of
mhm,
similar styles to me. Aeon Crystal's been absolutely popping off here in the combine. I think they've lost maybe like
mhm,
one game out of all the blocks they've played so far. Yu has a lot of excitement with him. His Belveth jungle still sticks out. Array and Minui, very stable bot lane, veteran bot lane versus Sushi Tub, who's to me a very exciting bot lane with a lot of potential, very volatile bot lane. And the mid lane, this one I feel like is a little bit of a mismatch. Toasty is probably like the big mid lane talent that everybody's saying, oh, he should go up to tier one. Fi Mini, on
mhm.
the other hand, he's the guy I'm looking at because he's been struggling, Korak. He hasn't won a block, but he's actually a really good player and he did really well in Whole Milk. I feel like we've not seen from Fi Mini the things that have brought him to this Cyto Combine in the first place.
Absolutely. And something I want to point out too that we're probably.
You get to see today. And Minui in the NACL earlier in split one or in the spring split, winter split, back in earlier this year, 2025, he was the guy who was whipping out all sorts of supports. I think he had the most diverse support champion pool. He was putting Pantheon in the bot lane there. He had Shen down there. He played Zillion multiple times in that split. So if ever there's a quirky kind of pick support player, it's Minui. And with Array being so stable as well, I'm looking forward to seeing if we do see any sort of weird Minui pocket picks coming out where he roams out and just leaves Array to 1v2 safely in the bot side.
Absolutely. And when we did get the Nidalee, I did see the angle for it, and I think they were kind of going for a similar role that Pike performs, right, where they've got a lot of fast roam. Granted, the poke's different, but they've got decent ganks because, of course, it's Nidalee. So, I see the elements there for it. They were out roamed, unfortunately, but that doesn't mean that this game's going to be the exact same way. We never know what we're going to get, especially because you said they have such a diverse pool of champions. And the other thing I think people underestimate too, even at this higher level minion, is the fact that subversion of expectations, as in just changing things up, keeping things a little weird, can throw people off enough to sort of get an advantage. The problem with playing off meta is that you need to take that advantage and turn it into something that is meta, turn it into an objective. And sometimes that's where people struggle.
Yeah, and to give credit to Minui, I do feel like he's one of the better players at being able to convert on these sort of odd picks and being able to get those advantages for his team. And it kind of goes, I feel like, for both sides as well. Aeon Crystal in the jungle previously traditionally has also had a pretty diverse champion pool as well. So for both these teams, let's see what they're able to find. Worth noting as well the coaches for both of these teams, and I do believe that for Team A, it's going to be Razvin once again, and
Mhm.
on Team B, it's going to be Falcons. They've both played, I feel like, mostly standard, or a lot of their input has been fairly standard for these players. Granted, the players themselves have a lot of say over what actually gets picked up for them to play, but at least in game one, I'm not expecting anything too crazy just yet. I think that usually comes out later on, game two, game three.
Mhm. And then, quick item of housekeeping. Keep in mind, I believe this is still Fearless. I did see some notes that maybe that was potentially going away, but I don't know for sure. My co-caster here is nodding, so it sounds like it's still Fearless.
Yep.
Not real surprised by that. And this is a block of three, not a best of three. So no matter what happens, all three games will be played. And if nobody has streamer mode on, all three games will be cast. So hopefully that goes forward. We don't have any of those issues. And I think that's an important note. And the first game, and I've told this to a lot of people, is I think a lot like boxing, right? Just about everybody's heard of the 1-2 jab, right? And for a lot of people, jab, which is your weak hand, is how you range find. It's how you test. And this first game, in a lot of ways, is the opening jab. This is a spot that's really, really good for like your Orns. Not that Scion's not good anywhere else, but it's really great for Scion for your first picks. It's great to grab those flex picks, right? If you've got Ziggs that maybe you're going to flex bottom, or Smolder, you're going to flex bottom or mid or whatnot. It's really, really great to pull those open because those are relatively safe, and it's great for scaling champion just sort of overall. Wouldn't be a bad spot for Sivir or Senna, although I don't know where Senna sits in the roster RMC.
Senna not terribly meta, but I'm glad you brought up Senna because if somebody was going to play it, I feel like it's going to be Tub. Tub plays a lot of Senna in general, so maybe we see it pulled out there. But I think given how the combine has gone, Koraka, I will say that for game one, I feel like we're just going to see kind of meta picks, not too much flex to come through necessarily. We do sort of a tier list which has kind of formed up, things like Wukong really kind of rising up in priority for the most part. Xin Zhao, another champion that we've been seeing a ton of here within the combine. Orianna, of course, still very, very high prio. Feels like she's either picked or banned if we're talking AD carries. Kaisa, because Array is here, maybe Yunara if she's not banned away either, because he's been doing so phenomenally well. And then I think at game 2, game 3, again, that's where I suspect we're going to see something weird, or not say weirder, but more pocket picks maybe come out a little bit. Things where certain specific
standard
players,
safe, yeah.
specialized on them. We do have confirmation as well. Today will be the last day of Fearless. This is the start of the second week of the combine. Tomorrow, the drafts will be more fun and interesting. We start getting Rhodes drafts to come through because Rhodes has been running this entire time, and now these players, these aspiring pros, will get to play what the international pros have been playing and see how they can pilot it or understand it.
Absolutely. And just sort of looking at this list too, we're talking about weird. And I know RMC just got done saying that we're more than likely not going to see weird, but someone who I've seen make an appearance in, and I've been trying to figure out how I like him and how I place him just sort of overall in general, is Pyke. I think Pyke's in a weird spot right now. I think he serves a specific role. I kind of put him in the same category as I put, for example, like Dr. Mundo, or we put Cho'Gath, right? Because where Dr. Mundo and Cho'Gath can be very strong in the right situations, if you first pick Dr. Mundo, which happens way more than I like to see, but if you first pick Dr. Mundo, there's so many people who can harp on that and who can absolutely take him down. And I think Pyke is the same way. Same thing with Poppy, but I do think Poppy's a bit more meta than Pyke, but I have seen him. So, maybe we're going to see at least some emergence of him.
I'm glad, Korak, you explained how Dr. Mundo and Cho'Gath were like Pyke, because at the beginning I was like, I'm not sure I'm with you here. The only thing I've seen similar is they go where they please. But no, I kind of agree with you for Pyke. I do think he's got certain niches he can play with, and the problem is that right now engage supports are very popular. And Pyke isn't necessarily the best way to deal with these engaged supports. So I do feel like he's a bit more situational, conditional. When you see those enchanters, mages come on the bot lane, that's when I think we're going to see Pyke slam. Popti, on the other hand, I wouldn't be surprised if we see a lot more for the exact same reasons. That's the other side of it, where she's great against engage. Engage still feels like it's the primary meta so far. Now we are, I believe, waiting for our draft to start up. Players should be in draft, so hopefully that starts up soon. I do want to focus a little bit on the players as well. We've gone to see all the players, so there's no new players anymore, right? We got that all out in the first couple of days. My eyes, I feel like for this particular matchup, is drawn to the top side, Ariana and Decoy, because looking at both these players, Decoy is a player who, one of the core members of Apex Mission Impossible, a team that's constantly kind of we're at that cusp of tier 2, tier 3. And Decoy is actually supposed to be one of their more solid parts of that roster. He traditionally does very well in the laning. So far in the combine, Decoy has the lowest average deaths, 2.0. He dies maybe twice a game on average. So really solid lane player. But on the other side, Ariana, kind of an import. I first saw this guy in the collegiate scene playing for Grandview University. As a top laner, he was aggressive. Like, he puts his stamp in that top lane and he takes over from there. And it shows because this year he played in NACL on Dorado Gaming, and he got the highest solo kills in the top lane role. 14 solo kills throughout that split. So this guy again, very strong
Jeez.
laner as well. It feels like a really like the strongest spear versus strongest shield sort of deal right now. Somebody who kills a lot versus somebody who doesn't die a lot. But both of whom
Mhm.
can really dictate how the game might play out.
That's really interesting to think about too, because it sounds like we've got a rock and a hard place scenario, or was it an unstoppable object and an unmovable rock
Yeah.
kind of situation there for the top lane, which I think will dictate kind of how that's going to go. Top lane, if it does pop off, it typically turns into a raid boss or just sort of a slow raid boss. You've got people like Gwen and Yorick who just suddenly come online, or just absolute macro pushes to run into. It sounds like once again we're going to get sort of a unstoppable object and unmovable rock kind of situation there for that one. But something I wanted to point out too is we've got Sushi, right? I've watched
Mhm.
Sushi a handful of times, and Sushi does a lot like what Gwyn does as a champion, just where suddenly he's online and you're like, what do you mean he's like 1v90 in our team? Sushi can put in a lot of work. It's not as super common as, say, I would think that the top laners here, but it still happens, and it's still something to watch out for. And I'm glad you brought up Yunara, because I've got sort of this theory in my head. I think Yunara is still very, very powerful, because what they nerfed was they nerfed her movement speed, and they nerfed her slows as well. But that doesn't matter if you've got something like an Alistair on your side. So Yunara, Alistair, you don't need to get there if Alistair's already slowed them down and knocked them down. Her damage is still exactly the same, and it's still something to watch out for. And we still see it in the meta picks. It's just not, immediate picker ban T1. So I'm hoping we're going to see that. I'm hoping we get to see a lot of opportunities for Manui to shine in this one too. I think they struggled just a little bit yesterday. Maybe they didn't find their rhythm quite where they were, but they're still a very, very solid player. I love watching them play, and some of that's for me. I'm a bit biased. I'm a support player, so I get excited watching the support lanes, and most importantly, seeing how they synergize with the jungle, because the jungle is an important pick, but so is the support. Support is this domino tipper in a lot of different ways, to where they do a lot of things in the background that slowly win you the game. RMC.
Yeah, and I'm glad you kind of brought the bot lane because the bot lane I think might be volatile because of Sushi, like you're talking about, and Tubbs, or
Hmm.
formerly known as
Hmm.
Burrito. Sushi and Tubbs. So Sushi, first of all, played on Dorado Gaming, same as Ariana, same team. And while Ariana liked to pop on the top side, a lot of times Sushi got resources because first of all, he's your marksman, right? He's your big
Hmm.
team fight carry later on. But also, if he does win out, he can definitely take over a game. Unfortunately, Dorado, I feel like as a squad did struggle quite a bit, and Sushi was unfortunately a big part of that struggle that they had. So that's to say, I guess after the split, my image of Sushi is a little bit, he can be a bit feast or famine, but I think the fundamental
Hmm.
mechanics are there. Now you pair him with Tubbs, a support who's also very mechanical. He's a guy who's
Hmm.
been kind of hyped up quite a bit in the tier 3 scene. And I think if the two of them pop off in lane, they could definitely take over a game. My big concern is a little bit what you're
Hmm.
saying, Korak, where Sushi, a lot of times, like out of nowhere, he just comes swinging to team fights. He comes in like a wrecking ball. It's like, where's this guy been early game?
Hmm.
Don't know, but he's here now and he's here to take over. But he's up
Hmm.
against Ray. And if we're talking about team fight 80 carries, Ray is probably the biggest team fight carry, team fight monster, I think, in general, or so far from what I've seen in this combine. So Sushi, I
Hmm.
don't think doesn't get to kind of sit back and say, okay, I'll wait for the team fights, I'll come in then. You've got to have impact right away. Because if you're waiting for team fights up against Array of all people, you're probably in trouble. And it kind of advantages Minui a little bit as well. Because you're worried that,
Hmm.
Minui didn't have a great day yesterday. Well, with Array as your 80 carry, as a support, you're chill. Array doesn't need you that much to do that much for him in the lane. If you can help him get snowballing, great. If you can't, Array will just farm up the storm. And as a support, if you need CS or sorry, you need experience, just sit in lane. If you don't need that, or you're feeling that, hey, like I it's just not working out for me in this 2v2, you just go roam in to help out the other lanes. And we have seen Minui and you work together in the past in this combine to kind of roam around and affect the map. So I have high hopes for Minui recovering from some of the plays he struggled with yesterday and pair up with you to really impact the map.
And I think pointing out all of these strengths and the pros and cons for each side are going to be really, really important, because, once again, this sort of being a boot camp, making up for sort of the flaws and the issues that your teammates have is a skill. That's something you want to play into, right? So if we're worried about Sushi, for example, if we're worried about Sushi, maybe not having the best run, maybe we go down and we try to shut down one of their strong players. We try to shut down Array. We try to go down there and knock them down a couple of pegs to get an advantage for Sushi. So maybe Sushi can carry, or we can understand that maybe Sushi is sort of this weaker lane, so we try to play off of decoy, or we try to get kills on the mid. All of these are strategies to play around with, and I really like to try the best I can to point these specific things out to make up for these shortcomings, because every single one of these players, and this might you might want to sit down for this one. Every single one of these players is human, right? So they're going to have flaws. They're going to have issues. Yeah, I know. Surprise. I don't know. I
Are you
don't know how
telling
to
me
tell
they're
you
not
this.
minions?
Yeah.
Come on, bro.
Yeah. I know. I'm sorry. I know it's a big shocker, but everybody's going to be on different parts of their own journey with their skill levels, and even the T1 players make plenty of mistakes. We've seen it. I've heard plenty of pros say, of course I missed that skill shot. I'm only human, and I think that's something to watch out for. And playing together, specifically as a team, is so important, because you could be the best solo queue player in the entire world. You could beat everybody in a 1v1, but you can be absolute crap on a team, and it really shows. I haven't seen a lot of that. So far, everybody seems to be very happy to work together with each other and build each other up, and it's been very wholesome. But I'm excited to get into this draft, RMC.
What the delay has been in getting the draft. I think I've been told that the players have actually already drafted, so not sure if it's what sort of issues going on, but unfortunately we don't have the draft quite in front of us here on the screen. Now, correct, we talked a lot about the top lane, we talked about the bot lane, we've still got some time, so let's talk about jungle mid. I know it's two separate roles, but they often work together, and we haven't touched at all on Toasty, I feel like. And to me, Toasty is sort of one of the big players in this particular lobby, in this particular scrim block, because Toasty's the guy that everybody's been saying, like, okay, he's tier 1 ready, guys. Which tier 1 team wants him? Which tier 1 team has got that space for a mid laner? Move Toasty up there. He's been up there for a while. I remember him as more of sort of a sort of hands mechanical players, champions like Yone, for example, like Aurora, heck, even his Silas, champions where he can just kind of out hands and take over a game 1v5 if he plays it right. But I do feel like more recently, when he's been playing a lot of tier 2, he's been transitioning more towards like traditional mages, just to kind of show that he can do whatever it takes, whether it be meta, whether it be carry a game, whatnot. He's the big mid laner I'm kind of looking at. And for Aeon, we said Aeon as well has kind of been popping off this combine. I think he's something like 8-1 or something like that in terms of games in the combine. He's been kind of crushing it. So now paired with Toasty as well, this mid lane could definitely take over a game. And we talk about Decoy, playing a little more defensive, willing to play tanks. We talk about Sushi Tub, being a bit more volatile. Well, your foundation for Team B, to me, is your mid jungle. And when they win, you get so much control over the map. You look across to you and Mini. U13, younger player, never really had tier 2 experience yet. He's done well in collegiate. He's getting up there, but he hasn't had that same level of experience. And Mini is an up-and-coming player who's really struggled in this combine. And unfortunately for Mini, he keeps playing against players like Samakin, like Toasty, kind of the cream of the crop a little bit. So it's been a little bit tough for him. But I do think he's been improving throughout this combine already. And maybe they can kind of exploit, a little bit of synergy, with you, find some way to kind of make things work. Because Mini's laning has been kind of okay. Like, he's not falling behind by any means. He's just not necessarily getting pressure or being able to roam out and make that first move against a lot of these opponents.
Well, and honestly, if I'm U13, if I'm Mini, right, and say I'm either newer or I'm struggling here in these games and whatnot, I want to fight the Toasties. I want to play against them, right? If the whole idea is to improve, right, I want to put myself in the hardest situation possible and go back and analyze it, because I honestly believe that you learn a lot more in defeat than you do in success. And on top of that, it is a very important skill and talent to learn how to play from behind, and most importantly, come back. Because League of Legends, very much so isn't a KDA game. It's an objective-based game, and League has gone out of their way to try to reverse a lot of the snowballs as best they can, and make turns more powerful than just pure engage and pure snowballs. So there's plenty of opportunities for them to come back, and I think there's a lot of things both can learn from these games, and specifically playing into these powerful opponents.
Yeah. Now, Korak, we do have word that unfortunately we won't be able to show the draft for game 1, but we have been here in the green room or here in the castle room. We do know what the drafts are. So for Team A, right now with Ariana, Yu, 5Mini, and Ray Minui, it's going to be Jackson in the top lane, Wukong in the jungle, Annie in the mid lane, Kaisa and Nico on the bot side. So kind of an aggressive dive composition, a lot of AoE, a lot of team fight. Not a lot of tankiness, kill or be killed. On the other side for Team B here, where we've got Decoy, Aeon Crystal, Toasty, Sushi, and Tub, their draft is going to be Mbess in the top lane, Trundle in the jungle, Rise in the mid lane, and Corki Bard on the bot side of the map. So a lot of playmaking potential to come through for Team B. Pretty good scalings actually coming through for them as well. The laning, I feel like, might be a little bit interesting. It's not actually bad for them by any means, which means they could get that clear shot at scaling that they want.
Absolutely, and I'm kind of surprised that Trundle made it through the bans. He's been very much a very, very ban heavy, and I do understand why. Not that there's not other like great strong metas, but you cannot underestimate how powerful Trundle can be. And Trundle in conjunction with Bard is very, very scary because Bard needs either another person behind them or a wall, and Trundle just makes that wall. So it's really frustrating to deal with.
Sure.
And when you pair that with someone like Mbessa, you pair that with the Rune Prison from Rise, you pair that with the Armor Shred from Corki, and that's a very scary team to deal with. But you know, this is gonna be one of those games where once again we've got to count the minions. We've got a Nico on the other side, and Nico with Wukong I think is underestimated. What Nico can do, I'm not as big of a fan of Nico, despite the fact that she's really meta and really powerful, but she plays really, really well into Wukong Cyclone, into Jax, into Annie, into Kaisa. There's a lot of good combos, but the important part is they have to land that ultimate. Even if they hit one, right, it'll be worth it. They have to land that ultimate. If they land it, then it's a completely different fight, RMC.
For sure. And given the amount of AoE setup that Team A has, right? You talk about the Wukong and the Nico. Annie, that's a pretty much point and click stun. Technically, it's targeted, but Tiberius has such a wide AoE around him that it's pretty much guaranteed you're going to land it. The instant cost as well just makes it so hard to deal with. So I think Team A, it's kind of really set up. The big issue is whether or not Team B is going to stand together. If they're not
Alrighty, it looks like we're going into game number one. I'm not sure if I lost Minion or if I am the one that got disconnected or what's going on here, but we are indeed in game number one, starting things off. Are you still there, Minion? No? Maybe? Is Prod there? Am I there? I don't know who's there. Okay, so it sounds like from Prod we have lost Minion at least for a couple of seconds, so I'm going to go ahead and just take over the mic. We haven't started anything real crazy. There's no 5-man stacks. There's already a good amount of trading back and forward Bard into Nico. Already a little bit of damage. I don't expect too much to go on in this early game. No real shenanigans. And for the most part, from what I understand, Invasion isn't as strong as it used to be, you know, way back in like season 5, 6, or 7 or whatnot. You know, they've really mitigated that, you know, just sort of in general. Annie trading fairly well into Rise inside of the mid lane. I don't expect we're going to get a whole bunch there from the top. We did get a rotation here, so it looks like something I didn't notice of, initially is Jax is rotated there for bottom in order to give Kaisa some time to farm. So maybe they were worried about that, or maybe Jax was specifically worried about fighting that out, so they're trying to eke out some sort of little bitty advantages. I am worried about Jax into Corki because of the armor shred, but Jax does have a pretty good opportunity to go. Jax looking for an angle there on Corki going in, but unfortunately not a lot of support, and I'm not sure where Nico ran off to as they back off right there in the again. And there it is in the background. Unfortunately, it sounds like we lost Minion, so you're stuck with just me continuing forward. Jax really taking a hammering down in the bot lane. Kaisa faring a lot better into Mbessa, but she's got such a fine needle she has to thread in order to deal with that top laner, because if Mbessa gets close, it's a lot like Renekton. You'll die really quickly, especially because Mbessa is one of the top skirmishing lanes. Something definitely to watch out for sure. Manui already looking for some sort of opportunity to rotate and find some sort of advantage with their Nico powers, as Jax is just kind of happy to go down bottom and get that double experience. Bard finally starting to lose some of their roam, but it looks like they're going to back instead, and we're hitting our first little bit of downtime here on the other side. Downtime for the Wukong is going to be in the top lane, and downtime for the Trundle is going to be directly in the mid lane. Rise going in, looking for the angle. The Rune Prism does come down the pillar. It does as well, but it looks like Nico was waiting here in the bushes, waiting here for something to happen, as Trundle has to go back and get his hands on a little bit of CS because he's a bit behind. It's 28 to 21, and it worked out in the long run. I do think Nico's been roaming just a tiny bit too much, but who knows how it's going to turn out. Them sticking with jungle won't be the worst thing, but I think they're just trying to wait for their 2 carries, for Jax and for Kai'Sa, to get just a little bit of gold on them, get a little bit of extra levels with doing that 1v2 back and forward. But Bard's kind of doing the same thing too, finally rotating back over here to top, and we're getting a full rotation, at least for Team Aid, into the blue side. Bard finally rotating over here. And I like what they're doing here. I like the rotations that both sides have decided to push forward. They very clearly recognize their strengths and their weaknesses, and they're doing the best they can to play off of it. Bard going in, blowing the flash there of Manui. Manui does have to get out there right in time as Annie runs directly into the Ryze. That's a pretty good trade. I'm surprised both Annie and Ryze trade into each other so well, but they're both very, very confident. So this has been a good showing, I think, for U13 on the jungle, and of course for the Annie, doing a lot of work, but that looks a little bit unfortunate. Ambessa getting a little bit too close. Kai'Sa is pretty low on mana, but I don't think Ambessa can close the range. That's a lot of poke for Nico, so we got to watch out for that. Corki getting so close to going down. One shot away, one AA away from getting destroyed in the bot lane. Absolutely devastating. Jax is faring much better into the Corki than I expected, but I guess he can dodge a lot of the shots, and we're probably going to get a little bit of rotation. Ambessa going in, looking for some sort of angle. Kai'Sa still really, really low on, mana, and just not, she's not in the world's best position, but she's holding out really, really well. It's 43 CS, or 44 now CS, to 39 to Corki, so they're keeping up with their lane opponent. Levels seem to be about the same, and they've been able to buy themselves some time into Ambessa. Nico Cone getting caught. There's the flash forward there by Ambessa as first blood is picked up by Team B. And now Annie in a little bit of trouble, having to go over the side of the wall. Tibbers looking for the shot, but it looks like Wukong coming in to finish it off. And that's going to be a 1-for-1 trade. One in top lane, one in mid lane, as things are really starting off strong in this game number 1. Absolutely great. This is exactly what I want to see. Unfortunately, the resolution is a little bit too low for me on prod side, so I can't even see what the timer is where we're at. So there's a little bit of information that's hard for me to see. Jax coming in, looking at a double stun and looking for the Ambessa, taking her down, but not having enough for the Bard, but he's going to go for it anyways. And that's going to be the Feats of Warfare picked up by Jax. RMC pointed it out. We need to keep our eye on the top lane, and I think it's really showing right there. That's absolutely devastating. Feats of Warfare, 3 kills to the other side. Team A coming out strong for sure, and very scary people are fed. Jax is fed, Wukong is fed, and they can leverage that in a lot of different ways. RMC was saying that he was worried about Team B maybe popping off and being this tough opponent, but so far that's not the case. They seem to be doing quite well. I guess maybe actually he reversed it for the bot lane, but still Team A really coming out strong. Corki struggling to get the CSing down. He's only 8 behind, so it's not the worst, but that will come up, that will matter, and I think he's a little bit behind on the levels. Once again, Jax trading back into Ambessa. Ambessa just taking an absolute pounding. I don't think Jax has had a chance to back yet, so he still has all that gold sitting on them. He hasn't been able to capitalize on that just yet, but he does have TP, and he can get that going sooner rather than later. And listening to Discord, it sounds like we might have RMC back. Are you there, my friend?
Yeah, I think I'm back, Korak, and I missed all the fun. I missed all the early action. I'm back, and it's 3-1. What's this I hear?
Yeah, so Jax picked up a lot of early kills, and the same thing with Wukong. So there was an early 1-for-1 trade. Wukong got a kill in mid lane, and Ambessa got a kill in top lane. And then Jax flashed forward onto Ambessa and Bard and picked up a double kill on top of tower diving Bard. You pointed it out, RMC, that we need to keep an eye on top lane, and you hit the nail right on the head as Bard comes in looking for the roam, but unfortunately not the stun, because the Rune Prison happened about the exact same time as the pillar comes in, pushing off the Monkey King. Actually, that's not the pillar, that's Nico. Okay, I was fooled. Once again, Nico absolutely messes with me.
Fair enough. It's not always just the minions. Minui can be anybody he wants to be on the map right now, and it looks like they're kind of struggling or just to assert their dominance over these grubs. Correct. I am a little bit concerned, not gonna lie, that Ariana just picked up those early kills. We talked about how strong Ariana can be in lane, and with the Jax as well. That champion, it's not just about the scaling he brings for team fights. His split push pressure is absolutely nutty right now, and he's got the teleport advantage. So Team A could call in extra reinforcements that Team B can't match.
Ooh, getting a little bit of a fight over here. Zonia's did get popped, locking them down. And look at all that damage as Corky. Sushi picks up a kill. Tippers comes in, but it's too little, too late. That's exactly what you want to see. Team B getting a little bit of an advantage. And if anyone's going to get fed, Corky is a devastating one to get fed on. So hopefully that is an indication of what we're going to see going forward, RMC.
Yeah, fortunately, I mean, Grub's picked up right now, Team A, uncontested pretty much, well, the contest was attempted, but it was very well matched. And Team B feels like they're really starting to fall behind. I'm looking a little bit at the supports, right? We got a little bit confused by Minui kicking that one off again with some Tangle Barbs that caught Aeon Crystal out and kind of really punished him. And I'm kind of looking at Tub to have the same impact. The Tempered Fate came across and it stopped Aeon Crystal from instantly getting bursted out, but that's not good enough, I feel like, for these team fights. You're looking at the Bard to have the big impacts, and Bard is one of the most played champions in this combine right now. Played 9 times, it's only won 4 times. It is a very hit or miss champion. Like, you can carry games, but you can also very quickly.
Absolutely, and what's devastating about Bard too is I saw it yesterday. I saw Bard ulting his own teammate, stopping a kill, and it was very, very devastating because there was a shutdown on the line. And Bard's one of those ones that has a very high skill floor, in my opinion. He seems like he's pretty easy, but it's a very, very fine needle to thread. Getting some sport-on-sport action as Bard takes into Nico. Bard actually coming out the better for that as Rise locks down the Rune Prison, trying to go for the Monkey King. Cyclone does get popped, locking them over the wall, but you don't want to go under tower when there is a Bard, as Kaisa is sort of left here to their own devices. Jax coming in, looking for the stun, trying to lock them down, but somehow Corky able to step with the Ladybug's health, but he's right out of the frying pan into the kitchen as the Monkey King was waiting around the corner to take him down, RMC.
And this ain't just any kitchen, correct? It's on fire because Tub is not getting out either.
Oh, Bard. Oh, okay. All right. That's a strategy. That's not too bad. Bard still goes down. Always really funny to see a kill happening on Jax. Is exactly what you're seeing. That Rune Prison is putting in so much work as the Monkey King has to make a run for it, trying to go under tower, but unfortunately he's only going to give the kill to Rise. But hey, I guess it's a free back, so it's not the worst thing. And we're sitting at 5-4 as Annie has to pucker up and escape from that Mbessa. I don't know who wins that combo, but I gotta imagine the 10-year-old little girl might have a little bit problem with the what is it, the assassin from Demacia or Noxus?
Yeah. Is Mbessa like even a I don't know how old Mbessa is, but you know, Tibbers is a great equalizer. It doesn't really matter how old you are when you've got a millennial
giant fire bear. Yeah.
Yeah. Now, I do want to go back to the play on the bot side, because we were just talking about Tub needing to make some sort of big play. And that bot side play is the sort of play I do want to see from Tub, from these sort of Bard players. Yeah, it looked kind of iffy for a second when he hit Tempered Fate and just hit everybody, because he just put a pause on it. But that's because he knew his team was on his way. Toasty able to get down to the bot side with that Realm Warp, Aeon Crystal running down. And they actually trade even on that bot side. It was a 2 for 2. When all was said and done on the bot side. So that's the good answer back from 2B. And you can see the gold as well. It did kind of narrow from slightly over 1,000 gold to just under 1,000 gold right now. When you're behind, all these little bits help to just kind of slow down the game and let you get back. And we talked about the scaling for Team B with the Mbessa, with the Rise, with the Corki. They just kind of need to start hitting those first item power spikes on the case for Decoy and Sushi, and for Toasty, 2 item power spike.
Absolutely, and despite all the fighting, despite all the action at this 12-minute mark, the gold and the kills are pretty even. Taking a look at the objectives, it looks like one has gone to each side. The Void Grubs, which I think is a bit more powerful than the early Drake, did go over to the side of the Team A, so that is something they can leverage. And Void Grubs is something. Oh, Trundle looking for an angle maybe on the other side. They do ping him off, so they know he's there. Trundle is a little bit isolated. Kaisa looking to do a bit of a rotation, but so is Bard here for the support. So I think he should be able to get out of that. Rise into Jax, I think, does favor Rise, especially with that Rune Prison. It's going to be so powerful. A lot of rotations back and forward. Annie taking a whole bunch of damage directly to the face as this actually is turned from Predator Prey. A little bit of damage back and forward. Nico trying to lock him down. Looks like there's going to be the Zonias there on the mid laner, on Nico, trying to lock them down. They do pick up the kill as Sushi sitting at 2-1, already tying up the score 5-5 as the plates fall in top lane, RMC.
And that's the combo you were talking about between the Trundle and the Bard. The insta-stun that came through. Array didn't even have time to flash. And or Shield Team B still looking to continue making plays. Right now, Ariana eating a lot of poke from Toasty. And you can see Tubbs just waiting around the wall. He wants to make this play happen. And if he can delay this back, Aeon Crystal will be there too.
There it is. Delay back does happen. The stun doesn't come through, but gotta be feeling happy with that. because this can turn into 8, but you got to remember, this is a Jax you're diving. He does have the stun. That's so much to watch out for. He locks down the Trundle. Trundle still picks up the kill. This is an extremely powerful champion, but Jax was very, very low. And I've got to say, I really like this rotation. They're like, okay, what does Jax hate? I don't care if he's fed. What does Jax hate? He hates AP and he hates stun. Who's got that? Rise. And I'm so, so happy. I feel like we've gone back in time. We're seeing so much Rise. I saw it in person at LTA Grand Finals, and I've nonstop seen it going forward, and I'm so, so here for it, RMC.
Yeah, and I really like the way Team B is kind of playing along the Rise as well. They are trying to funnel some gold, some extra experience into Toasty Alex as well to make sure that he gets that time to scale up. He's already got the Rod of Ages completed now, well on the way towards getting that Ceres Embrace in terms of components. And it's a great answer to what Team A had been doing to them prior, because Team A got those early kills. Now, for Team A, it wasn't all lost causes. They still managed to get the top side first break as well.
Bard maybe overstaying, but Corki is here for a bit of a support. Kaisa doing the exact same thing. Zonya's going to get popped one side. There's that extremely powerful ult I was talking about with Nico, but can Kaisa followed up? Rise coming in, trying to lock down the Kaisa, and indeed going to take them down as Manui and Ari get taken down, and Bessa trying to get some much-needed revenge on the other side, locking down the Annie, trying to take her out. There's Tibbers, but Tibbers is just not able to keep up. That bear is just a little bit too thick to keep up with this assassin.
It's just rotating faster across the map. All of it starts from Decoy surviving a topside dive, and from then on, Team B's just been all gas, no brakes. Team A's not safe. That's Team A's jungle that they just got pincered in that entire time, and Team A,
Jackson
individually
looking for an angle. On Rise, there comes the redemption. That's such a powerful tool. Okay, sorry about that, RMC. Expect no, he's still going for it. Rise into Jax with help from Bars. We're looking for it. We're getting so close to another Rune Prison. This should be a dead Jax here soon. Rune Prison coming in, and Rise just absolutely chunking. And keep in mind, this is a very fed Rise splash from the other side. 1 Ladybug's worth of HP, but Nico coming. Unfortunately, it looks like my stream has paused, so I cannot see what's up going. There we go. Trying to keep up with it. This has really been the week of technical issues, back and forward nonstop for me. Yeah, looking for it? Okay. I did find a stream going for it. Go ahead, RMC.
All good. It's been technical issues all around. We had the streamer issues. Now today we're having production. I got disconnected as well. Aeon on the hunt.
Oh, there we go. Looking for the fight ongoing. Cyclone does pop their way off and does get pick up a kill on Rise. That is such a important player to go for, as we miss the stun there by Bard. Nico going in, able to get at least one decent knockup, but Red Team is so much more powerful, and they're just absolutely hammering things out. Dishing damage left and right, and Team B is looking in top form as Jax goes back in, locks down the bar, gets a kill, but we still have Bessa. Kaisa in trouble, flashing over the wall. There is the Shelly. Shelly coming in, looking for the knockup on Jax. Jax trying to hightail it out of it. Can he get away in time? Is the Tokyo Drift on the other side as the pillar comes down, and Bessa comes in, trying to lock them down, as there it is. The assassin somehow falls to pieces. Corki not able to keep up, and now they're the ones in danger. Jax trying to turn this around, looking for one stun, picking up the Trundle, but just not able to catch that Corki. I lied, as Kaisa goes in and grabs a shutdown, RMC.
Wow, correct. That's a crazy turnaround from Team A. The start of that fight was so good for Team B, and I feel like this was the issue we've been seeing this game so far, where Team B felt more coordinated. They were rotating a little bit faster. They were getting more people to the fights better. But you saw what happened when Team A could finally bring their carries into the fight. Suddenly, Ariana is not being ganged up on. He's coming in late. He's playing sweeper. Array, we talked about this AD carry, who's so good at the team fights, and you saw finally he gets a team fight. Sure, it's a little bit late by the time he gets there, but it's good enough to be able to clean up, and Team A's hands are shown. This makes this game kind of on the knife's edge right now. It could go either way. Team B, I'm liking what they're doing. The setback is hard, though, and I need to see them continue trying to take charge of this. And for Team A, it feels like if they can just get there on time, if they can get everybody together, if they can be a bit more proactive, they've already shown that the hands are arguably better.
Absolutely, and it's just showing a lot of back and forward. You mentioned before in draft how we need to see Sushi come online a little bit sooner, and we're seeing it for sure. That's a 6-2 Corki. That's nothing to sneeze at. Corki is still very, very powerful and something to watch out for, and it looks like Team B is just going to give up the early Drake. I'm not really too surprised here for this. I think they're happy for the pressure to take these towers, and they might get their hands on at least one T2, maybe, depending on the HP. Okay, never mind. It's nowhere near as low as I thought it was, and they do not have the Void Grubs to follow it up, so there is an opportunity for Team A to stop this push.
Yeah, Well, all this is happening. Ariana's just split pushing on the bot side as well. So it really that's why Team B needs to find something somewhere. I don't believe Decoy managed to get the inner turret up top. Did he? No. I think it's still. Unfortunately, can't quite see. We can see Team B kind of mingling around, looking like they're trying to provide cover, but Fine Mini kind of walking up there is able to defend that turret for now. And now they need to go and answer Ariana, because if nobody goes back, he's just going to knock at those inhibitor turrets.
Absolutely. And honestly, just Corky not having his hands on those Void Grubs, I think is going to be so important. So even if, because I think what's really nice about the Void Grubs is not only can they help you if your macro is not the best, right? They add it to your entire team. It's a permanent buff. But if someone's got a bit stronger macro or even just wave clear, just denying it from somebody else is going to be something that's so important. And we see that more in games like Dota, but that is an element in League of Legends to play for. You can't directly steal minions or anything like that from people, but you can take objectives just to slow people down, right? Like, so if someone's got a team fight team that really wants to get their hands on Soul, just taking one Drake buys you so much more time, RMC.
Yeah, 5 minutes for each of those objectives. And right now, speaking of Drakes, it is kind of 1-1 apiece right now for both of these teams. And I believe it is the Cloud map as well, if I recall correctly. So yeah, the Dragons will make quite a big difference as we come up with how close the game is at this point in time. The objectives probably will be the focus. Now, going back to the point about Void Grubs as well, I did want to kind of talk about that, Korak, because both these top laners are very good at split pushing. Neither of them are. They weren't picked necessarily for their team fight abilities, although Jax's Counter-Strike is very strong for that. So that's why we're kind of seeing all these turrets go down very quickly. And plus the Void Grubs that Team A did pick up as well. You're seeing Ariana win out a lot of these races ever so slightly. We are unfortunately in a bit of a pause in case y'all have not watched the Combine thus far. Both teams have a 2-minute pause they can use in the middle of the game when there's no interactions happening for coaches to kind of get in there and talk to the players for a bit. I assume that's what happened, and we're right back into the game. Pause is done.
Absolutely, and I think that is something really important, and I think that's a powerful tool that both coaches seem to be using back and forward so far in all of my viewings of the Combine. Is, you know, this is literally a great spot to literally pause and go, okay, this is what you're doing, this is what they're doing, this is how you counter it, this is how you deal with it, because all of this is about getting these players better. It's the path to pro for a reason, and I really love it. And honestly, a lot of the background stuff from the coaches, you know, I've really picked up an appreciation for the coach cams at LTA Grand Finals. The coach for, I think it was like 100 Thieves, is absolutely fantastic to watch. I'm not memeing on him. I am slightly, but it's still great to watch. The only thing I wish we could do is I wish we could hear some of the comms from time to time. I wish we could hear the coaches from time to time and just see how the interactions go, because that's such a great part of it. And I don't mean just for the funny part, but also for the strategy and for the ideas. You know, even if it's just sort of like an after thing to kind of go over, or even just a personal thing, I think it would be really interesting to sort of tie those two pieces together. I think that's really great, especially with the addition of Fearless RMC. Coaches have a lot more to play with, and League of Legends in a million different ways is a lot like chess, just with more moves you can make. We're getting a little bit of trade of objectives here, as it looks like Team A is just sort of taking Autocon in the background, with Team B not even knowing. Rise coming in, Autocon getting so close, TP coming in for a little bit of a number advantage. We're looking for this fight. It's going to be so important as Nico goes in, gets a double knockup, as they look at all the damage. They're absolutely melting. Jax trying to lock people down, lock them back and forward, as Autocon finally goes down on the other side. Trundle trying to find some sort of target. Cyclone going to pop its way out. The clone going back and forward. Death ever death. It's a 2v4 so far, and the only one left is Rise to pick up the bag as he falls to pieces and gets taken down, and that's going to be a full team wipe. What a fight, RMC.
And for Team B, things are going from bad to worse. Teammates got a snowball composition with this dive style comp, and they are getting their leads. They got Atakan, and hey, huge respect to Team B. They were late to realize that Atakan was being done, but they did turn fairly quickly. And Aeon Crystal as well. That man was just locked in for the Atakan. I love the way he was just locked in, and while all the chaos was going there, he was waiting for it to come back out. He went to smite fight 50-50 at the end of the day with no backup, but you able to secure the Atakan on top of his team, getting the wipe as well. And now Team A, they're really going to start running away with this. And for Team B, their options to come back in are getting smaller and smaller. Yes, they've got skill on their side, but for Toasty, he's hit that 2-item power spike. He's strong. Mirror Mana is completed as well for Sushi. In terms of damage, they're kind of where they want to be. They just don't necessarily have the best team fight tools, and the early game macro rotations that we're seeing kind of got stopped. We've not seen that for the last couple of minutes.
Absolutely. And something I wanted to point out there too is I was hoping to see a little bit more from Manui. I believe Manui played Nico yesterday as well, and some of their ultimates were just a little bit needs for desire. They weren't the best, right? And I wanted to point out when they were coming for Autocon, when Team B was coming for Autocon, they actually had a pretty good synergy. There were two going left in between the wall, and there were two going right. And Nico's like, "Cool, this is my opportunity." So you just need to focus on one of them, and then when Trundle went in, he was kind of in an awkward position because he was there by himself. And while Trundle does hurt, that Nico locking down two and then Team A capitalizing on that ultimate just did so much work. The Cyclone came in, the AoEs came in, and even though both Wukong and Jax died, it just didn't matter. The damage was already done, and they just kind of ran away with that and took the Autocon.
Yeah, this is when I really wish we could hear kind of comms of what was happening in that fight as well, because the amount of trust. I was a little bit concerned when I did see kind of you and Minui and Ariana all kind of go for the bigger side of the fight, and they just let Aeon Crystal run through. And granted, Aeon Crystal is probably one of the tankier members on Team B right now, but he's also the big threat with that smite. But they were fine. They focused on the bigger picture. I guess they kind of went for the high risk, high reward option, where it did work out and they did win the fight and get Autocon. But letting Aeon Crystal just get there with smite was so iffy. But they trusted you to be able to pick that up. Now, we are unfortunately in yet another pause. I'm assuming this is now the other team using up their 2-minute pause, so we're going to get back in. There will also be that little bit of a temporary freeze shortly coming through that usually comes in after pauses, and then we should be right back in. No pause. Okay, we are looking smooth. Oh, no, there we go.
There it is. You cast a cursor. It always comes, but it's never going to come when you're talking about it. Sure. But taking a look at the score from what I can see, because we're dealing with a couple of technical difficulties on our on the other end. But it looks like Corky's sitting at 7-3 into the 4-2 to Kaisa. So Sushi is in such a great spot. You said he needed to come out of this gate strong, and I know I've already said it, but I've got to give the man his props. He's doing so well, and I just love to see Corky do really well. And it kind of makes me wonder, right? Maybe they've just been putting Sushi, or maybe Sushi has been putting themselves in sort of these roles that are kind of just meant to scale and build up. They seem to be happy playing like, the Smolders and, other scaling champions as well. But maybe there's an angle here for Sushi to pick up someone like Tristana. Tristana's got a lot of burst damage and can do a lot. Speaking of burst damage, there it is. Bard locking down the Monkey King, but can they pick up the stun? There it is, as Wukong goes over to the other side, popping his Cyclone, but ultimately falls to pieces, and Bessa getting so close to grabbing that Nico, but almost only counts in horseshoes, hand grenades, and nukes, not ultimate abilities. But still, that's going to be a powerful tool down. Wukong getting taken down. Team B still has some life, and the gold's not too far apart. I think that's about a 2K difference between the two teams, RMC.
Yeah, and for Team B as well, this is what we wanted, or what we hadn't seen from them for a while, which is being proactive and making those map movements. It's a good time to do it as well. Kind of just going in that mid lane, finding that pick as Dragon was spawning, so they'll be able to pick that up for themselves. But what I want to highlight as well is what Team A was doing while that happened. When you got caught out, you saw for a second he was thinking like, hey, do I just try and run away? No, he turned around and used the Cyclone. And actually the reason why he was doing that was Ariana as well as 5mini were looking to get that flank angle, and Team B, because they were disciplined, because they stuck together, they got out alive. But there was a moment where if they had split, if they weren't moving together as a team, Team A was looking to counter punch in a 4v5 situation for their ultimate. So still very close between these teams, but I'm definitely glad that Team B seems to have kind of refound their ground a little bit, recentered themselves, and are still in it and being aggressive.
Ooh, Bard face checking a bush, going over the side. He has plenty of escapability, but Rise left here holding the bag, picking up a stun, already down about half HP. Oh, Nico getting the knockoff. I explained how important that is as the Zonya comes in on both the Wukong and the Rise. Redemption coming in, but it's not enough to keep the Rise alive. Kaisa dishing out, dealing damage, taking down the Assassin as Bard and Trundle have to run away from this fight. Team A still has what it takes. Team A looking in great shape here, RMC, in game number 1.
Tibbers still available for 5mini, so pick potential if Team B overextend, and with Aeon Crystal up and available, Team A has to be a little bit careful if they want to try and set up the Baron, which did just spawn. There is the attempt for a steal. There's also a lot of CC, but with a flash available, Aeon Crystal can potentially pull him over.
Fake Annie does get spotted, but it was entirely a bait as Trundle goes down to about half HP, getting so close to going down. They I can't tell if did they get Nasher? No, they didn't get Nasher, so they did stop it. They backed off. I feel like there was plenty of angles for them to just sort of continue to go for it, but I guess worrying about the Trundle is something to watch out for. And something I've got to say, throughout all of the compounding that I've seen, both teams almost always respect the other side. They go, okay, this is a potential for them to turn things around, and if we let them, they're going to do it. And I think Team B has shown that. Team B is just chomping at the bits, looking for some sort of opportunity, and I think the only thing that's been stopping them has just been a little bit of awkwardness, maybe in synergy, and maybe just with how quickly the response time has been here for Team A.
I'll tell you what, Korak, I'm glad that teams are actually not throwing, because when you're throwing, it means that you're in the lead. And for a lot of these teams in the lead right now, there's no reason for them to play over aggressive. They've just been winning nice, low, and standard. We've seen way too many Otacon throws in the LTA this year. And by extension, I feel like, with Baron, that's the other place that you could always potentially throw. So for Team A, take it slow. That's fine. Reestablish that vision control. Let Ariana kind of go to side wave and start pressuring, and then just go back to the Baron. Look for that pick onto Aeon Crystal first.
Are they going to do it again? Are they going to take another objective again? They did it with Otacon as once again Trundle steps up but gets a little bit too close, gets picked off by Manui and falls to pieces. The number advantage is here if they're going to get their hands on the other side, but Mbessa is not going to let it take it lying down. As Jax gets locked in, the Zonya's going to get popped. Cyclone, Wukong trying to keep him alive. Jax still somehow in this fight as Mbessa does a lot of damage. I'm sorry, Annie does a lot of damage to Corki. Corki did not have the support that they need. Walked up. Sushi was trying to make something happen, but you cannot walk into this little girl. She hurts a lot more than you might think, as Tippers acts as a moving punching ward while Nasher goes down on the other side. RMC
just getting zoned out by Tippers. That's a tanky chunky bear right now, pushing out 3, but it's exactly what we called for from Team A, right? Don't overextend. No need to kind of rush anything. They waited, as you said, kind of just went fishing. If nobody shows up, we take Baron. If somebody shows up, which they did for Team B saw their wards going down, and it was Aeon Crystal running in again, the tankiest member on the team. You saw how long he survived, but even with the K Necrocurrent, it's not quite enough. He does get melted down. And the moment the Trundle went down, that was when Team A decided, okay, now we're good. Now we can go for Baron. And for Team B, unfortunately for them, they weren't able to leverage all the strength together. Sushi got caught out. And we talked about Sushi, I think it was 7-2 when we last kind of highlighted his score. He's doing work, he's doing damage, but Corki's a bit short range, and he does need some sort of front line or some sort of distraction for him to get in there. Without the distraction, Fimini just had a lock, and that Annie. There's just so much burst, and you can just focus down that Corki. Not much Sushi can do in that situation.
Absolutely, and it's just a couple of minor mistakes that the other side is capitalizing on. And once again, I go back to respect, because I think it's really, really important, because Team A could have just tried to ignore that and go for the objective, but they remembered a key important rule, and that is the fact that Baron is the original Otacon. It is what turned a lot of fights on. Jax going in, looking for an angle there on Rise, taking him down to about half HP, but the ult getting stopped by Bard as Nico goes in. It would have been a good opportunity, but it just was not enough. Ult, canceling ult, support, canceling supports as Jax falls to pieces. Team B not able to capitalize more on that, but still, that's just a little bit more gold in their wallet ready to go, but they're going to need every little bit they can get their hands on, because I think this is about a 5k difference. The stun picked up by Bard as he goes over the other side. Banana Bush control is going to be so important for this Drake, and Team B really, really wants to get their hands on this, but I'm not sure they can fight it. They do not have control of the Banana Bush.
They've got an extra person right now. I mean, Ariana's still dead for another
Trundle
15 seconds.
Going in, taking a whole bunch of damage, but it looks like Wukong's still able to pick up the other side as Cyclone comes in. He gets locked down, taken down. This is a great opportunity for them to pick up a lot of kills. They just have to make it in time. There's a lot of damage going back and forward. Team B looking out, hungry for blood. The TP coming in for Team A, trying to shore up the numbers as most of Team B is pretty low in the HP department. Trundle, a little bit awkward positioning, trying to find some sort of angle. Jax getting caught, but going in, picking up a massive stun, trying to lock down Mbessa into Azonia's. Trundle sitting here trying to pick up the pieces, trying to duke it out. Lots of back and forward, but Trundle once again falls to pieces as Kaisa dies on the other side. Nico going in, redeeming their ult, locking down the bar, taking him down, and said, "You may have pulled one over off on me, but now it's my turn."
Again, teammate, when it looks like they're in a disadvantaged position, they finally get people there, and TB, they got the pick onto you, so they again had the numbers advantage, but it didn't matter. They didn't have the abilities anymore. Now Sushi versus the world, he gets tagged. He gets sent back to the fountain, and Team A should be able to mop this one up.
Absolutely, and what a great performance! What a great show here. You know, you mentioned that potentially you and that Annie here might be potentially struggling in this one, but it does not feel like it. That is a very fed Annie, and you cannot say that you did not play his part, because he absolutely did in this game number 1, RMC.
Correct. After watching that game, I do feel like a lot of what we had been hoping to see from these players did come to pass. We got to see Ariana get himself a lead and be that big force in the game. We got to see Array and Minui pop off, and Minui's Nico today. I don't know what happened yesterday, but today it was clean. So many times the Pop Blossom just barely catching out critical targets on the edge of it. But hey, every little bit counts there. And 5 Mini and you, that was the big question mark, as you pointed out. But Annie Wukong, a very easy to execute combo, and they pulled it off really well. The target selection was spot on. For Team B, Decoy was really good as well. The Ambessa, despite falling behind, managed to catch back up. Sushi was the big focus, and Tub. We didn't get a chance to talk about it, but for a second, I actually believed Team B could come back in on that topside push because of that Tempered Fate. Yes, it only caught a single target, but it stifled a play. It bought time. It wore out the Baron buff so that Team A couldn't use the maximal force of it, and it set them up for the Dragon. Unfortunately, as the Bard, Tempered Fate is a fairly long cooldown. I'm looking a little bit more at Aeon Crystal and Toasty. I think Aeon Crystal did a fantastic job in terms of being a jungler and getting the objective control down. And he did have some good ganks. But the mid-jungle synergy didn't quite come through, and Toasty, with the rise, got to scale, but he didn't have the impact that we're used to seeing from a player of this caliber.
Absolutely, and you know, highlighting synergy, I think Nico and Wukong, words are hard, paired up really nicely. Just absolute combo, absolute synergy, and most importantly, the execution was fantastic. I do agree. Tub had a lot of really good ultimates and were a lot of good real plays, but I think the thing that they struggled with is Tub just didn't pair incredibly well with Trundle. There are opportunities for them to do that, but they weren't playing off their each other quite as much. I get it that Corki was fed, so that maybe that was an angle to go for, but Team B had this very clear vision where it's like, we've got Rise, let's play around it, and it seemed to kind of fall to pieces later on in the later parts of the game. Either way, that is all we have for you for game number 1, but keep in mind this is going to be a block of 3, which means we'll be streaming all 3 games. Give us about I think it's like 10 minutes in between, because typically the coaches sit behind everyone and analyze the entire game, and it takes a little bit to herd the cats, the players, into the appropriate places. So pay attention to the timer. Hopefully it'll be accurate, and we'll be right back.
星に瞬きを伝えて守るものがあるからきっと強くなれる語るべき言葉なくした星の守りでは時の果て夢の果て闇に立ちすくんだ風を呼んでみたんだ空に向けて誰かを呼んでみたんだ光求めたソリチュードかすかなレゾナンス確かに届くロマンスそんな流れ星たちを抱き留めた明日が見えなくだって乗り越えなくちゃって奇跡の奇跡描き未来へつなぐ Growing High 心のフォトンが銀河にこぼれて道を強く照らす Burning Bright それぞれの思い秘めた星の守りでは空からの呼ぶ声に導かれた重ねる手と手には言葉なんかより伝わることがある熱い心通じ合った確かなレゾナンス見つけるのはエッセンス目指した意識の先がディスティネーション答えが見えなくてくじけそうになって支え合い誓い合う絆でつなぐシャイニースマイル心のフォトンが銀河に溢れて道を開く鍵は My Starlight Heart
And the Cats have been heard it, and we're moving into Draft 2, Game 2. I still don't have a caster with me, but I do have a caster minion as we move on to this next draft. Any predictions starting off before we see anything that's picked?
Okay, correct. So here's my prediction for game 2. We get less
Mhm.
technical issues in game 1. That's my prediction. While the managers were busy herding cats, we here on the production side, we're also trying to fix as much as we can. So we do at least get to see the in-lobby draft. And right from the get-go, first thing to note, Team B is going to be on the blue side for this game 2. Team A is going to be on the red side.
First ban is out. We're already going into Mbessa. I believe it was RMC that's pointed out that is someone to watch out for. We got a Scion hover ban, but we turned that into Yanara. Not real too surprised by that. Like I said, I mentioned that she is still very powerful, especially in the right hands and with the right support. I think is something to watch out for. Zen for the next ban makes a lot of sense. Very meta pick. And now we're waiting for the last one, or second to last one.
Second ban for the red side here. I'm expecting to see an Orianna come out at some point from red side. Orianna, I feel like, is that super high prio champion. Weirdly enough, in the Combine, it has slipped through a couple of times. So there are teams who are willing to let them go through. But I feel like every time I've seen the Orianna get through, it's won games.
Absolutely. Scion ban coming in. Not real too surprised. I think keeping that out of the hands of blue side are so important. We mentioned that in the previous draft for a lot of different reasons. Rumble being the next upcoming ban. And we're not getting it here. But honestly, I'm a little worried about Akali top.
Okay. Akali top. That's an interesting one. Mind walking me through that one a little bit, Korak? Why are we worried about Akali?
So I've seen it more frequently than I expect, and it's actually not a bad answer into people like Aatrox and people who struggle in the early game. Plus, it's got a lot of roaming potential, and man, we are accelerating through these picks immediately just to catch us up. For the left-hand side, we've got Renekton, Sejuani, we've got Orianna into Aurora. I like the Aurora. Into Pantheon, another great pick. Azir. So far, all pretty meta. Renekton's very, very good at both being aggressive in lane and just not losing lane, which sounds silly, but that is an important tool.
For sure, a good blind pick to come through in terms of being able to kind of flex to all roles, and I do like it, especially for Decoy. I think Decoy is very good at the sort of tankier champions and playing a great nullifier, and Renekton can do that and can also be a threat. It's just such a flexible pick. It's worth noting as well because we are in in-game draft right now, the teams have already drafted outside of game, and therefore they're just basically locking in the champions they've already picked up. They didn't actually first pick Renekton, answered by an Aurora Pantheon. They will be locking their bot laners, and I believe their bot lanes actually came in earlier in the draft as well.
And to just sort of give y'all an idea of what the draft phase actually looked like, the first pick was Orianna into Aurora, then I believe Pantheon. So Team A picked Aurora, Pantheon, obviously, into Xayah, and then into Rakan and Poppy for the first sets of bans, or picks, sorry.
Sure. And as you can see, I think Team B, they've just drafted themselves a very strong team fight composition. I think that's perhaps, I don't know if that's necessarily a reaction to what happened last game, where it did feel like Team A had a better team fight composition, which was able to kind of bulldoze their way through. Team fight composition is very easy to execute as well, but Team B on the blue side, maybe it's because they first picked Orianna. That's what they've opted for. Really, really solid. Great engage, potentially coming through from Aeon Crystal with the Sejuani, and for Decoy and the Renekton. Great ball delivery systems. And then Sushi and Tub. Tub still gets to play make on the Rakan, but Sushi gets to play a lot safer. He can kind of peel back with all the dive that you're expected to see come through with the Aurora, with the Pantheon. Meanwhile, Team A, their composition, I feel like a lot more agency. They can kind of do their own thing. Team fighting is a little bit weirder with them. Like, they've got the Azir Ashe, who do want to play front to back. You have a great Poppy front line, but you've got the Pantheon Aurora, who just want to make plays, find picks, create chaos to come through, which I feel like, ironically, was very similar to what Team B tried to do in Game 1 on the red side.
Well, and we've got two important notes here, I think, to pair off for Team A for red side, which are going to be the Pantheon and Azir. Pantheon in a lot of different ways. I think the thing that like fits him best is a lot of times he is this kind of like surgeon's knife, right? He's this tactical. We want that person dead. So they do what I find similar to Viego, right? Because Viego wants to grab a kill, he wants to reset, and he wants to just sort of like chain effect it. And Pantheon, a little bit slower at doing that, still likes to pinpoint, isolate someone, take them down, and just absolutely stun them into oblivion. So that is a tool we're going to have to keep an eye out for. And if Aurora is in the right position for Pantheon ultimates, that's going to be an insane amount of damage. Aurora doesn't have the range that some people kind of expect she should, but if she's got the right angle, she's a lot like Zoe. If she gets that right angle, she absolutely just nukes people. And the primary difference between her and Zoe is her abilities go through people too. They just have a little bit of a smaller range than you might expect.
I actually kind of like the comparison between Viego and Pantheon. Like you said, they're both very good at taking out single targets. I think of them as kind of cause and effect, where Viego is the effect. He's the one who wants the resets. He wants somebody else to set up for him. Pantheon is the cause. He's the one who's going to set up. And in this case, with the Aurora, if it was Viego, Aurora's doing the poke. Viego's coming in. But now it's going to be you with this Pantheon who's going to be, hopping in, getting the stun, getting the burst down, and then perhaps letting Ariana kind of clean up with the Aurora a little bit with the burst damage that he is able to put out and to clean up with. So yeah, it's certainly a lot of like single target removal to come through. Who they use it on is going to be the big issue, because Decoy with the Renekton is tanky enough, especially post 6, that I don't know if we are going to see that sort of combo come through. Like, Aurora does get a lot of poke damage ranged into melee, of course. But if we're kind of go full health, going in at it for each other, all winning, I think Decoy can kind of get away with it. I'm much more interested to see if Ariana and you can kind of find that back line, look for Toasty, look for Sushi, because Xayah, she's got to get out of jail free card with the Featherstorm, but it's most effective against big ultimates, long cooldowns. Whereas Pantheon and Aurora, a lot of their burst damage is actually not on their ultimates. Their ultimates almost act as utility most of the time, and it's their basic abilities that pop squishies.
And something over here in the background that I think that has been slowly building that I like here is we've got Poppy, right? We've got, I believe this is Manui on Poppy, which I like because Sejuani's got a dash, Renekton's got a dash, and we have I think Rakan's counts as a dash too. I'm not sure. I believe Poppy can interrupt that too. I'll have RMC correct me. I'm getting a head nod, so that sounds like yes. But so that's a powerful tool. And we mentioned how kind of situational Poppy can be, and this is a great spot. I prefer to see Poppy into Jarvan. At least for me, because it's more of a funny factor too, because Jarvan has has this whole flag and drag thing that he wants to do, and Poppy's just like one button no. And so it stops a lot of those elements. But the other thing though too is other than just stopping the dashes, Poppy has a very powerful kit, especially level 1. As me being a support player, as me being someone who has played a lot of Poppy in the bot lane, being able to pin someone early game into a wall is pretty much an instant kill. Like it's so much damage, and Poppy does a deceptive amount of damage. They will be a bit weaker because this isn't Poppy jungle, and I think Poppy jungle's a bit stronger than Poppy support, but there is still a lot of roles for them to play.
Yeah, for sure. Just her base damage is really high. That's why we saw her in the jungle for so long as well, because her early ganks were incredibly potent. But I do want to focus a little bit on the Keeper's Verdict, because when we're talking about her disengage, we talk about, her steadfast presence to stop those dashes like you're talking about. The Keeper's Verdict, the ability to yeet a single person or multiple people out of a fight, is what really breaks a lot of these fights. And granted, I'm looking at Team B's composition, the team fighting they have. I don't think you're going to be able to eat out the carries necessarily. But just removing that front line gives so much access for Decoy, for Aeon Crystal, for Tosi to find that back line. And I think more importantly as well, with the Keeper's Verdict, if the fight goes poorly for you, Team B has a lot of burst damage, especially with that Shockwave Dissonance combo that we're expecting to see Fine Mini use. To see Tosi use. But if you don't kill somebody right off the bat with the Dissonance, with the Shockwave, when you Keeper's Verdict, that resets the fight, and suddenly Team B is going to be missing their sort of key team fight tools, and they've got to sit back. Whereas Team A, like we said, a lot of their power, a lot of their damage is not gated by their ultimates. It's just off basic abilities. It's based off of their auto attacks for Azir and Ashe.
Absolutely. And something to kind of note here is Ashe is not typically a carry in, I guess, the traditional sense of how he's carried. Not that she can't do consistent damage and a lot of damage, but she's not someone like Kai'Sa. She's not someone like Sivir to where she can just absolutely dominate games. But she does always provide this consistent damage and a lot of utilities, which can pair very, very well with a bit of damage and a bit of stun. And that's into Rakan. I don't like Rakan too much here unless you're looking for a lot of disrupt. I prefer Rakan into hook champions. I think he is a great anti-hook, kind of like Renata, because if you play him right, he just absorbs hook after hook over and over and over, and it gets away with it if played right, in my opinion.
Yeah, well, I kind of see where you're going with it, though, and while I kind of agree that the Rakan's going to not have the best time of it, I do like Rakan for Tub. Specifically, we saw what Tub could do with Bard, and I want to see him on these champions with high execution thresholds, with high skill ceilings, and I feel like Rakan is one of them. If he performs as well on Rakan as he did on Bard, I have no doubt we'll see some really nice engages come through from Team B.
And that's a good point. The Rakan is sort of one of those hands diff, just like Bard in the support role. I think Rakan's just a tiny bit below Bard in a different way for that, for sure, because he seems like he's pretty easy. I think the skill floor is a little bit lower in Rakan, but the skill ceiling is way, way higher than a lot of people anticipate. So I think that's a very good note. Obviously, the classic duo between Rakan and Xayah is super, super great. And when Sushi is on Xayah, it makes a statement. For starters, we know Xayah is going to do a lot of damage, almost no matter what. And they're very good into forward motions because their ultimate is just like, yeah, go ahead, come into me. I've got Featherstorm ready to go. I want you to come into me. And Rakan buys them plenty of time for that. Nui trading a little bit here into Tub. Don't expect a lot here, but it looks like the trades are favoring Team A, at least for now. But that's a very volatile lane. It can turn around really quickly.
Yeah, for now, just kind of trades happening across the board. Aeon Crystal looking for a potential gank into the top side onto Ariana. He's wrapped around. Stun comes down.
Ooh, Decoy coming in, followed shortly behind the jungle, and there's going to be first blood. It goes to the side of Team B. So unfortunately, the support, or not the support, the jungler, wow, words are hard. The jungler picks it up instead of their Renekton, but that's not the worst thing. Sejuani getting some gold just does mean she's going to be a bit beefier. I would have liked to see it on the Gator, but it's not like the Gator's going to struggle with that whatsoever. And I guess maybe a side note is they should back with at least a little bit more CS on the other side, so that should be good. Once again, Sejuani looking for an angle, but follows short up behind Pantheon. Pantheon hopping immediately on the beef cave. I don't expect them to die, but we are getting a whole bunch of damage here from Azir as they absolutely Manui going in, looking for that pin. I explained how important that was, and they get so close to getting it. Pantheon picks up and execute as the other one dies on the other side, but Manui taking that trade has got to be happy because Pantheon has a kill, and that's definitely 2 kills as he goes for the dive. U13, maybe one of these newer players, but it does not feel like it between these two 2 games as Decoy looks for an angle, trying to lock down Aurora. They do have the damage, but do they have the dash? No, as they back off slowly in top lane, but a lot of shenanigans, and that's a kill per minute, RMC.
Yeah, 4 minutes in, 2 on either side. And Korak, you called Aeon Crystal a support, but when you're playing Sejuani, really, what is a jungle but a support for the solo lanes? And I love to see both junglers really getting into it right from the get-go. You as well, with that aggression coming off, and the willingness for Nui to trade his life for the mid laner for the jungle, I think is worth it. You're a support. What's the big deal? And on top of that, Array is perfectly fine just chilling the bot lane, farming up a storm. Now, it does also feel like the junglers are a trigger for the lanes to play more aggressively as well, because Decoy got that early sort of lane pressure, the extra XP, the extra level advantage. He can play a lot more aggressively and pressure Ariana out. So while he would have been fine on his own, giving him that early gank, I think, really does set up Decoy for success in a melee versus ranged matchup. It gets only better when you hit that level 6.
Absolutely. And something I want to point out here, for starters, I love this going for Drake between Poppy. You do have Poppy to absorb plenty of the damage, and it just gives Pantheon time to set this up, because it's already going to be down a good chunk of HP before anything has really began. But the rotations for Manui have been so great, and I love to see that on Poppy. That's one of my favorite things of Poppy, is just the powerful rotations. And we saw that right there with a pin, and Poppy is so versatile in a lot of different ways. They're a little bit more situational, like I brought up before, but it doesn't feel like it right now in the hands of Manui. Getting a little bit of dramatic pause. Hopefully that's not me disconnecting, RMC.
No, I'm seeing the same pause you are, unfortunately. A bit of a, not sure. We're not seeing the sort of timeout, the grayed out screen, so I don't know if it's, perhaps the coach is using a timeout at this point. Feels a bit early for it to happen, but it does give us time to kind of look at where the teams might want to focus. We talked a little bit about how Team B, a lot of their composition is going to be focused on team fighting, but now with Decoy getting those early kills, it really helps them bridge into the mid game where their composition comes online. Because Orianna right now, after the nerfs that came through to her, a lot of times she's building Seraph's Embrace first item, and that means her spike really comes about when the Seraph's Embrace completes on that sort of second item, but a little bit earlier than the Rod of Ages build. Xayah is a champion that scales as well. She's not that strong in the early skirmishes unless the other team is willing to full send and commit on throwing everything in the kitchen sink at her. So for Team B, it's a fantastic start for them. They've got what they need. But you look at the gold, and Team A has actually kind of pulled ahead in gold a little bit. They found their own advantages. And for Team A, they want to play a faster game. They want you to get those ganks rolling. And Ariana falling behind is not part of their game plan. Yes, they scale with Azir Ashe in terms of damage, but they want to be the ones kind of looking for pick action, getting the leads to set up for picks, to get control of areas. Because if all things are even in the 5v5, you're relying a lot on Manui to be able to disengage, reset the fight, and get you into a better position. And if you mess up the Keeper's Verdict, it's so much easier for Team B to just execute their win cons.
And we'll see if the hands diff plays a factor into this. So far, both sides have been doing quite well. And I've got to be, like I said, I brought it up before. I've been really impressed with the performance so far by U13, and I believe that's Sai Mini, if I'm saying that correctly. So, I wouldn't be surprised if we see that combination going forward. I think it's a good point here with the Orianna, because I think Orianna is a tool in sort of like this early mid game to allow Azir and to allow Ashe to kind of come online and build their way up. Even though we have the consistent damage from Ashe kind of almost throughout the game, their early game is a little bit weaker than I think the rest of the phases for Ashe. So Aurora is a really good tool to sort of bridge that gap. The nice thing is, hopefully, if Aurora stays in top lane, it'll occupy Decoy, so they won't able to use that advantage until the team fight phase. And then during the team fight phase, hopefully Aurora's got a little bit more gold under their belt, or Sai Mini, so we've got some scaling that could potentially help us get over there. Not sure what's up with the dramatic pause. We don't have a timer, we don't have anything, so I really have no idea what this is, RMC. But while we've got the opportunity, you have any early predictions for any of the upcoming objectives? We got 6 minutes on the clock. First Drake is down to the other side, but we've got Void Grubs on the horizon and second Drake coming.
I don't know if we're going to see early contests coming through for these objectives. I think most likely what we'll see for Grubs is whichever team it gets the advantage in that top side. So right now, Decoy is looking quite good. I'd love to see Aeon Crystal these top laners visit that top side and try and swing it in their top laners' favor. Failing that, lane swaps. Because right now, for Orianna, it might be a little bit tough. we're actually beginning to see just the beginnings of a lane swap coming through, as Sushi was last spotted hitting to that top side. And if we do see the Zaya Rakan go up against the Ashe Poppy, so far Array and Minui, I feel like has gotten the better of the 2v2 situation. Heck, even when Minui roamed out, to be fair, so did Tub, but Array managed to find himself very, very small sort of advantages and leads to come through for them. Just waiting to hear if we know anything about tech pause. But right now, yeah, without the timer, I'm just worried we're gonna bug splat again. You know, I had a prediction earlier, Korak, that we'd have less technical issues in game 2. So far,
Caster cursed us, so you know.
Yep,
once
that
again,
prediction not looking good.
Your primary cast seems to be cursed from what I'm seeing. But yeah, I really hope we get a chance to get back into this and we're not seeing some sort of Riot client bug, because everyone knows Riot's a small indie company and they have troubles with their clients. So you know, maybe that's what we're seeing. Maybe that's what we're dealing with here. But I really want to see this game. I like the angle here for Sejuani. I feel like a lot of junglers are kind of scared to play Sejuani, and I don't mean that from like oh, she's hard or anything like that. No, because she's absolutely not. But Sejuani serves a very specific role. I think RMC brought it up to where he was saying, you know, like, oh, yeah, she's kind of like the support in the jungle lane, and I think that's a good note. But what's really great about her is she's just very solid. She's such a beefy champion to deal with, and she's a great tool to pull out. I like her earlier on, or at the very least when we're trying to get a little bit of a like if you're behind and maybe you're struggling and you need to get that tempo shift, because tempo is something that's really important in these games, and Sejuani is a good way of kind of like recentering yourself. Her kit literally forces you to play that.
Yeah, and she just has the option to engage and disengage as well. We think of her more as an engage tool, but Glacial Prison, you can lock up the enemy team as well, just kind of slow things down. You do, however, have to be aware of, you know, when that ult is up and when it's down. So the tempo side can kind of be a little bit risky. We'll see how that goes. I do think a lot of it depends more on tempo in terms of which jungler is able to kind of get ahead and just impose their will in the early skirmishes, and that will probably dictate how the early game goes.
Alrighty, we're getting some word from Prod that we're going to try to work on some things here in the background. We're going to go into a break. I unfortunately don't have a time frame for us because, you know, all of this is on the shoulders of RMC. He cursed us. He planned it this way. He got up this morning specifically to curse the stream. But as soon as we have the game back, and hopefully we don't lose this one, because I'm really excited to see this one. This game 2 is going to be so important. We're still going to be casting the game 3, but you know, cross your fingers, you know, contact a voodoo god or something. Hopefully we'll get this out and going, but grab yourself some drinks and some refreshments, take advantage of this time, and hopefully we will be right back. Oh, also, Treshy, we can't see player names if you're able to swap that around. Alrighty, so finally, we've got something working out. It's a little hodgepodge, so please bear with us. The game has progressed much further, about 19 minutes in. It looks like 3 Drakes have fallen completely over to the other side as Renekton battling into Azir in the top lane. But at the very least, RMC, it sounds like we're back into this one as Shelly gets deployed in the mid lane.
Yeah, right now that is Team B's attempt to answer, and they're able to at least get the turret, but the U in there right away.
Coming in, looking for an angle, but only going to pick up a stun instead as Rakan gets so close to get taken down, and we're seeing a lot of shenanigans back and forward, and now hopefully we'll have a couple of seconds to analyze what's going on. We've got a 3-0 Pantheon, a 2-0 Azir, and the score sitting at 4-5 with 3 Drakes over on red side.
Yeah, and with how close the gold is, Korak, I can't help but think it's been just punches thrown and just different focuses for these two teams. First of all, props to Team A. We talked about how they wanted to get off to a roaring early start. We're looking at you to do that. And he's done just that, 100% kill participation on this Pantheon, 3-0-2. Now, it's not the solo lane I was expecting him to gank. I thought he would go up towards Ariana, but instead it's been Fi Mini in the mid lane where he's really been able to pop off, get that Azir rolling. And once the Azir, you pick up those 2 items, you're kind of good for team fights. You're pretty good for lane harassment as well. But Team B, they're no slouches. They just lie back and take the early ganks. They didn't just give those dragons over free. They've answered back in kills, and they've got turrets to their name, keeping the gold pretty darn even.
Autocon starting itself up. I think that's going to be a bold statement with a Renekton sitting right there. He's going to love that armor shred if he can get the range, but we've got to get the positioning here for the other side. Sejuani is making their way, but they're going to take a little bit of damage over here as Aurora does a good chunk of damage. Autocon sitting about half HP. We're getting so close to taking this down and almost no response. There comes in the Poppy with a good ultimate. It looks like Rakan trying to go in, trying to find the damage, trying to dig deep, but Azir has the damage as Renekton goes in, and the double kill picked up for the side of Pantheon. U13 doing so well. Shockwave coming in, but it's just not enough. They weren't able to dig deep enough. They did not have the damage, and that was an Autocon taken right in the face of blue side.
Well, this time, unlike last game, the Autocons we saw last game was, Team A being able to just start that up and to be able to kind of take advantage of the fact that we're stronger. We know you can see this. We do not care. We are baiting you into us. But this Autocon, they kind of just snuck it. Team B did not look like they were aware. Aeon Crystal was nowhere nearby. And look, props to Tub and Decoy for stalling and buying as much time as they did. But it doesn't mean anything if your jungler's not there. And Tub, unfortunately, was in a good position to try and smite. Certainly not you. Once he's completed his smite advantage, you're just not going to outsmite the jungler. So Team B, again, with the objective stronghold, able to secure themselves that and make sure that they continue with the snowballing, with the stacking, with the scaling.
Absolutely. And even after that, the gold isn't too different. We're sitting at 36.5k to 37. So about a 2k difference between the two of them. 21 minutes on the clock. The biggest problem, one of the biggest things I'm worried about, is we're so close to that soul point. And it looks like from the timer, we're just about up, if I'm seeing that correctly. I'm not used to this one. This is the traditional one we have with the client itself. So I'll have RMC correct me here.
Sorry, which timer are we looking at?
The Drake timer. I was trying to figure out which one was popping off first, but we did get the Drake right there. We do have a Mountain Soul on the horizon. The position is going to be so important for each side. Tub going in, going to pop at least a decent knockup, but Poppy's able to take so much as you gets a little bit of poking here on Sejuani. We need a little bit better position. Decoy needs to get in range. TP coming in, trying to do a good chunk of damage. Aurora finally coming online, picking up kills. The damage is pretty good, and this is not looking good for the side of Team A as the utility Rash comes in. Pantheon with a good ultimate, absolutely melting them. That's a double kill on the side of Pantheon. That's a full team wipe. The Baron or the Dragon may be up, but so much of the team, the entire team, is down for Team B.
And not only was it a full team wipe, Korak, but Team A didn't lose a single body. All of them are still alive. Midway somehow dancing around. And we had questions to drop. We said that a lot of it was going to be, how does Ariana, how does you find access in the backline? It's a lot easier for you using the Grand Starfall. And we saw him do that just to cut off any escape for Team B. But also, Ariana, beautiful use of Between Worlds, able to just kind of hop to the back, forced Sushi to Featherstorm and pull the feathers back early, so he didn't have the damage. That Blade Call is a big part of Zaya's damage. And without it, you saw how easy it was for Team A to just roll them over. And we came back just in time to watch this game blow wide open with a 5,000 gold lead, a lot of standing gold on these turrets, and a very early Mountain Soul for Team B.
Absolutely, and that brings our score up to 4-13. Look how fat and happy this Pantheon is. U13 having one of the games of his life for sure, and it's not like he had a bad showing in the last one either, and he's just continuing it on someone like Pantheon. And I've got to admit, Pantheon is one of those junglers that people sometimes struggle in finding a voice. Aurora gonna get caught, but it looks like the ambush is on the other side as Poppy tries to stop the Rakan, pushing Aeon into the wall, and that's gonna be another dead jungler. U13 now sitting at 8-0.
Going from bad to worse for Team A, for Team B right now. Sushi just barely able to survive the burn.
Oh no, I missed it. I blinked, I literally blinked, and I missed it.
Yeah, that's how much burst is coming through. And the problem for Team B, and the reason why this is kind of going from bad to worse, is you have a team fight composition. You lost a team fight. Now you're getting picked. And the CC strength they have for Team A is just too good. If you get locked down, you're on your own. The synergy is falling apart. Tub gets left on red.
Pantheon coming again. Once again, he's out for more blood. He's trying to collect these debts and going left and right, but actually overstaying his welcome as the shockwave pulls him in. Poppy trying to buy a little bit of time here for U13. Tub going back in, trying to lock him down. And it looks like Poppy is going to get taken down, but most importantly, that Pantheon.
Are you sure about that?
What? Manui's? Yeah, no, I was not sure about it. Poppy just kind of casually walking away from that, and just blue side's gonna have a hard time pulling this up, especially with the ultimate down there for, or sorry, the free tower down there for Sai Mini, providing just a little bit of space, even though it's not particularly strong. The back end gets stopped here by Tub.
Oh, Tub, no.
Actually, no, he's gonna get taken down for his trouble. A little unfortunate. I appreciate the play there, Tub, but your team was just not close enough to follow it up.
Yeah, that feels a little bit frustrating from Tub, and here goes Sushi. He's dead. Yeah, you got picked. You're done. That's actually probably game. Having lost the bot lane right now, you've got Toasty still alive, and he's the big damage threat, but Shockwave isn't back up yet, and even if it is, I don't know if they have enough damage to actually clean this out. The carries are all fully healthy. Ariana just playing with Decoy on the bot side here. Flash available for Orianna, about to come up for Decoy.
That fight should favor Renekton on that side, should favor Decoy. We're getting a fight underneath the towers. Towers do still hurt. Pantheon, U13 getting so close to going down. Just one more shot. Finally, the kill comes in for Orianna, and somehow blue side is still in this game, and it shows that they have opportunities to turn this around, but they need to bide their time, and that shockwave definitely helped.
Yeah, some really low death timers as well. I think working out for them. Tub able to come back up and just create enough disruption that trying to dive those turrets got really, really iffy. But correct, the players, how did we even get here? U13, as you said, 8-1-4, and we talk about you. I think he's a very good proactive early jungler. He's somebody he likes to carry to make action happen. And I love what he was able to find with 5 Mini, because we talked about 5 Mini a little bit earlier. He's been struggling in the Combine so far. We've not gotten to see the mechanical skill that made him such a terror in Tier 3. But this game, when he was given those resources, he has been a huge issue. 279 CS, highest in the game. He's been pumping out the damage as well, constantly in there, poking out. Array has almost become sort of a supportive player with how this game's turned out. It's all about the slows. It's about those arrows, really setting up for 5 Mini and Ariana to get these pops off, to absolutely melt the squishies. And at this point, it's not even just the squishies. Even Aeon Crystal would go down. Heck, he's got 4 deaths for a reason. Decoy, if he doesn't burn the Dominus, would absolutely get melted by a pick.
And something I want to hone in on is, I think the synergy between U13, Sai Mini, and of course Manui have been super, super great. They've both been setting each other up over and over, allowing U13 to get a lot of these kills back and forward. Aeon getting a little bit too close, but there is the ultimate for Sai Mini down, so that's going to be something to watch out for. That's a powerful tool no longer, but the biggest difference here right now is we have a bit of a wallet diff. There is an angle, but they need to play it slow. The pop out there for Poppy, looking for the numbers advantage, getting the jungler entirely out of this fight as Nasher gets so close to going down, and I at this point I don't think you want to contest it.
No, Tub doesn't even have the smite available. He's running Ignite, and you can see Decoy had to pop the Dominus just to even approach that. Might not survive anyways. Ariana on the hunt.
Ooh, there
It's
it
you.
is. U13 is just able to pick it up into an immediate ult on the other side, but I'm not sure if we got a cleanse. That had to have been a cleanse or something, unless we have Chalice out and going. We're catching up with this one as it happens, but things are not looking good for blue side. Baron buff is definitely on the other side as Rora flashes forward, but he's only going to catch an ult. Further trouble. Pantheon coming there in the background, trying to lock people down. There's going to be a dead Shockwave, so unfortunately Orianna going to get taken down, leaving Aeon Crystal to their own devices, and only one left standing here in this carnage, and this is already the end to game number 2 at 30 minutes on the clock, 6-20. Poppy being a little bit cheeky, walking directly into that U13, doing the exact same thing, but he's able to pick up an ace as the Nexus falls in the background.
Well, correct. It took us more time to get into the game than we actually got to see of the game itself. And huge props to Team A for how cleanly they executed that. When we got back into the game, it wasn't
Absolutely, and looking at that damage, I've had time to absorb that. That's a 10k difference, right? Pantheon has 12 and 2 kills, so that means even when Pantheon was going in, a lot of the damage was on the side of Aurora. Really great 1-2 punch, and they did finally find their rhythm despite that offset that you were talking about, RMC. But with that being said, we're gonna go into another break as we spool up the other games. So please cross your fingers or pray to
I am the light bringer. Now listen, fellow warriors, I ask you, should my campaign come to an end? There's way more to avenge. Oh, 50 million souls living in this realm without much hope. Not too
left side Team B, right side, of course.
Yeah, the bans, however, are actually what they banned in order, which is kind of weird. When I saw the Amumu and Nivea, I don't know what to make of those two bans because neither of them are meta, and Toasty is not necessarily a huge Nivea player. You know what? If you told me Aeon played Amumu, I'd believe it. If you told me Tub was playing Amumu, I'd be asking what year it is.
I do think that Articuno is still a decent pick. It's weird. It's not meta, but I think there's a place for it. And we're going. There's a lot of AP getting banned here that I'm noticing. Mumu, Anivia, and of course, Viego to or Viego. Oh, I cannot word today. Words are literally my job, and I cannot do it.
Glorified Caster Minion, Vigar.
First couple of picks are out, at least in this phase. We're going into the Rumble, the Vi, the Mel, and for the other side, we're going to go with Galio, Maokai, and Ezreal with the next couple of bans spooling up right now.
Yeah, so already a lot of potential frontline to come through for the side of Team B. So the Galio into the top lane, and Ezreal in the mid lane. That's an interesting one, especially into Mel. I would not be surprised if we see a very heavy trading going down the mid lane and potentially a bunch of kills as well with a lot of roamings from the junglers.
And 5 mini on Mel is nothing to shake a stick at. I'm really, really worried about that now that I'm thinking about it, because that execute's so powerful between the Q, between the ultimates. And while Ezreal does have phase and a bunch of other things to try to get out of the way and a good amount of range, good amount of poke, I think he's going to run into quite the problem with Mel. Mel is very, very powerful right now.
Yeah, and I feel like we haven't seen too much for. There are some really good ultimates that she can potentially push away as well. Even True Shot Barrage can be reflected. The Nature's Grass coming through from Maokai can also be reflected. Double AD carry with potentially triple tank line. Potentially, because Aeon Crystal could go AP with this Maokai to kind of do damage. Whereas Team A, I think, pretty standard comp. I really like seeing what Team A has put together. It's kind of just generally strong lanes. My only criticism would be I feel like not enough setup for the Rumble, but we've seen this happen a lot where Rumble just pairs with just the Vi for a single target CC. And frankly, considering the composition from Team B, it's really going to be all about Toasty and Sushi, the two marksmen. If they go down, the fight simplifies a lot. And I'm not seeing great ways to peel you off of them, because Vi is just point and click with the ultimate. We've seen them burst them down. Heck, support Vi was a thing for a little bit against specifically Ezreal and Zeri. So, in this sort of situation, I wouldn't be surprised if we start seeing, you just instantly take out a target, trade lives, and then the range that Array has should allow him to play very comfortably into the likes of a Yunara.
Absolutely. And while I've got a couple of minutes, I can actually go into what was specifically the pick order for the champions themselves. Rumble was our first pick. We went from Rumble to Yanara to Maokai, right? So those are the two picks for our right-hand side. And then that went from Vi, I believe the pick goes to Caitlyn, and then to Galio. And then to turn that around, our last couple of picks on the bottom for right side, we're going to be Alistair, Ezreal, and then for left side, we're going to be Morgana, Mel. So Mel and Ezreal were picked somewhere near the end. And the team comp here for Team B, I don't even know what we're looking for. I am worried about damage. If we don't get Alistair with some crazy AP, which is still valuable, it's a weird build for sure, but there's a place for it. The thing I'm worried about is the same thing I'm always worried about when we get Galio. I love Galio. I think Galio is fantastic. I love seeing plays in Galio. I'm glad Galio's in the game. He's absolutely fantastic to watch and everything like that. And he's got a lot of good hands, but what he doesn't have is an insane amount of damage. Maybe the goal is to lock them down. We have, of course, Twisted Advance. We've got Nature's Grasp on Maokai. We've got Alistair to follow it up with plenty of tankiness and, CC and knock them up. And then we've got Galio to pull them down. So if someone gets caught, it's going to be a lot to watch out for. And there's a lot of AoE sort of CC on the other side for Yanara, for Ezreal to follow it up. But there's going to be so much pressure on their shoulders to capitalize this unless they're able to find small individual picks to get their number advantage to grab, say, their objectives or something like that.
And the thing for Team B is, like you said, they've got a lot of CC if they can start the chain. I'm just not necessarily seeing the easy way for them to start the chain. If you are running AP for more damage, who's going to be the trigger? Who's going to pull the trigger? Is it going to be Tub on Alistar? Because even if you are engaging with the Alistar, who are you engaging on? The front line is going to be a Rumble and a Vi. And as long as the Equalizer comes across, that's job done. If you're going on Vi, well, first of all, you need the Yunara, you need the Ezreal to step out, do damage. if you're stepping up into range, you're a potential target for you to just snap engage onto. The critical person you actually need to take out is Array on this Caitlyn, and I just don't see how anybody's going to reach that Caitlyn. Galio's going to just get shot the entire way while he's trying to enter that space. Same thing with the Maokai. There's no easy way in. Team A, on the other hand, like we keep talking about this Vi, it's easy engaged, but the pick potential with Morgana as well. Dark Binding is CC that people joke lasts for an eternity. You're in hell with her there for the rest of your life and all of eternity thereafter. Caitlyn traps just make it that much worse, and Mel has a root too. So a lot of pick potential to come through for Team A. They've got the trigger pool. Only thing they kind of don't have is that tankiness. So if ever Team B somehow finds the engage and actually locks down the carries, Team B should be able to tear through them. But I think a bit of a higher skill execution for both these compositions, a little bit Team A with a little bit more options.
Well, and sort of looking at this too, something I think that's worth pointing out, because I believe this is a Morgana support, which I'm not as big of a fan of, at least with the way the meta's setting. I think Morgana's much stronger as a mid lane because Dark Binding, not only literally binding someone, CCing them forever, just like RMC was talking about, is so important, but it's super great and it's funny when Dark Binding just outright kills you. Where it does CC and then it CCs you into the gray screen, which I think is super great. And Mel is not a bad flex pick. I think both Mel can do ADC and they can do support. It's not as common, but I think I would rather see Mel there in the bot lane. But if what they have here instead, I think what we're going to have to be watching out for is the Solar Snare, the E for Mel. That stun's going to be so important, especially just like you said, if say we're going after Caitlyn, right? The goal is we're hunting down Caitlyn, right? They go forward towards Caitlyn. Caitlyn backs up. She's got her own escape, and that immediately goes into either a black shield or a stun or a dark binding. That's going to be a very dangerous Caitlyn to go in on. And then, like, what are your other options? You can go for Mel, who has a built-in stun and is just kind of waiting for it. And then you've got Rumble with that equalizer that you mentioned. That's so much damage, and Rumble can just be like, I don't want anyone to stand right here in this spot, right? So even if Rumble misses their ultimate, they're able to push people in kind of where the other side works. And there's a lot of zoning here because if the equalizer takes up part of the lane, especially in a neutral objective, you've got so many of those stuns, so many of those snares coming in just to lock people down, and Mel to just do this amazing amount of damage. Plus, we can't forget about the traps, just like you said. There's so many different combinations, and I'm very worried about Team B, but they've proven me wrong time and time again, so maybe we'll do it again here.
Okay, we are on to the Rift now. Made it in. Nothing too crazy, kind of just defensive starts. As I say that, though, Team A actually walking in aggressively. Just going to drop a ward. They want to track where Aeon Crystal is going. And Parak, I want to go back to the point you're talking a little bit about the Morgana mid versus the Morgana support role. Because I kind of preferred the Mel on the bot side too. Not so much because, Mel can't play into the Ezreal, but more just because I think there's more poke control in that bot side. Whereas with the Morgana Caitlyn, well, it's a very old school Caitlyn bot lane where you go Dark Binding into traps, headshot plus Tormented Soil. It does a lot of poke if you can get the combo. It's if you can get the combo. And honestly, at this level, landing the Dark Binding is kind of difficult. And perhaps that's why we're seeing it in the support role. Because in the mid lane, the way Morgana likes to play is she just kind of drops Tormented Soul, pushes the wave, goes for sort of the opportunistic Dark Bindings, especially over walls. I just realized as well, we're seeing lane swaps come through. A lot of, Ariana and Decoy actually swapping their AD carries, leaving Array and Sushi in a 1v1 up top.
Absolutely. Both ADCs heading that direction, which means there's going to be a lot of beef and not an insane amount of damage unless this is an AP Alistar. But right now, he doesn't have anything really to support that. Dark Binding coming in, locking down the Alistar, but Galio, Decoy, going in for a bit of damage. But that's into a Rumble. Rumble's going to be quite the beefcake. And Rumble with Spell Shield's going to be really powerful for Alistar. Tub, able to get a decent knock-up, followed shortly behind the Q, I believe it is, for Galio. So there is some of the early game damage. And what's interesting, I think, here in this bot lane is Morgana is kind of the original Galio. They're an anti-mage, so we're getting anti-mage into anti-mage, which is a weird combination I haven't seen in quite some time.
Yeah, the difference I think being that Galio, his base damage is a lot higher and he's feeling a lot more comfortable. I actually really like this lane swap coming through from Team B. And that I think the idea was they were going to sack sort of a double tank bot lane because they knew that whoever was matching up with Caitlyn was going to be rough. And now with an anti-tank to double mage, Decoy is doing very well for himself. Unfortunately, it did get red by Team A. And Array, I think, is going to be very comfortable in the 1v1 against Sushi. Has a bit of that range advantage. And maybe this is what, we kind of want to see between the AD carries. We know Array has been winning out this block so far, especially in the team fight. Once he gets, that 1-2 item power spike, he's been doing wonderful work with the team. But in that 1v1, we started the day by saying there is a world in which Sushi and Tub pop off, and now it's Sushi's time to prove that he can pop off in this 1v1.
Absolutely, that Dark Binding coming in so clutch, just damage after damage over and over. Galio decoy specifically trying to tune it back up, but the thing is, look at his mana, right? Galio still needs his mana. I think I've heard a lot of people say that as long as Galio has mana, he can find the damage, and so right now they've noticed that Galio's out of mana. This is a good time to play into it, and we're just getting Q after Q from Inui as we're getting a taunt, just barely saving the Alistair, barely saving Tub from getting taken down there, unfortunately. But a lot of nice back and forward here. I see sort of the elements working on both sides, and I think it's very precarious. I think bot lane can be very, very volatile. We haven't had a lot of time to see what's happening in top lane, but it does look like Caitlyn is struggling to CS into the Yanara, which I'm a little surprised by.
I'm actually impressed that like Minui is surviving, and that means Tubbs able to kind of answer back quite a bit, but the potential gank from you gets taunted up. That turret shot hurts.
Absolutely. You just sort of over playing their cards just a little bit. There's still an angle where they can get in, but this is going to be a Gala. You're trying to dive. U13 is going to try to find for it, but it is ultimately going to fall down. The first blood falling to the other side. That's not the worst trade, getting that first little point for your feats of warfare as Tub trying to push. Yes, indeed. He's going to push Decoy directly into where he doesn't want to be as Maokai trying to follow it up. A lot of good knockaround damage, and this is the CC control we're seeing. Alistair knocks them down. Maokai knocks them down and just puts them exactly where they don't want to be for a kill. So I'm starting to see how the cards are meant to be played here.
Yeah, I feel like we've seen this song and dance before in this Combine, correct? Plenty of times where, you know, the one team is just better at rotations. We saw it in game one as well. Team B, I think, moving together a little bit earlier, a little bit faster. Great bot side gank to kind of be able to do that. And yeah, they get that early kill. But now what happens? How do the lane stabilize? Because while Ariana did go down, he did pick up a kill. He's TPing right back to the lane. And I think he's quite comfortable with how this matchup goes, especially if it does go back to that 2v2 format. For now, both supports have rejoined their AD carries, though. And I think Minui got there a little bit sooner. Might have leached some experience. I'm not sure if he leached it from Array or from Feynman.
Absolutely, and Rumble's got to be happy looking for this engagement, although this is deceptive because of how tanky Decoy is, but look at all that damage right now. We've got almost a completely overheated Rumble, which means he's going to be doing so much work there, which we saw there. Complete rotation here for the top, so I kind of feel like the statement Team A, and I guess Team B in response are making that both sides are saying, hey, these Void Grubs are going to be so important for us to grab, so we're going to position everything there in the top lane with these rotations to prepare for that, which is interesting because we've still got 2 minutes on the clock for that objective coming up, while Drake is just sort of left completely untouched, everybody ignoring that, and I feel like that's a tiny bit of mistake because one of the really powerful tools we have on the side of Maokai is those saplings. We're looking for a dive. Decoy trying to find the knockup, but unfortunately we have plenty of people there to absorb the damage as we get a fight there in the top lane. Right now, Sushi popping down an exhaust. They do not have the damage as Minui has to flash over the other side of the wall. Alistair does get pinned down, gets taken down. There's the feats of warfare for the other side. Caitlyn looking for the damage there for Sushi. Sushi does actually manage to pick up Minui. Minui was not safe behind Caitlyn, still getting taken out in a very good back and forward, but that does mean feats of warfare are going to fall to the side of Team A. Caitlyn ult, but finding the damage might be a little bit harder as Maokai is looking for a gank. Once again, he's been absolutely aggressive. Twisted Advance being so powerful, pushing him directly into Sushi, picking up the kill, but that's not the worst case scenario as at 7 minutes, we've got a kill once again, 1 kill per minute.
And unfortunately, Minui lined them up. Array and Minui lined them up, and Sushi was more than happy to knock them down. It's worth noting as well that Aeon Crystal is going to be running the AP build. We see the Faded Ashes already come through, so they are looking for damage. Decoy is going to be the one running tank up in that top side instead. So they will, I think, have enough damage. That should be fine. I'm now a bit worried about their front line because, as you pointed out, Galio is an anti-mage, but he's got to reach Array, and Array is just going to be peppering shots into that front line the entire approach as well. We also do have a pause. Yep, it's just a short pause, and I don't believe it was a connection issue. I think it was a coach pause. It is kind of done and said at this point, and Team B will come back in with the kill advantage, but still dead even in gold and falling behind in objectives.
U13 easily able to pick up that Drake and get their hands on it as we got 30 seconds on the clock for the upcoming Void Grubs, which I think are going to be so important. I think Team A has sort of the advantage to take it, but you cannot count out Maokai. I mentioned how important those saplings are, and when you've got an AP Maokai, that's even more so, right? Those saplings are not only are free wards, but now they're slow and they're damage, so they really prep things up. So if Maokai's able to get there beforehand and just throw saplings all over the place, it's a similar effect to Team O, except they track you, they're his sons, and they explode.
Are they actually offspring of Marvel?
Yes, they're saplings. So Manui gonna get locked down over here by Alistair. Tub trying to buy themselves some time. Alistair looking for the damage. Sorry, Ezreal looking for the damage. Lots of back and forward. Tub have to worry about that. Ezreal getting so close to going down. Just a little bit of HP, just 1 or 2 more shots, but he digs deep as Alistair pushes the Rumble underneath tower. He gets a little bit too close for comfort, and we do get a little bit of trade, but that's gonna be nice. Rumble is down here for this fight, while the other side lost Ezreal, so Void Grubs could still go either way.
I'm sorry, I gotta call it out. Top troll. That hit
just a little bit.
Yeah, that cost Toasty his life. Unfortunately, Toasty was kind of home free, but they wanted the kill, and it ends up answering back, and that's not great for Team B, because as you've seen, what the results of that is that they don't have that mid lane pressure, unfortunately, and with that, Sushi kind of starting up the grubs, I think, was a little bit of a mistake. Like, scrap with Minu all you want, but don't do damage. Now you able to take away 2 of those grubs.
Oh, Tub kind of keeping it going forward.
Want more?
Actually saving the KT as
we
U13
can
goes in, finds the damage. Lots of back and forward right here, but U13's absolutely getting melted. I do not think they wanted this fight, but they got it anyways. Assault and Battery only got his team and himself killed. Unfortunately, they did pick up the majority of the Void Grubs, but it cost them 2 deaths, and now our score sitting at 4-8.
By the end of it, I don't think TMA wanted that fight, but they chose to go in. They already got 2 of the grubs. They got greedy for the 3rd one. You saw the angle on a single target execute, but the team wasn't unfortunately ready. Equalizer wasn't available. You didn't have that early big burst combo. Unfortunately, 5mini not able to join in the action either. I actually think 5mini is one of the big power points for their early game alongside Ariana. So Team A playing a little bit disrespectfully, getting punished for it, and now they're actually in a significant deficit. I feel like this is the first time this series where we've seen a bigger than 1,000 gold differential come in favor of Team B, and I want to see what they can do with this. A gold lead is all good and well. I just don't know if they necessarily have the tools they need to snowball at this point of the game, and maybe it just becomes sort of a stalling gold lead for their marksman to come online later in the game, closer to that 20-minute mark.
Well, and I really like the additional damage here on Maokai, and a lot of times I'm kind of iffy on whether or not I'm happy with junglers getting fed. It's great on someone like Pantheon, you know, it can be great on Zen, but I think it's even stronger on Maokai because of those saplings and setting up these objectives. But the thing is, Team B needs to be there for those objectives. Team B needs to be there beforehand. You don't need to get there as it comes up. You need to get there way beforehand so you can get those saplings, so you can get that advantage. Play into your champions. Sure, you're fed, but that's such a powerful tool that I'm hoping they don't ignore.
Well, Korak, how about 2 minutes ahead? Because Dragon spawning in 1 minute 40 seconds, and Team B is actively stepping up, invading, getting those saplings not just as a deterrence line, but actually using it to potentially steal away this red buff as well.
Absolutely, and that red buff's going to be so important. Nature's Grasp going to looking for the lockdown, but it looks like the shield's able to block majority of it as Manui takes a lot of back and forward, and they do manage it, and that's a heroic entrance no longer on the table. Those are 2 extremely powerful tools that kind of turned into duds. Nature's Grasp and Heroic's entrance no longer being available for this fight, so they may have botched this early objective as we get a TP for top, which means for the most part, Decoy is locked in for the top lane and shouldn't be ready for this upcoming Drake.
Tub just teleporting the short hop into the bot lane as fast as he can. Yeah, correct. I'm not sure. I'm kind of with you. I'm not sure for Team B whether or not it was worth all that resources they put into this. Tub 16, he doesn't have ult. It was not unbreakable. He was very breakable. And unfortunately, him getting picked is actually huge because Team B was on a reset. So their mid lane's also wide open right now.
So that's going to be a bit of a staggered cow, unfortunately, for his side, making kind of one of the classic blunders. He wanted that pink ward, and instead he found death instead. I get the idea of vision, but every time you're warding, one of the primary things as a support that should be in your mind is, if I step up, who is there to help me start this fight? Who is there to help me get out? And in that case for Alistair, it was absolutely no one, because that Dark Binding lasts for 16 centuries, and you were stuck in Teb, immediately coming back, and to take a whole bunch of damage, looking for the stun to try to lock down U13, but that spell shield is so powerful on the side of Morgana as U13 picks up a couple of plants, and still U13's continuing at least a decent showing. Maybe they struggled in this early game, but just being able to escape with the help of Minui, I think adds a lot to their team. But now Maokai's in range with their saplings, trying very hard to use that advantage, use that tool that I explained was going to be so important, putting sapling after sapling down. I think they just need to get the Drake just a little bit out of pit to start this fight. They still need to be careful though.
Yeah, Leandri's picked up as well. The poke is good. Binding does land onto him though, and very squishy with all that AP and none of that damage, reflecting some of that Nature's Grasp like we talked about, and Team A's in the pit.
Stun after stun coming in, dealing a good chunk of damage, but luckily it was on Maokai, who can get it back. A lot of back and forward damage. Toasty find the angle. Maokai goes in, does pick up the steal. He gets taken down for his trouble. And Toasty is desperately wanting one of these kills, but he's only going to find Assault and Battery and Exhaust, locking him down. Tub not there in time to save him as Rumble fights the rest of the team inside their own jungle.
Here's my takeaway from all we've seen so far. Take objective, lose fight. We saw Team A go for those grubs, get the grubs, and overstay their welcome. Team B kind of did the same thing. Aeon Crystal able to get in there, but again, not tank Maokai. That's a one-way trip. He gets the smite. His job is done. But Toasty wanted more, and look, I get it. Toasty with the Ezreal, a lot of skill expression. 5 mini has to flash out. Ooh, barely survives the taunt. But Toasty, he saw the angle and said, okay, I can dodge everything that's coming in. Yes, he could have outplayed 5 mini. Yes, he could have played Minui. But U13 was there, and you can't outplay the Vi ultimate.
Absolutely. Assault and Battery is such a powerful tool. It's a very great engage. There's a reason why we see Vi constantly, and I think it's great for Ezreal. It's just a great answer to so much of the other side, and I think we're seeing some of the holes here in Teams B armor. Some of the things that I was kind of worried about in draft phase seem to be coming true, but the other side we need to watch out here for too is that we have the Mel. That stun on Mel is going to be so important to play into it, and what's been nice though is when we have missed the stuns on Mel, we've had the Dark Binding to sort of pick it up. So there's been a lot of layering of abilities, timing things out, and I've really enjoyed it for Team A, and I think it's bought them a lot of precious time and definitely a couple of these objectives.
Yeah, and if anything, we kind of said Team A wants to get that early lead with what they have. You have the Morgana, Caitlyn. Those are very lane dominant pickups. Rumble is really strong early on as well. And yeah, 5 mini, we've finally got to see him participate in this action. And Mel, I do feel like her late game gets a little bit iffy. Her early game and mid game is really where she's at. So I'm glad to see Team A kind of back on track with this. And what we've seen from Team A this entire block has kind of been winning out 1v1s and 2v2s. Kind of just going for the hands check and being able to go from there. And it feels like this game kind of in a similar place. And that early lead from Team B was really good from them, but they've lost it. Team A are back on track. Team A are just going to keep looking for these advantageous matchups as much as possible and just challenge you to objectives over and over.
Absolutely, and there's so many elements I'm thinking back and forward when we're looking at when we're talking about the taunts, we're talking about Rumble popping down the equalizer, blowing it before an objective, trying to tower dive, but it's not going to happen as Shelly goes down in the background. We do have a bit of a 3-3, but Nature's Grasp is such a powerful tool.
The steal?
Fly goes in, trying to lock him down, looking for a steal. That's great steal after great steal, but it might cost them the life as Sushi does pick up a kill on the Vi. Now Mel to be shut down by the Ezreal, and that's a pretty decent consolation prize as Tub takes a nice little smack on the bum on his way out from the ultimate for Caitlyn, but that was a lot of shenanigans as top laners still continue to duke it out. I don't expect a lot there, but Vi's got to be feeling happy about that. What a great Assault and Battery, what a great ultimate into a steal, and that's the second time we've seen that, and Sushi was able to pick up, at least try to pick up some gold on their end, but Yunara is now sitting at 3-0.
What can we say? Again, get objective, lose fight. Great steal away from you. You using the Black Shoot as well to get in there. And there's not really a lot Team B can do to answer that sort of situation other than just smite better. And because of that, Team A still pretty much dead even. They've got the Herald in pocket as well to be able to look for first brick. It feels like every lane is primed right now. When we see Caitlyn's, a lot of times it's about getting her that early lead, not just in terms of kills, not just in the CS advantage, but getting her to turrets to take them quickly. We are past the 15-minute mark and 14-minute mark, and the turret plating has fallen off. So good for Team B to stop any of the turrets from actually going down prior to that. But again, Array is prime right now. Drop that Herald topside, send Array down bot, send Array into the mid lane. You're going to get a huge influx of gold that will make what looks like an even game right now swing very, very quickly.
And I do like what Team B is doing here, and it's something we saw at LTA semis and grand finals, which was it doesn't matter if you have the Void Grubs if you cannot make it to tower, and they've been doing a very good job of keeping Caitlyn away from plenty of these towers to where it's done a little bit of damage, but they just haven't been able to take them despite there being 17 minutes on the clock. Granted, nobody's taken a tower just quite yet either way. However, we got to worry about Nature's Grasp coming in, trying to lock down the Rumble. Rumble able to dodge it, going forward on Toasty, gonna find the damage. They should pick up the kill as U13 fights the other side. Maokai go in, twisted advance, but it looks like he's only going to find a death instead. The ignite comes down, but it's just not enough damage as Rumble is looking for this final kill, forcing the flash on the other side. That's so many tools no longer in the shed for Maokai, and Toasty getting taken out there.
Yeah, absolutely. Cracked play from Ariana in a 1v2 situation. And I don't think he even saw Aeon Crystal coming. I'm not sure if a ward expired in the meantime, but it looked like he just saw the kill angle on Toasty. And Toasty with this Ezreal mid lane, that was already a really interesting pick that we saw in drop. Not something we see a lot in the current meta by any means. And so when I saw it, I was thinking, okay, into the Morgana, I could kind of see it working. Into the Mel, I think he did fine. But a lot of these fights, it feels like Toasty maybe not super familiar with exactly how much damage he can put out, exactly how much he can get away with, because burning a lot of the escape tools to get aggressive with Ariana backfired. And then the fact that Aeon Crystal to burn Flash and barely escaped, that's just a really rough position for Team B to be in. They're constantly using their playmaking tools, it feels like, defensively.
And now we've got a couple of more Drakes up and coming. It looks like so far they are in the favor of Team A. Team A has been very good about grabbing these objectives as Caitlyn walks forward and face checks the books. Ezreal popping ultimate down, but just not able to keep them alive as they fall to pieces. And that's another 2 kills on the side for Team B. They may have faltered, but they're doing much better as the game goes on. And Decoy has to deal with a very, very strong Mel. Not sure what that rebuttal was about, though.
Okay. Yeah, and for Team B, I feel like that was a very much needed pick on the bot side to kind of keep themselves in the game even. Ariana is going to be able to answer top side. It's worth noting as well, throughout all of this, Herald hasn't been used, so Team A still has a turret breaking tool. It won't take the turret by itself, but it can be great setup. Teleport being pulled from Ariana here. When Minui was already on his way there, perhaps a little bit of setup, Atakan is on the board, it is on that bot side, and I do feel like given what we see in this block, the Atakan gets taken fairly early. Both teams do want to set up for this, and for Team B, this is a good time for it. They're pretty much dead even in gold. They've hit their power spikes, you know, first items come through. They're pretty much even with Team A for the most part, except for in that top side. So, well, it's answered, I guess, by Sushi being a hit as well, and a marksman and 2 items feels a lot stronger than, you know, maybe just a top laner on 2 items, which is still good, but, you know, the marksman's definitely coming online.
So Autocon has been started. This is a lot of back and forward armor shred. I do like this sort of start this bait and take because it doesn't allow Maokai in order a lot of prep time to set up for this, and we're really struggling to get in there. We're getting a TP, so we're finally got the number advantage, but Autocon is a ticking time bomb. It's getting so close to going down, but we've seen steal after steal. Ezreal popping out his ultimate as Decoy goes in the background. Maokai does take the steal. He does take the Autocon. Heroic Instruments coming in, finding the damage. CC after CC, knock up after knock up as Toasty douching it out, dealing a good chunk of damage there on the bottom, as that's another 3 kills for the other side, but Sushi's not going to let it take and going down as the rebuttal comes in. The kill comes in as well, as long as the ace, and that's an Autocon with a whole bunch of snacks.
Team B, long have they waited. Finally, Sushi activated this Yunara that we've seen banned throughout the series, back and forth. is fully online. 7-0 and 4, able to clean that up. And a lot of that's on Team A. They started Otacon, and Team B was happy to stand there, watch, and saying, okay, we'll watch you get shredded. You pointed out, Korek, that the amount of shredding Otacon's doing was huge, and Team A just didn't have enough damage to actually burn through that quickly. They were, I feel like, almost overcautious of Team B at that point. Instead of focusing the damage on the Otacon, they were more focused on trying to zone out Team B, leaving you in a very awkward situation. And while that fight was technically a 5v5, it realistically wasn't. You was already dead before anything could start.
And something I wanted to highlight that I talked about earlier in draft is that, because of the nerfs that happened to Yunara, Alistar's a good pick for that. And it looks like we went full send on that scenario now that I'm thinking about it, because we've got so much CC, we've got so much knock-up where it just doesn't matter if Yunara no longer has those slows, no longer has that movement speed, because the rest of the team cannot move. And that's really reflecting in a 7-0 Yunara.
Yeah, true. And the movement speed that you're, the dash and the little bit of a movement speed she gets to be able to run people down is definitely really being able to pop off in that sort of situation. Tub taking a couple of turret shots. He hasn't had to use the Unbreakable just yet. He's A-okay. And let's not forget Decoy not shown on the map right now. Doesn't quite have the hero's entrance yet, but it is coming off cooldown soon enough.
Absolutely, but I did get really close. I think if that Dark Binding had hit Tub, that would be a dead Cal, or at the very least a bunch of resources blown. So luckily he was able to dodge. Or, you could say the other side that Morgana was able to miss, which is a little surprising because Manui's Qs have been absolutely on point. They've been very, very solid. We have a lot of scary kits to worry about top. Once again, duking out there in the top lane to deal with this. But these objectives are what we're waiting on once again, and they're going to be even more so important. Yunara with Soul is very, very frightening, especially depending on the soul they get. If we get a Cloud Soul or anything like that, that's even something scarier to watch out for.
I'm trying to actually see what soul. It's Ocean Soul. Okay, there we go. So unfortunately, we won't get to see the Yunara extreme chase down, but the regeneration for them is still going to be nice, especially I feel like for Decoy, who has to frontline a lot of this with the Riftmaker as well. Getting the additional bit of sustain to really get that Riftmaker stacking and rolling is going to be key for him. Team B falling back on the Dragon after applying a ton of pressure into the mid lane. I really like that from Team B. Sometimes you do see teams just kind of sit back a bit and just wait for those objectives and just not really apply pressure, just kind of letting the waves ping pong back and forth and just being very passive with it. Team B didn't do that. They just pressured right from the get-go, made sure that we are effectively using our time, and while they did that, it allows them to fall back, and Team A didn't have any wards they could reliably TP to. There was no angle for them to play, no vision they could set up for that, and they'll just have to sit back and let that happen.
And I've got to admit, I was initially skeptical here for the side of Team B. I just didn't see how it was supposed to work out. But as the game goes on, and it's not just because they're fed and it's not just because they're doing well, but I'm seeing the angle they're going for. I'm seeing the theory behind it. Tub just keeps catching Dark Binding after Dark Binding, already going down to about half HP. And this doesn't feel like it, but we're already 25 minutes in. There's 2 Drakes down. Void Grip still on the favorite other side. We already got Shelly deployed, I believe. Yeah, Shelly's already deployed. So at this point, we're looking for the upcoming Drake. Autocon's already down. The upcoming Nasher right there on cue. So those are all going to be really important objectives to watch out for as Sushi actually gets caught in an unfortunate position. Salt and Battery trying to lock them down into the Equalizer, and that's going to be a shutdown on the Yunara, falling to pieces, and they're going to pick up a tower for their troubles, and that's right before the Baron.
Yeah, and that's huge that Sushi went down. There's a 4K gold advantage somewhere in between there, between the two teams for Team B, and a lot of that's on Sushi. Aeon has to flash away for now, but they're looking for the re-engage?
Multiple stuns have been used. We did get the rebuttal, blocking the Nature's Grasp, really just cutting into a lot of the stun potential, turning into a bit of nothing burger. But, even if Team A doesn't grab their hands on Nasher, they're still going to be decently far up because they have a good amount of ults ready to go. Speaking of it, stun after stun, as Saimedi trying to lock them down, but it's just not going to happen. The Dark Shield able to keep them alive just a little bit longer as Decoy comes in right there at the last minute. U13 is going to be sitting directly on top of a ward. Please don't back there. Don't do it.
Jabraj comes across, not quite able to find anybody, but so many low health bars, and Decoy didn't know it was just over the other side of the wall. Team B, though, I think I'm going to be happy with what happened, considering Sushi got picked. They were able to stall out the Baron, and Team A was not able to look at that, even with the numbers advantage. A lot of that coming off Toasty. And earlier, we had some criticisms about Toasty, and some of the ways he was looking to engage, but I guess, he's warmed up now with the Ezreal. That was what he was looking for earlier. The way he could step up and kind of 1v2, 1v3 against all of these skill shots that are coming through.
Heroic entrance coming in, but unfortunately it's not able to find too many. Rebuttal also popped there for Mel, so that's going to be a powerful tool down, but they were able to block some of the Nature's Grasp, so I believe that's what that was. But U13 getting caught inside their jungle. They've really got to be careful. They're so low on HP. Hopefully, Maokai is using this time to put down Sapling after Sapling to add more and more damage, because they can bait or take this Baron if they play their cards right, but this is still going to be a scary team to go into. There's absolutely an insane amount of stuns and CC on both sides.
Sapling's just used to delay the sweep out from Team A right now. Aeon had to be a little bit careful. The team wanted a base, got caught by one of the far side trinkets, so they knew it was safe to be able to pressure. And the Saplings, though, are certainly doing work. You right now tanking up the bulk of them, losing about half his health to that and being run out earlier by Toasty.
Because even though the Black Shield comes in to absorb a good portion of the damage, you know, we've got a lot of the after effects here. We've got the AP Maokai to worry about. They have lost a couple of stacks on Dark Steel. I thought we were going to get a Medjai Soul Stealer, but unfortunately we're not going to get one. Dark Steel's still really good. That's only 350 gold, and the stacks it provide are still very powerful. You know, it's kind of a win-win picking it up unless you really need something to go. We are once again looking for some sort of angle as Maokai tries to set up sapling after sapling, just preparing this Nasher, or at the very least, waiting for an opportunity to dish out a bunch of damage.
Okay, Baron Dance continues for now. He got caught. He's dead.
In, locking down the Caitlyn. We were worried about them finding an angle on the Caitlyn, but we did find it right there as Manui taking a whole bunch of damage there too. Sushi absolutely wrecking them right before our eyes. That's 2 kills. That's the number advantage, and this should be a Baron for the side of Team B.
Oh, correct. We had questions about how Team B was going to look for their engages, and we've seen multiple times that Aeon's engages, it's really tough. Tub and Decoy are getting shredded. But we did not expect the Yunara engage. Sushi just walking up and killing anybody in sight. And that's what you want to see from these sort of players. Players who can swing the game, change the nature of the game, break expectations. And right now, 7, 1, and 6. 4 items completed. The LDR is really making Array and Minui look kind of like caster minions, but Sushi can reach them.
Absolutely. And now we have Nasher to apply plenty of pressure with that buff. The bottom I'm a little worried about. It does seem to be favored on the side of Team A. But once again, once Maokai gets there, he has such great up, and he knows to use his saplings to a great advantage. I really love to see this. I'm a massive fan of Maokai on both the support and the jungle angle. And my biggest complaint is people don't know how to use the saplings. But that's not the same here for Aeon. And they've just used it to get objective after objective and just buy them plenty of time. Speaking of, the Drake falling in the background to the other side, which means we're getting so close to Soul Point.
And we talked about the Ocean Soul prior already. I think Team B is going to be pretty happy with being able to pick that up. And it feels a bit like it'd be a nail in the coffin for Team A. Right now, Team A 5k gold behind. Them looking for a comeback looks a lot like getting a pick, you know, from Minui, from Mini, from you. But if Ocean Soul goes over the way of Team B, those picks are a lot harder to facilitate. And the team fights are going to be an absolute nightmare. So far, Team A has not been able to use you to get that single target lock on Toasty or Sushi for the last 10 minutes. And once they get Ocean Soul, it just gets harder. If you don't immediately kill them, they will still remain relevant and come back later on in the fight.
And I like this sort of slow push that we're doing with the aid of Maokai, because not only are they pushing both objectives, both towers, but they're taking over the entire jungle just slowly over time. So that's going to be more vision down on the other side, and it's just going to turn into an absolute minefield while they can just spend time siege. However, we do have a lot of wave clear between the Caitlyn and the Mel. They're really great at picking that up, and of course between the Rumble. So this is still hard to push into. You know, a lesser team, a different team comp would have already struggled here and maybe lost a tower, but it is still getting very close, especially with those cannon minions.
Yeah, still push in from Team B.
Nature's Grasp coming in. The Spell Shield is going to be able to block a good chunk of it, but unfortunately they stayed a little bit too long as the Morgana, as Manui falls to pieces, leaving U13 over here by themselves. Redemption is down, so that's going to be another powerful tool. No longer in the hands of the other as the inhib falls on the other side. We just need to get their hands on this last little remaining tower. They're in sort of an awkward position, but finally the minions crashing into the remaining T3 in mid lane.
Yeah, just slowly taking that. The inhib soon to follow. Team A can't step up beyond their turrets right now. The saving grace, the range that they have to try and clear this out, but Tub looking for the engage.
Oh, Tub once again setting up. The equalizer is down, but it just doesn't have the damage to push people out. It's doing some work, but we've got to worry about Toasty.
Ooh.
Toasty doing such a, but he's actually going to get executed and destroyed by the Mel and the Caitlyn. Lots of damage back and forward, and somehow Team A is holding on to this game as they focus down the Alistair. The exhaust comes in on Sushi. Sushi does get taken down, leaving only 2 remaining. Mel here in the background, out for blood. They want these executes. They want to stagger them. This would be so great for them to grab as Caitlyn joins this hunt. Mel goes over the other side looking for the stun there. They do get the root down. They just need the execute on Decoy. Redemption coming in, buying them a little more time, but it's going to be stun after shutdown, after execute with the Alistair, with the cow. Actually not be able to make it out. Another shutdown. Absolutely phenomenal for the side of Simini.
A desperate last-ditch defense coming through from TA, and make no mistakes, they won that fight. Huge for them, but their base is in shambles. 1 Nexus turret remaining, and that on low health as well. But for Team A, I love the mentality, just never say die, and they're constantly looking for those angles to come back. By Mini as well, teleporting out halfway through that fight to look for that flank position, knowing that, okay, we're done in the base already. The primary engage is gone. Sushi, most critically, is dead, and that finally unlocks Array to do what he's been trying to do all game with this Caitlyn and actually get that damage out safely.
And it does show that we have some sort of angle here for Team A. They've got a lot in their kit going for them, right? The rebuttal does a lot of work with stopping an extremely powerful ultimate, which is the Nature's Grass. You know, on top of that, the Spell Shield doing a lot of, it's kind of boiling down to position on either side, but this has got to be quite the gold infusion for Mel. They've got to be happy about that, but the question is, what can they do with it? You mentioned there's a lot of pressure. Both inhibs and towers are down, so that's going to be something watching out for this entire time. So it very much is going to be an uphill, especially with the gold. They did tie up a little bit more. We were 5K behind, and now it looks like we're only 2K, which is quite the difference. But we're getting close to in-game builds for everybody.
Yeah, Sushi's full build at this point already. Picked up the Immortal Shield Bow to hopefully do just that, because frankly, besides that last fight where he did overextend and overstay his welcome a little bit, his positioning has been phenomenal at the extra little bit of a lifeline as well, and he should be A-okay. The lifesteal is going to do a ton of work, and Dragon coming up in 30 seconds. That, to me, is sort of what Team B is waiting for to close this one out. Grab the soul, then go for the Baron. Team A, looking like they might just sacrifice the Dragon here. That one's a little bit harder to save, and if you coin flip, it could cost you the game. So it looks like they are happy to set up for the Baron instead, but they have to keep in mind, Supers are still pushing mid, still pushing bot.
That pressure is going to be so important going forward. And once again, Team B understands how powerful they are at taking these objectives and all of the time that those saplings will provide. Drake is up, and so Nasher is going to follow shortly. So does Team A have the damage to nuke this before Team B makes their way over there? Because they're already marching into mid.
I'm going to be honest, I'm not confident they do. Caitlyn, at 4 items, does quite a bit of damage, but her 4-item power spike's not as big as a lot of other AD carries. Half health on that Baron right now. Ariana running distraction.
TP coming in along with an equalizer, trying to buy a little bit of time there for their team. Will it be enough? They are spending 2 resources as Vi actually picks up the Nasher, so that's not going to be the objective that they want for the other side. That should delay the team, but can they make it out with their lives intact? That's a 1-for-1 trade, but it might be a little bit better on the other side as Manui does get caught, taken down. Sushi picking up another kill and leaving Caitlyn sort of here holding the bag. I don't think there's any way for them to escape from this misery. They don't have a TP. There's no crazy plays. They're just gonna get staggered right here, RMC.
Is it enough though? About 20 seconds was what Array managed to buy the team with that chase down. Team B, they got the Ocean Soul, but did lose the Baron. And the infusion of gold from Baron, I think, is actually going to be pretty significant from Team A. So I like the clutch call that they made right there. Just say, okay, even if we lose multiple members, let's get Baron. As long as we don't lose the game off of this, it brings us back into the game a little bit. And we talked about Array, the Caitlyn specifically. The 4-item power spike is, well, 4 items is not exactly the big power spike for her, but as she gets stronger and stronger, the range is a big factor. The fact that normally she does get fire from safety, and the fact that Sushi's already capped out. So Sushi can't get any stronger, but the rest of Team A, or the entirety of Team A, definitely still can.
And a good point, or a good note to point out, is two things are going to be really important into these ongoing fights. For starters, both red buff and blue buff are full team buffs, right? They do a lot more work than people give them credit for, and it is a minor difference that can make a big difference. The Feats of Warfare did fall to the side of Team A, so they have more technically scaling potential, but running into that permanent buff for the Soul is going to be so hard to deal with. There's still a lot of tools, there's still opportunities for them to come back, but the gold lead is still steadily increasing on the other side, despite the fact that we're pretty close to in-game build for just about everyone. It looks like Galio is maybe a little bit more behind, the support's a little more behind than I would expect, but still, we're getting so close.
Yeah, unfortunately, no Zhonya's or Seekers for Minui there. Having the stasis for Morgana makes it so much easier to have your Soul Shackles go off and actually be able to survive the rest of the fight as well. Inhibs also came back up for Team A, and that's the big defense for them right now. With the Baron buff, their waves are pushing out, which makes it a little bit easier. Did they find Sushi?
Equalizer coming down. Sushi already about half HP. Redemption trying to buy them a little bit of time, but look how quickly Sushi has melted. They should have plenty of regen, so the poke should favor the other side because of how powerful that soul is. As it looks like Decoy and U13 are really duking it out. And something I wanted to highlight before we get in some action, never mind, as Trashy goes forward, or sorry, Toasty goes forward trying to find the damage. Manui ended up taking a good chunk of damage, actually to get it taken down, killing the caster and, of course, the other side on that one. There's so much shenanigans and there's so much damage on the side of Sushi. I just cannot believe how quickly even the support got melted right there. Tub going in, finding the knockup. Heroic inserts doing exactly as it says on the 10. Unfortunately, not able to hit too many people as U13 tries to go for Decoy, but Decoy does have the Zhonya's pop. The taunt comes in, buying more time for Toasty to dish out the damage. Sushi is still here, back to almost full HP as only one tower is remaining. That Nexus getting so close. We just need a couple of minions, but will they get there in time?
I feel like we've seen this song and dance before. This was the last time where Team B got them down to one Nexus turret, but wasn't quite able to close out. Equalizer
once again coming in. Look at all that damage as Maokai falls to pieces, leaving the two carries to their own devices. This is a full 4v2 as the exhaust comes down on Toasty, as I think Sushi's the only one to get out. And once again, Team A digs deep. Once again, Team A buys themselves more time in our final game number 3.
Absolute deja vu, correct? Literally same situation. Both AD carries can overstay. No, Sushi's fine. He's dodging. He also has cleanse.
Okay, I thought we were going to get taken. That would have been a very unceremonious death, but he had plenty of time. That cleanse did. No, actually, he didn't have to blow it. So he just kind of had to walk and buy himself just a little bit more time. But something I wanted to note here is U13, we were just a tiny bit worried about them, but they seem to be faring really well into Aeon, surprisingly. And something like a little interaction, a little handshake we've seen multiple times is the steals from each other, from between the two junglers, have been really phenomenal and very well timed on both sides. I think all 3 games have had great steals, at least at one point in them.
And certainly a lot of contests. Like both teams feel like they're pretty comfortable letting their junglers go for that kind of 50-50 while they look to wrap up the rest of the fight around them. And so far it's been yielding pretty good dividends until this third game where everything's been just kind of bouncing back and forth. But for Team B, right now they are struggling to break into that base. And I'm kind of looking at Sushi and Toasty a little bit here. There's no need for them to overextend quite a lot of time, but they are doing so because they're already feeling really good about themselves. I think Toasty has had a massive comeback. We talked about how Toasty struggled in the early game. He's definitely having a lot of impact. And while it was Sushi kind of initiating by just walking forward with aggression, with damage in pocket, he's maxed out, people are catching up, but he's still able to force out the black shields. He's able to force out those rebuttals from 5 Mini, which is now allowing Toasty as well to really get in there and unleash his damage safely. And Toasty has been playing very risky. He's stepping up there, trusting that he's got hands enough to get out. And that's kind of conflict in and of itself a little bit. He's got 6 kills, but he's also got 5 deaths from the way he's playing so aggressively.
Absolutely, and I gotta imagine for the damage chart, Toasty's got to be pretty high up there, maybe even above Yunara as the fight gets started. Morgana getting caught out, unfortunately, for Manui, and that's gonna be the number advantage they need for the other side as Nature's Grass comes in. At least a small little bit of a rebuttal, but not enough to follow it up, and Team A is really gonna struggle going into this. However, there's a lot of damage on the Galio as Caitlyn tries to finish him off with an ultimate. It just doesn't happen, and we are starting the objective there on the other side. Tub once again going in, trying to set up these fights, but only gonna get killed for their trouble. Mel picking up a double kill, and somehow Team A once again is looking for an angle to turn this around. Mel does get taken down, leaving Caitlyn by themselves as Rumble is the only one left here in this jungle to continue the fight. They do pick up one kill, but I think they're going to get destroyed for it, and this is the end of game number 3. That gray screen is daunting. We have a Morgana, but will she be enough to stop it? Not sure if we lost Minion there in it, but either maybe the excitement got to him. Morgana is trying to buy plenty of time here for it, but this is quite the tall order to ask for as these towers go down so quickly in between the Ezreal. Look at that damage that Morgana barely even lasted. The Nexus falling to pieces, and this indeed is the end of game number 3, RMC.
What a good, solid 3 block we've had, correct? For most of my blocks so far, it's been kind of one-sided, but I'm glad Team B was able to punch back at the end. And in what great style. Because we talked about in the beginning of the day, right? The fact that, hey, Toasty is that mid laner who a lot of people are expecting to kind of move back up, or not back up, but to promote to tier 1. Definitely one of the biggest prospects. And Sushi, you were telling me, correct, that Sushi's really good, right? Like, he's that late game monster. He shows up at team fights and is able to clean up. And with the Yunara, he did just that. In fact, if we look at the damage numbers a little bit here, you can see just that the 280 carries, that was all his strategy, right? Double marksman, they're going to carry your games. And they more than doubled. Heck, they tripled the next closest players on their team.
You can never underestimate the damage on Ezreal. I think Ezreal even won some awards in some of the previous tournaments and whatnot. Not necessarily this, but at the T1 level for like most damage, just full stop. So it doesn't surprise me to see it here whatsoever. But one of the biggest things I wanted to note here before you finish your couple of final thoughts, RMC, is Sushi was very happy to play a lot of the previous games just kind of in the background, just buying time, waiting to scale. And their change in this game, in this cast for the second day, is absolutely phenomenal. They've gone full aggressive. We've got Corki, we've got Yunara, we've got Zaya. It's just such a great tone shift that I really enjoy, and it's nice to see them play both of these roles, RMC.
For sure, yeah. I think a lot of the players today did step up huge. My eyes especially drawn to 5mini. I think 5mini had a very good series as a whole, and we got to see how good he actually is. Because again, I feel like a lot of this combine, he's not been able to really strut his stuff, but this block I think is a good expression, a good example of his skill expression. Part of me, and the other one for me are the supports. I think Tub and Minui both. Tub especially this last game with the Alistar. For so much of it, he was just playing like defensively. He was doing his job fine, but it's not like the highlight moment. But on that bot side, right at the end there, finding that over the wall pick, that is huge from Tub to be able to find that. And I think it's a key part of how they managed to finally close out the game after such a long base block that came in from Team A. But Korak, before we sign off, I'd like to ask you, who really caught your eye in this series? Which players really stood up for you?
So definitely Sushi, right? Because I've got a bit of experience with the player. Tub stood out for me in a lot of different ways. I think you hit on pretty much all the notes that I was going to bring up whatsoever. But the biggest one to stick out for me, especially because they were a wild card, I didn't know about them until you really mentioned a couple of their backstories, is U13. You said if I remember correctly, you said U13 is one of these younger players. I don't know if you meant like physically or if you mean like, both where it comes to like their time in the esports scene. But I was extremely impressed with U13. Sure, their KDA doesn't reflect it, but this is not a KDA game. They fared very well into what a lot of people consider as one of the top contenders for the upper echelon in Path2Pro, which is Aeon. Aeon did an insane amount of work, and U13 was going blow for blow with them.
Yeah, for sure. I'm glad to hear that. I mean, yeah, you has not had a ton of tier 2, tier 3, has not had any tier 2 experience and not a ton of tier 3, mostly in collegiate side that I've seen him play there, but he's definitely a name to keep an eye out. So
that's it kind of for this particular block, folks. Thanks for watching along. I know we had a lot of tech difficulties coming through. We've been getting better. This game 3 I think was the smoothest yet, and we've still got another block coming in as well after this. I do believe there's it's going to be a brand new 10 set of different players, I believe, to come through for that as well. So do stick around, and that should probably start in just under half an hour.
Can we bring to fall the giants? 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 強く強く輝いて消えた流れ星ほら命が燃える何かに怯え走り続けたその虚しさのしじまに何を見て何を探してきた自分の声がただ響く幾千万の星の中で惹かれて出会った守り手たちよ回る回る時の輪の中で自分の弱さ強さの先に同じ空
Hey everybody, welcome back to week 2 of Path2Pro. We had an amazing first set just a short while ago, and now we've got a brand new 3-block coming your way. I can only hope that we'll be able to achieve a similar number of thrilling team fights, insane objective steals, hopefully without the tech issues. My name is Crewman44, joined by the terrific Toki for this set. Toki, how you feeling tonight?
I'm feeling pretty good. This is definitely a block that I've actually been really excited to watch. There's a couple matchups here that I really want to talk about, okay? K versus Hoarder in the top lane. I think this is going to be an absolutely monumental top lane matchup. I mean, both are going to be pretty aggressive, as we are just going to be heading into the client draft here. But as we see, I guess I'll introduce the team since we can only see the blue team. But as we see for the blue team, it is going to be K, Shimmer, Zyla, Shogo, and Protoss with Thinkard in the back there as their coach. And over on the red side, we are going to be having Hoarder, Kizno, Adam, Sajed, Cryogen, with Diane Ray as the coach. So I'll let you speak in a moment, Crewman, but I want to finish my point with this top lane because typically, as we see with Hoarder's pick there, it is going to be the Yone in the top lane. This is a very aggressive player, loves to play that lane domination style, and regardless of the matchup, it's going to be just a huge brawl fest. And I think both of these two players have the skill to make this even, have the skill to make it close. And in my opinion, that's what makes the most entertaining matchups.
Yeah, absolutely. That should be really exciting to see what Hoarder is going to be able to get done with the Yone. I imagine that was probably locked in relatively early and then held as a flex, or perhaps the Rise was picked early and held as a flex. We don't know exactly in what order these champions were all locked in, but regardless, the Yone top going to be very, very spicy, going to be very fun to watch, and got some buffs, I believe, on this patch as well, right, Toki? We were just talking a little bit earlier about the new patch that just dropped last night.
Yeah, I haven't had the chance to read the Yone notes yet. I just quickly looked over at the AD carry changer, so I know Yunara got a bit stronger, Kog'Maw got a bit weaker, Ezreal got a bit stronger. Again, just a little bit of scaling. I mean, I can read it right now. No reason why I can't. But
sure.
while I'm looking at that, I think we have to talk about this bot lane on the blue team. Draven Elise with Shogo and Protoss. I mean, I think everyone at this point probably knows Shogo. Very, very aggressive player, very confident player. So having this kill lane is going to be very fitting for Shogo's playstyle. So bot lane might be pretty interesting too, because as I was saying, this was kind of the old FlyQuest Academy roster in the bot lane with Sajed and Cryogen. Now, granted, Cryogen was just a sub, but I know that it was an actual substitute. Like this wasn't where you just have a 6 player because you need one. Cryogen was there to learn under Chime, to kind of be given those reps. So I'm sure Cryogen and Sajed have definitely gotten some playtime together.
Interesting. Perhaps we'll see some Bard coming out later on then. The protege, Protoss the protege, or no, Cryogen, you were saying, was the studying underneath Chime, right?
Yes.
Yeah, we'll have to see. But the other player that I'm really keeping an eye on actually here, Toki B, is Adam. That's somebody who I did see in the previous set that I cast last week here in Path2Pro. It was, I believe, Adam's first time out for the event when I saw him last, and he really impressed me as well. And actually, it was on the Rise where he made this really insane play where there was like a Jhin underneath a tower that was ulting him, and both of them were extremely low, and the Rise used his Realm Warp. I assumed that he was using the Realm Warp to retreat, to get out from the curtain call, but he actually used it aggressively, went underneath the tower to execute the Jhin. It was completely insane. And I was really appreciating his killer instinct in that moment. So I'm hoping to see some more big plays from Adam tonight as well.
Yeah, Adam's definitely been around the scene for a while. I believe has recently changed their name, so it was Ardor before. And in general, from what I remember, was always kind of middle of the pack near the top of the OQ, so kind of in that tier 3 instead. Because here we have kind of a mix of tier 2 players and tier 3, and I will say Adam has definitely improved a lot over the last year or two. Just kind of showcasing that. And it shows the work that they've been putting into this, right? Because a lot of these players, once something clicks in their head, that's when they start going to the next level. That's when they start putting out in team fights. That's when they show what they can do in lane. They start looking through their replays. Just at some point, something clicks in their mind and everything just comes together. And I think Adam might be at that stage right now where everything's finally starting to meld. All the ideas that Adam's had, all the things that he's been wanting to try out, maybe experiment with, now has figured it out. So I'm super excited to see this player as well as Zyla on the opposite side over on Team 1. Or Team A. I always forget what we call these, but for Team A, has also been around the scene. Played with All Miss for a little while. I believe is also a younger player as well. So this is someone who still has room to grow. Someone who's is getting the chances to improve. At this point, has played in the LRN as well for Zeus. So definitely has those big competitive environments. And I think that's where a lot of players that haven't been given opportunities in the past, that's where they really start thriving. So I mean, you can say this about every player here, though, and that just not even in this block, but this entire combine. No, I mean, almost everyone. Well, no, everyone here is just like really good. They're on the up and up, and there's just so much for them to show. So that's why I'm really happy to just be part of this event.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be a great time. Really looking forward to getting into game here and seeing what they're going to be able to show us in this first one. I did take the liberty, Tokibi, of pulling up the actual draft, the third-party draft that the teams did go for. So we could discuss that a little bit if you'd like. Looks like the Wukong did come through on the B1. I was hypothesizing about the Ryze and the Yone flex options earlier. The Ryze did come through on R2, and then the Scion was on B3 for Team A, and the Yone came through on R4. Clearly a response to the Scion. So any thoughts about these lane matchups in particular? We could take a little bit of a closer examination of the draft. Yone picked into the Scion, and then we had the Wei picked into the Ryze.
I mean, one thing that I do find interesting with these drafts right now is actually, never mind the drafts, because we are going to be going into game 1 right now between Team A and Team B. But to kind of give it a quick talk, though, I'm actually a little bit surprised they did let Scion go through overall on Team B. I think right now Scion is probably the single best tank in the game, probably the single best blind pick you can have in the top lane. Yone can definitely punish the Scion, both in the mid game and the late game, but I think in the early parts of the laning phase, Scion actually does quite well. Will be able to at least safely farm. At the very least, won't be under threat of getting killed. Obviously, lethal tempo, very difficult to deal with, especially as a melee champion, but with the natural regen that Scion has, with the Soul Furnace, with the extra healing, the Doran's Shield, etc., 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 I don't expect to see any kills up there unless Kisno comes up. But after level 6, once that Fate Sealed comes up, that's when I really expect Hoarder to start trying to put on the punish on a K.
Yeah, that would definitely make sense to me as well. These compositions overall feels like there's some pretty strong team fighting on both sides, but maybe a little bit of a side lane advantage for Team B later on with both the Yone and the Ryze potentially having some options to split the map. So we'll see how things do progress. Starting out here, we have our junglers both starting on the top side of the map. Looks like the Xin Zhao was spotted out. A nice Raptor Ward did go down there from Team A, so they will have that information. Of course, Raptor Ward did come out from Team B as well. You can see there on the bottom side of the map.
Yeah, now looking over at this bot lane as well, and just kind of looking through the order that these drafts have been picked in. So Kai'Sa was picked R3, Draven was picked Blue 4. So I think that's actually a really good move for Shogo and for Team A in general. Shogo is a very strong Draven player. I believe even on Lolpedia, it's listed as one of his 3 favorite champions, and I've seen Shogo play it many a time in competitive and in solo queue both. And Kai'Sa is a very short-range champion. And something that you can do with Draven and why it's a little bit difficult to play in competitive is you can just outrange him. But
wrap around early from the Xin Zhao. Yeah, Shogo in a lot of trouble here as the engage has already come through. The Draven trying to trade one back, but it's not going to happen as Kisno takes him down. The Elise at least will be able to take down the Rel, but it is going to be a 2-for-1 play. Team B, a very nice early gank from Kisno.
Yeah, a really solid gank. I mean, Protoss still trying to get away, but Kisno going to be given that one as well. And just for anyone confused, DZ Kisno or DZ Kisno if you're Canadian like myself, in the bot lane, that is Sajed. Sajed just doesn't like it when casters have an easy time getting the players, but that is going to be Sajed in the bot lane, and the actual Kisno over in jungle, but struggling.
Cryogen with the crash down, finds the Shattering Strike onto Struggler, but Adam very low on mana, just barely does have enough to finish off that way. And yeah, it's a very good note, Tokibi. He renamed himself to the exact same name as his jungler. Just for maximum confusion, so I will have to be a little bit more careful.
Yeah, good move for Cryogen, though, going towards the mid lane, because, I mean, at that point, they've already killed Shogo. Protoss is going to have a very delayed spawn timer as well, because Protoss tried to survive for so long. So because of that, Cryogen just had a little bit of tempo, could just move to the mid lane, And it's one of those plays as Protoss might be getting caught out
again here. Yeah, the Cocoon does come out, gets the stun onto the Rel, and the Elise will be able to skitter away.
Yeah, but to go back to that point, and Cryogen is one of those players that really knows how to utilize tempo. Whenever there's a bit of a moment to roam, whenever there's a moment to make an aggressive play, Cryogen is always going to be one to try and make something aggressive happen there. But Hexlash, but they're on a ward. This could be a little bit dangerous. They still have a lot of burst damage. Sajid hasn't recalled yet, so the item advantage is actually on Shogo's side here.
Yeah, it seemed like the Team B bot lane was able to identify there that something was afoot, and they did suss out that they were standing on that ward. Were able to sweep it out. And now it seems like that wave is just going to get pushed in towards Team B once again in the bottom lane. See Hoarder going for a little bit of a trade up here on the top side as Keel still waiting to get towards that level 6. Both top laners waiting to get towards that level 6. The Scion just waiting for the wave to come in up there as well. And our first dragon this game looks like an Ocean to start us off, Toki.
Yeah, if they're able to get that early, especially on Team A, I think it will make the Scion's job a lot easier. Because whenever you have that max health or missing health regen, it makes surviving in lane, getting those last hits worth a lot more. And if you have a massive health pool like Scion naturally does, even in the early game, it has that much more impact. I don't think it'll help too much on anyone else on either team, really. Maybe Cryogen a little bit, because again, Shogo and Protoss are going to be putting on the hurt. And just one Cocoon can really take down a good chunk of their HP as Cryogen forced to use the crash down there just to kind of survive a little bit of the poke that Shogo's able to bring out.
Potentially a big fight brewing right now on the bottom side. There's a lot of members kind of congregating in the area, but the minion wave is going to be cleared out by Sajed and Cryogen. And so Team A is going to back away for now. Not even going to go for the dragon or anything like that. We do see that Asila has to go back to the mid lane to catch this wave. Of course, the way. Struggler in-game, Asila IRL. Or not IRL, you know what I mean.
Yeah, but still farming decently. And I mean, the only death was more or less just due to Cryogen's initial roam. And now Adam's able to farm up pretty safely. And this is a champion that is going to scale incredibly well into the side lanes, especially once this Rise just has a couple items. The ROA specifically with the Seraphs. Once that combo is done, Adam's going to be a nightmare to deal with on the side lane. And I think realistically, you could even change these matchups later on, but Kane might be getting dived.
Yeah, there could be a 3v1 situation here for the Scion. Does sidestep the Shadow Chase, tries to flash behind the crash down, but doesn't quite get away from the CC. And the Fate Seal going to be there from Hoarder as well. Finishes off the kill. Very cleanly executed dive for Team B.
Yeah, really well timed. And they're giving the kill over to Hoarder as well. So this is going to make top lane even harder for Keel. And this isn't the worst if you are the Scion, because again, your weak side, you're expecting to go down a couple times, but the farm is still relatively even. The levels are still going to be coming through, and there's still going to be, especially that experience going over to the Scion. And I think that's really the main thing that you care about when you're on those frontline tanks, because when you're the tank, you're always going to be able to get your job done as long as you can soak up HP. You don't need to deal damage. You don't need to have all those utility items. All you need to do is just have those last hits. But they are going to move Adam up to the top lane, and right now it's Cryogen and Hoarder in the bot lane. So I'm wondering if they're going to look to pop Shogo, but Fate Sealed isn't up, and it would definitely be very difficult without it.
Yeah, definitely the case. And it looks like Shogo is going to be going for a little bit of a reset here anyways. See what these lane assignments are going to be looking like going forward, as we do, of course, have the grub spawning now as well. You know, oftentimes we do see those AD carries getting rotated towards the top side of the map for that objective. And we can see Shogo starting to head up towards that top lane now. And the Wukong, I think, may have already started off those grubbies. Of course, we do have Keysno, the real Keysno, on the Jinzhou in the area here. It looks like Team B is not going to be moving in to try to contest that one. Adam is kind of hovering over here on the side, but the Rise going to have to be pretty careful. The Flash Cocoon going to come out from Protoss, and the Rise does manage to flash away, gets himself out to safety. But still, the Elise can be pretty happy with that flash trade. And now the flash forward for the Wave connects the Spiraling Despair, the Realm Warp, to try to escape, and it will be enough to get Adam out to safety. So a trade of ultimates there between the mid laners as well, and we will also have the trade of these early neutrals.
Yeah, I think it's a little bit of an unforced error there coming out from Adam because, like we see there, Hoarder was alone in the bot lane. It was just kind of free hitting onto the tier 1. Kizno realized that the dragon was spawning in the bot lane so they could just trade those objectives. The vision was already set up by Team A. So walking in is so dangerous, but now they're setting up a dive, but Cryogen is here.
Yeah, Cryogen in the right place at the right time, trying to save the mid laner, and the crash down locks up the Elise. And a beautiful play there from the Team B support. Defends the top dive. And Proto's going to be punished.
Yeah, and again, just another really solid roam from Cryogen. Straight out of base. And I think that's one thing Cryogen really likes doing. Just going over into the base. Seeing what lane right now is the most likely to have some kind of dive happen. Because right now in the bot lane, Hoarder's winning out. And at the point of respawn, the wave was really pushed into K. So there's just no play that could happen in the bot lane. In the mid lane, it's Kizno versus Shogo. They had, the name. It's Sajed versus Shogo with Kizno in the area. So because of that, there wasn't really too much threat onto Sajed. So top lane, where we saw Adam got taken down low, but Fate Sealed to the bot lane.
Sealed going to connect onto Keel, sorry, as the Scion very tanky. Is he tanky enough? He's up also the flash forward. The execution barely not enough. The Scion just refuses to go down. Does have the teleport to get back to this lane potentially as well. Hoarder gonna chase him even further back, gonna force him to cancel that recall. Yone being as annoying as possible. Champion who I think is already quite annoying. So respect to maximize the annoyance.
And this is what you want to be doing as the Yone here, because now that lead is starting to matter. That was a massive wave lost by K there. Just forced to completely reset. Gonna be forced to burn the TP here as well. So without those without that teleport that's gonna be up for the next, I believe, the Herald and the Dragon, it's gonna be down for both of those. It's going to make it a little bit harder for K to have that positioning. And Hoarder is winning out on this lane pretty hard, is going to be able to trade even heavier into K now, especially with those plays. Hasn't been able to finish any complete item yet, but once that first item does come through, Hoarder is going to be able to dominate even more in that lane. And so when you have that lane push, you're going to have that tempo, and you're going to be able to translate that into an objective, and K not even going to be able to reply or really punish.
It's going to be Kizno here to defend Adam. And Protoss forced to repel to the other side, and this Elise has nowhere to go. The Shattering Strike going to be there as Cryogen is, of course, here again as well. And look at this, the teleport in for Hoarder. Looking to close the door on Shogo, but the Yone taking a lot of damage in return. Xin Zhao dashing forward finds the knock-up onto Shimmer. Not going to be too much more. In the end, it's going to be that one kill onto the Elise. And never mind, in comes the Killer Instinct, because you do have Sajed looking for a little bit more. They're going to be able to take down Asila. And now the rest of Team A trying to make their way out of this one. And the other members will be able to escape. But Team B, a really nice punish once again on that aggressive attempt that was coming out from Team A.
Yeah, and we're seeing just how much movement this team can do as now Adam
forward, looking for the decimating smash onto Adam. And he does take multiple turret shots, as you say. The whirling death from Shogo going to finish off the kill. And that is a big one, getting that first kill for the Draven.
Yeah, and that's a big shut down there too. I mean, we're seeing the bonus bounty was 300 gold, plus it was the cash out. We did see that Shogo died earlier in the game, but that was at about 2 or 3 minutes.
Oh, that's going to get the flash out from Sajed. As, wow, these teams are really just trying to get rid of my voice as quickly as possible. Guys, there's 3 games. Give me a break, please.
Yeah, but as I was saying, Shogo going to be getting a lot of gold from that play. That was a shutdown kill onto Adam. That was the cash out. And again, like I was saying, Shogo does have a death, but that death was at around 2 or 3 minutes. After that, Shogo was just stacking those League of Draven stacks. And from then on, is just going to get so much gold. Already has the complete item as Adam and K just going to be trading back and forth in the top lane, but there's no way out.
Yeah, the Scion is the one behind enemy lines. Meanwhile, Shogo, the crash down from Cryogen. Once again, the double knock-up from the Yone and the Draven. At least he got his cash out before he got taken down for the second time. But still, that's going to be Team B feeling really great about a 2-for-0.
Yeah, again, it's really just the tempo. Right now, Team B, especially Cryogen, Hoarder, and Kizno, I think these are the 3 players that have really been pushing the tempo onto Team A. They're just making...
Hoarder gonna get knocked up by the Cyclone, the crushing blow there as well, and it's gonna be Shimmer with the shutdown. Wukong's first to the game.
Yeah, unfortunately, we'll be going down there, and Shimmer gonna finally have some gold. And the gold lead is definitely still there for Team B, but that does lower a big chunk of that because that's about 550 gold going over straight into Shimmer and straight into Team A. And this is a champion that's gonna be able to team fight later on. Now, with the dragon spawning, though, that was the use of the Cyclone. So if Team B, they want to push the tempo, if they want to play fast, this could be a timer for them to look towards this Drake. But K left alone in the top lane because Hoarder was in that bot lane and Adam had to go down to cover. It might even just be first hurt of the game going over to Team A. And I don't believe feats have been won over by either team yet. I think we're just going to be looking towards those neutrals now for the final feat. But it definitely makes Team A look a lot stronger right now because now they're only 1k behind.
Yeah, I mean, for the fact that it's 9-3 on the scoreboard, you would expect Team B to be a little bit farther ahead. But absolutely right, the goal difference is pretty minimal at the moment. You see Hoarder and K. It's K?
Okay.
Okay, going at it again in that top side, and the dragon is actually going to be going over to Team B, as you were just kind of suggesting a moment ago. Without the Wukong ultimate, Team A not feeling confident to fight that one. So that is going to be a Team B now, one neutral away from securing those feats of strength. Thinking about moving over towards this Rift Herald, but Team A set up in the banana brush to try to defend.
Yeah, Zyla taking a lot of damage in that trade. Adam just kind of with the fancy footwork on the rise, just not getting hit by anything, but Hex Flash was coming out on the top of the screen. I wasn't sure if Cryogen wanted to play aggressive there. I don't think it would work, because even if Shogo is 1-2-1, it is still a Draven with a Bloodthirster. It's still a Draven that got a cash out as well. So not actually behind at all compared to Sajed. But one thing I do want to mention, though, is they are behind 1.7k, but a big thing to note with that as well is they're a team comp that kind of needed to succeed early. Draven falls off, Kaisa scales up, and same especially with the Elise support. The Rel's going to be able to bring a lot more, but K, just trading with Adam might be in a dangerous spot now.
He's now going to come in here, attempt to kill the Scion, an ambitious goal. And I don't think he's going to succeed just yet. And with the jungler on the bottom side of the map, this is going to be a green light for Team A to look towards that Rift Herald, and they're going to be able to secure it no contest. Team B going to be able to at least trade for that tier 1 in the bot lane. The tower cannot run away. Fate Sealed going to miss onto Struggler. The Crashdown going to get flashed away from. By the way, and he connects the Spiraling Despair onto Cryogen as well. Shimmer is here. He has the Cyclone back available. Might not even need it. Is going to go for it now. Cryogen surely is going to drop. At least Hoarder will be able to get away. Team A, they get the Herald plus a kill in exchange for that bot tier 1. Oh, Kizno now going for an invade. And we'll secure the red buff.
Yeah, this should be a free invade there, especially because Kizno did know that there was the Herald taken over on the top side. And with Shimmer and Asylum both kind of jumping onto Hoarder, it's just a play that's always going to happen like that. But I do got to say, I'm a little bit surprised Kizno did go over to the bot side with Herald up, but Protoss could be in a dangerous spot
trying
here.
to repel back over towards Asila. He's going to have to burn the flash to get back over the wall.
Yeah, nice force of the Summoner spell there, and Protoss is definitely starting to fall a little bit behind here, and Elise is one of those champions that you want to play very aggressively, and you want to play in a way where you get ahead early, as now, again, Adam.
All right, Decimating Smash going to connect onto Adam. The Rise does have Flash and Realm Warp, but they might not even give him a chance. Just gets crushed by the Wukong. That's going to be kill number 3 as Shimmer is really starting to accelerate. That Trinity Force spike is so massive, and he is doing a lot of work with it.
Yeah, just making plays happen left and right. And Shimmer right now has been finding some really good angles, some really good pickoffs, but they haven't been able to transition that into a team-oriented play yet. And I think that's what the real challenge is going to be once those big team fights come through, because again, just due to the nature of the champions that they pick, Elise struggles in those team fights. Rel's always going to be able to have a bigger impact there. Draven should still be good right now, and especially get another.
All right, K is once again a little bit of a difficult spot. Does have the flash, is probably going to try to use it, but does not have the ultimate. It's going to get taken down by Sajed. Fate Sealed not even necessary there for Hoarder to take down that Scion. It's the Kaisa already on 2 items. You talked about it earlier, how the Kaisa is one of those champions that's going to get stronger with more golds. Definitely seeing that as some nice driving from Shimmer. Able to get the Herald into that bot tier 1. That turret is going to get taken down. About 1 minute out here, Toki, on that third dragon. Would be soul point for Team B if they can get it.
Yeah, the Otacon's going to be spawning in about a minute as well. And I believe it is spawning up on that top side. So,
All right, another engage here onto Asila. Does connect the Fear and the Spiraling Despair onto Adam to disengage. And the way we'll be able to walk that one off.
yeah, but what I was going to bring up, though, overall, that death on a K was actually good. Because of that, they had to spend so much time and had to send so many resources up into their top lane jungle there. They lose their mid tier 1. They have to send all players to that area. And then they were able to drive that immediately into the bot tier 1. So overall, I think that was gold up for Team A. With K just kind of buying time in the jungle now. Those kills did go over to Sajed, which is definitely the worst. Hoarder or Sajed are where you definitely want to have the kills on at this moment. But
Unstoppable Onslaught into the mid lane. Sajed sidesteps nicely. The Kaisa going to be able to get away. 5 men strong in the mid lane. Team A, clearly they know. Why are we moving towards the top side, though? They're going to prio the Otacon over Soul Point?
I think typically yes. Because with the way their team comp works, like I said, it's an early game team comp. It's going to fall behind the more the game goes. So you want something that can accelerate the game more. If they get this third dragon, if they get this Infernal Drake, it doesn't really give them anything. And this individual dragon gives nothing for Team B, really. It's going to give them the threat once the next dragon spawns in the next 5 minutes. But if they're able to take this Otacon, this is definitely the bigger objective. This is going to give them a ton of damage. It's going to give them a lot more of that snowball potential because you do get a pedal every single kill you get afterwards as well. Like, obviously it doesn't do too much right away, but it does add up. And it does kind of delay the fall off for this composition. So I actually do think it's an okay trade if you play aggressively on the next dragon. Because I think now they definitely cannot give up the soul. But at the same time, with the way their team comp works, since they already gave up the first 2 dragons, it is risky, but it can work where you purposefully give up that third drake.
Yeah, I suppose that does make sense. Absolutely right. I mean, just a singular Infernal Drake for Team A wouldn't really be too consequential, and I definitely agree as well. You're talking about their composition. Does feel like it's going to get a bit outscaled by what Team B do have. So trying to get that immediate power from the Otacon to hopefully blow the game open in the next 5 minutes, get themselves into a much more favorable position where they really find themselves in a little bit more control to try and counteract it. Because it feels like if that doesn't end up happening, if 5 more minutes go by and they're still even or slightly behind, then Team B are going to be in a great spot to try to just close this one out.
Yeah, and I mean, they're already in a very good spot. And another thing, though, is if they do get this 4th dragon, if they do get the soul, they're going to have Void Seeker upgrade at around the same time.
That's Sajid very far forward, playing on the edge, flashes away from the Wukong engage. Good reaction from the Team B AD carry.
Yeah, a little bit overzealous there on Sajid. Was a bit excited looking for some extra damage, but honestly, that's not a bad thing. And again, it's important to remind ourselves that this is a combine. This is not a competitive game. Winning and losing doesn't necessarily matter as K gets jumped on.
Yeah, I don't know if he really cares all that much. The Unstoppable Onslaught has already been used, and the Yone is actually doing quite a lot of damage here. Is Kizno going to be able to finish off the Scion, dashing forward, going to get the knock up from the 3-Talon Strike. Key trying to get underneath the turret and can't quite get away. The Yone and the Xin Zhao enough to take down the big boy in the top lane.
Yeah, once Hoarder gets the Bork, it makes it so much easier to take on this type. But look at Cryogen's health. Shogo just absolutely decimating there. And Kizno is alone on the left side. Definitely could have been an angle since Hoarder's Fate Sealed is down. But right now, they're just forced to give up this top tier 2, and this is going to be a lot of gold, but teleport from behind.
Yeah, really interesting angle that Asila is looking for here, but he's going to find himself right on top of the rise, and now Kizno, or Sajid, I should say, has no friends in the area, just getting beat down by that Wukong. And looks like Adam did utilize the Realm Warp to get back underneath his own towers. So just going to be that 1 kill onto the Kaisa. Now the mid-tier 2 under siege by Team A. They are looking to get some of that control that we were talking about earlier. That mid-tier 2 is a big prize, 2 minutes out on that potential soul for Team B.
Yeah, and I'm wondering if there was some kind of discrepancy in the calls, because it did look like Team B, they were not on the same page. They were just both want Sajid wanted to be somewhere on the top side. The rest of the team was grouping towards the bot lane. I think some wanted to punish that TP. Some weren't aware of it. I'm not entirely sure what will happen. I mean, unless we ask the players, we probably will never know. But ultimately, that definitely benefits Team A lot. Shimmer especially, 4-0 now. That was a massive shutdown, but Shimmer all alone.
Oh yeah, the Wukong potentially going to be in some trouble here. Does manage to Warrior Trickster over the wall. Order thinking about looking for it, but the root coming out from Asila going to help get the jungler out to safety. And now Shimmer will have time for the reset before the dragon spawns. Could be a game-deciding team fight coming up here, Toki.
Yeah, and crucially, I just noticed Hoarder wasn't able to finish off that top tier 2. And those tier 2 turrets have a lot of gold in them, especially the local gold. So this will put Hoarder just a little bit behind the power spike he normally would have had for this next fight. And this next team fight could decide the game, especially if Team B win it. If Team A win it, they'll still need to win a couple more fights, but if Team B wins this fight, that might be all they need.
Oh, Fate Sealed going to miss onto Asila, but the way still in so much trouble. Did connect the ultimate, but it's not going to matter. Hoarder finding a very nice pick on the side lane. The way doesn't have teleport, not going to be back for the dragon fight. Now Shogo forced to flash away in the mid lane as well. And I think this fight might be over before it even started.
Yeah, and they're just going to go for Baron, and frankly, I don't see why not. Shogo will be able to heal back up, but not having a Xyla for this is going to make things very difficult, and they're just able to burn this entirely. Hoarder going to be TPing up as well. No Fade Sealed, but it might not even be needed. It's just going to be a free Baron going over to Team B.
Oh, yeah, they're looking to get some kills on the exit here potentially as well. It's only K that Hoarder has managed to find, and Shimmer going to be able to clone away from that engage towards the top side of the fight as well. So a clean Baron take from Team B. Really decisive call from their side, getting that pick and just immediately on spawn, realm warping into the Baron pit. But now Shimmer looking for Sajid, Killer Instinct, to get away from the whirling death. And now Shimmer has maybe gone a little bit too deep. The Wukong trying to take somebody down. It's Cheesno now pushing forward, dashing forward, but is going to get shut down by the Wukong. And now Hoarder forced to dash away as well. The unstoppable onslaught from K. Looking to chase down this Yone. He flashes away from the decimating smash, but Shogo has the axe as the knockup. Not going to be enough, and the shutdown does get secured by the Scion. Adam, though, on the side, 1v1's the way. What a chaotic sequence. In the end, it looks like a 2-for-1 the Team A did manage to come out on top of.
Yeah, and I see what CryoGen was looking for in that play, but at that point, Sajid has already used that Killer Instinct to get away, has already taken a lot of damage before Sajid's engage did come through on the back line. And because of that, Sajid was just never really able to approach the fight. All Sajid could really do is throw the occasional Void Seeker, walk up within a Cathian Rain, but couldn't really get any auto attacks off at all. And when you have that on-hit build, I mean, we're seeing Terminus, Rageblade, and the Kraken. When you have those three items, you need to get those auto attacks in, and I think it was correct for Sajid not to walk in and get those auto attacks because of the conditions of the fight, but at the same time, they just lacked the damage. Hoarder wasn't able to join without the Fate Sealed. Sajid wasn't able to join without the Killer Instinct, so because of that, they did take a lot of damage on the return, but Shogo was just kind of able to out-sustain all that damage and just keep throwing those axes in.
Yeah, at least the good news for Team B is Adam on the Rise does still have the Baron buff for about 1 more minute. You can see him right now threatening that tier 2 tower in the top lane. And looks like he did just manage to take it down. So now, at least for the side of Team A, though, they were able to take that dragon just about a minute ago. So they denied the soul for now. Adam not going to be able to take his realm warp, but does proc the phase rush. And so we'll be able to sprint out to safety instead of teleporting. Just as good.
Yeah, I mean, phase rush basically just as fast as teleporting across the map, but one crucial thing we haven't really brought up, though, is with that last fight in the topside jungle, that was the dragon going over to Team A, so they are going to be able to survive a bit longer, but now kind of fighting over nothing right now.
Crash down onto Shimmer. The Wukong does have the Cyclone available once again. Going to find the knock-up on a CryoGen, who just gets pummeled as the Draven rotates over as well. So a clean pick for Team A, but look at in the sides. It's Hoarder unanswered in the bot lane, gets the tier 2, and that is a gold positive trade for Team B.
Definitely gold positive, but it does kind of give the mid lane priority and the overall map priority for Team A right now. Now, they're not really able to get too much out of this, but I would like to see Protoss walk in, get some vision at least in the jungle, but might even already be out of wards because not really seeing too many wards get placed on that exit. So, yeah, it was completely out of wards. I saw in the inventory, but I don't know. It's one of those difficult situations because, yes, they got the kill, but it's only onto the support. If Shimmer was able to find something else afterwards, it would definitely have been worth it for Team A. But because Horde is just unanswered alone in the bot lane, it makes this basically impossible. But I'm surprised they're not sending Asala down there.
Onslaught here in the mid lane. Sajed is going to get CC'd and immediately blown up. Shimmer is now godlike 7-0 on the Wukong that was first picked, remember, and he is really paying the team back for that draft decision.
Yeah, CC'd more like see you later, Sajed, because, I mean, that's just one shot on the 80 carry. There's no way you can survive that unless you flash, and Sajed did decide to hold on to it. Believes that the team can hold on to this tier 3, but if there is a moment for Team A to punish, it is right now. They still have the Cyclone. They have all of these tools that they need for the fight, and I would like to see them try and force something out here, but it looks like Team B is just going to let them walk in, take the inhib. They say, you know what? We'll let you take this. We're just going to fight another day once Sajid is back up, but at the very least, the flash is still available as Protoss may have gone to the wrong side.
Yeah, going to get crashed down on. The Fate sealed as well, and the Spider is going to be squished. So a kill back for Team B. Still 90 seconds out on our next Infernal Dragon. Going to be timed pretty closely with the next Baron spawn as well.
Yeah, but Protoss, you can't be walking in like that. If your whole team's going towards the bot side, even if you want wards on the top side, even if it's good to get wards on the top side, just gotta go with the team over with them. Get the safe vision and make sure you just have one side of the map that is yours. Or at the very least, have those vision lines so that you can see where the team is. Because if they don't go on your lines, then that means they're on the opposite side. But now, over in the top side, Hoarder getting caught a bit.
Yeah, dodges away from the Spiraling Despair, but I don't think that is going to keep the Yone alive. Does manage to get the flash out from Asila, but is going to get taken down in the end by the Wukong. 8-0 now. 3.5 items done for Shimmer. Unbelievably strong right now in this game. But again, look at the side lane. Adam pushing bot uncontested. That turret was already taken, so the Rise not really going to be able to get anything too meaningful here. And, you know, it felt like early... Oh, Sajid potentially in trouble once again. The crash away for Cryogen. Going to be safe for now.
Yeah, and I think it's just all the different picks that they're finding right now on Team A. Some of it was unforced errors coming out from them. Some of them were really good angles, especially from Kate and Shimmer. Just finding out those people that are alone, and they're just going to pull the Baron. Now, Hoarder's going to be up in 15 seconds, does have teleport, but I don't know if they can walk in. Yeah, they're just going to give it away. Looks like they're going to look for the Dragon instead, and might be the right call, but Team A is getting a lot on the map, considering how they should have fallen behind now.
Yeah, absolutely right, Toki. And now they're trying to contest the Dragon as well. K with the Unstoppable Onslaught, but the Jungler can't get it to the Dragon Pit soon enough, and the Infernal Soul will be secured by Team B. But they found Cryogen alone off on the side. The Rel crashes away, manages to survive, and the Elise tries to flash away as well. Looks like Protoss also going to be able to escape. Nobody gone down so far in this fight. Team A grouped up in the mid lane. They have the Baron buff. They could still look to utilize that to try to take down the Nexus, but it feels like if they can't do it with this Baron, then they might just be out of steam in the game. Trying to cancel the recalls right now is K moving into the jungle. At least the Jin Jiao did manage. Yeah, canceling a lot of these recalls, but now Adam has gotten back to the base, but now some members left behind, but Shimmer could be the one in trouble, has to flash back over the wall, and now it's K in the middle of 3, but the rotation down from Protoss as well, and the rest of Team A as they look to help out their top laner. Porter going back in, finds the Fate Sealed onto 1. It's the GA off the Wukong, who has yet to take a single death, and this is going to be his very first one. Adam takes him down, and Team B put a stop to what Team A was looking for.
Yeah, part of me really wants to see what happened exactly in that base, because there was 4 members of Team B that were not able to get their recalls off. They had a Baroned up minions. They had 3 or 4 still pushing down through the mid lane, but maybe they thought with the wave state, they couldn't end the game with such few members when there was enough wave clear on the defense. But at the same time, if they won the fight over on the bot side of the map, then they could just walk in because the waves are already in perfect spots for them. They know they have the situation that is in their favor. They know that Team B was split. But again, if we're looking even right now on the minimap in general, look at the vision that Team B had in their bot side jungle. Makes the fighting a lot easier. Saja just obviously going back and forth in those fights. Hoarder immediately finding Shimmer, making it so the Wukong, who, like you said, that was the first death of the game, but we're still yet to see the first assist coming out from Shimmer. Just 8, 1, and 0 on this Wukong. So if you get this Wukong out, a good chunk of that gold is just completely removed from Team A, and it makes the team fight so much harder. And that's not even counting for the fact that it's Cyclone. Their biggest team fight ability is that Cyclone right now, with the possible exception of Unstoppable Onslaught, but very situationally. It has to find a very solid angle for it to be as impactful. But
Shimmer looking once again, finds the Cyclone onto Cryogen, who tries to crash away, actually gets the CC onto the Wukong as well, but the Rail still might be in some trouble. The Nimbus Strike coming back up for Shimmer, and they are going to be able to take down the Team B support. 5v4 on the map right now for Team A, but the Baron buff, only 10 seconds left on it. It's about to fall off, and they didn't really get anything too meaningful. They didn't even get a single structure with this Baron.
No, and unfortunately, they're just trying to fight. They're trying to find angles, and I think they're trying to turn one pick into 2, turn 2 into 3, and then end the game from there. But a Team B, they are playing somewhat smart. They're playing smart after the initial overextensions. I think that's the best way I could describe it right now. But Cryogen needs to walk out somewhat just to get these wards. I mean, I think this is one of those situations where tempo-wise, even though if we look at these stats, the gold and the dragons are favoring Team B, but the tempo and the momentum's favoring Team A right now. So because of that, they're kind of scared to walk forward. They're scared to make their own aggressive play. Most of Team B's plays that have worked out recently has been outplaying Team A's original move. So they're not the ones that are being proactive. They're the ones that are kind of trying to follow Team A's tempo. They're the ones that are trying to follow their pace. And that's kind of why they're starting to fall behind a little bit right now. Now, we're seeing they all are starting to group together. They are doing the 1-3-1 strategy, which does make sense. Hoarder very strong on the side lane. So is Adam. Rise is going to be able to deal with either of who you bring. But at the same time, I do think in the 3v3 at this point, Shimmer, Shogo, and Protoss might just be stronger than Kizno, Sajed, and Cryogen. Because especially Shimmer right now, the main teamfight tool is there, but Hoarder has a good flank, but no one's nearby.
Isolated on the side right now, going to use the Fate Seal to try to disengage. The Unstoppable Onslaught going to crash into a wall. Okay, a little bit of, ice on the road there, perhaps. Doesn't manage to get around the corner, and so the Yone will be able to escape. Just a trade of ultimates in the end. 90 seconds on the Elder, 90 seconds on the Baron. We are going to the Uber buffs this game, Toki.
And we're already at the 36-minute mark as well. I mean, Adam's almost full build at this point. Sajed will be once he sells the pink ward, which we're going to be seeing right now, just trading it for a tome. Okay, at that point, keep the pink ward, Sajed. You don't need the tome. I don't think that's the I don't think that's the evolution there. If it's the evolution, okay, sure, but it looks like Hoarder went a little bit forward, but Engage not going to be coming through from there.
Severing Bolt's going to land. Unstoppable Onslaught back now for the Scion. Zones the Yone from the rest of his team. That's going to get the flash out from Hoarder. The Cyclone is there. But the Blast Cone gets Shimmer into potentially an awkward spot. But no, the Unbound Soul. Oh my goodness, the Yone survives. And Sajed's damage is enough to assassinate the Wukong. Crescent Guard now going to keep Kizno alive. 5v4 for Team B. Desmending smash over the wall now. It's going to be a trade of junglers. And now Hoarder Fate Seal doesn't get the CC. Cryogen does. It's up to Adam and Sajid to try to carry through the team fight with the Killer Instinct directly into the Scion. Triple kill for the Draven and Team A against the Infernal Soul. Against all odds, they will take this game number 1.
Yeah, and I mean, in that last fight, they find Hoarder. Hoarder was just never able to find a good angle. And then after the initial trade, which I actually think favored Team B, where it was just Shimmer going down for Kizno's GA, it was a good trade for Team B. But after that, Hoarder looking for the Fate Seal, just not able to find it. And then the team just wasn't together. Cryogen wasn't able to start the engage or get the setup. If Hoarder kept that Fate Sealed, and then paired it with Cryogen, I think they could have won that fight, but unfortunately, too little, too late, and Shogo just popped off in the last fight. They're gonna get one more kill, or not even, but they will definitely be able to take game number 1 here.
Yeah, really impressive stuff there from Team A, and I think you nailed it. You know, a couple of minutes before that game ended, you were talking about how like Team B was doing a lot of good work in terms of like looking for these objectives and kind of setting themselves up for success. But as we progressed further into the game, it felt like Team A were doing a much better job of fighting together and looking for those angles together and really punishing, any kind of moment they were able to find where a Team B member was out of position.
Yeah, now, one thing that I could think of, because again, this is still a combine, this is not a competitive game. Just because teams don't win doesn't necessarily mean that they were doing everything to win, if that makes sense. Because one thing I could see that could have been happening for Team B is they were just really working on trying to have that 1-3-1 setup. That's what they were trying to do. They were trying to practice having that aggressive split push happening. And it is one of those things, especially when you're trying to learn it as a competitive player, as a player of this caliber, because you're able to push side lanes very hard, but at the same time, the enemy can punish you so well. But you want to get that little inch extra. You want to get that 1 or 2 extra shots on the turret. So you're trying to push this as far as you can. And unless you have those reps, unless you're able to continuously bring it out, you might not know how far is too far or how much further can I push it if you go a little bit too slow, you know? So that's kind of the benefit of the doubt that I'll be giving Team B there. But to go talk about the other side, because let's face it, Team A won. I want to talk about Team A a little bit here because they played so well, especially in that mid to late game. They were behind early, and again, Protoss on the Elise, Shogo on the Draven. Yes, Draven will still be able to pump out damage once we get to those team fights, but has such a hard time doing it. Catching those axes during the team fight, it's so chaotic, takes so much mechanical skill, and just so much focus that is going to divert any level player away from the rest of the team fight. So the fact that Shogo was still able to dodge out on most of the abilities, was able to flash away from Cryogen and everything, and continue just putting out that damage. Asilo was able to get away from that fight in general, and Shimmer especially. I mean, I think if I had to give an MVP for that game, it probably would be Shimmer. Just finding so many solid angles of engagement, so many strong cyclones, K as well. I mean, I don't know. I guess I'm just kind of rambling on right now, but that was a really solid game because I think that's such a good show of like both mechanical skill and macro knowledge. It was very clear what both teams were thinking. It was very clear what they were trying to do. And granted, Team B wasn't able to get it done in the end, but you see that they are sticking to the game plan, and that shows a lot of trust both in the coaches and the strategy and each other.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Team B, they definitely, as you say, they had a clear idea of what they were trying to accomplish in this game. They clearly were looking to play off side lanes and try to win in that way. But the thing about that strategy is it definitely does get more difficult as the game progresses, right? As those stronger buffs make their way onto the map, that balancing act between the different sides of the map and trying to acknowledge when you have an opportunity to push, when you need to be falling back to defend and not expose yourself to risk, those decisions get way, way more difficult as the game gets later on. So credit to Team B for getting themselves into a good position and sticking with the strategy, exactly like you were just talking about. But Team A as well deserves a lot of credit. I agree also with your nod towards Shimmer is probably the POG for this first game, but Shogo as well. I mean, we were talking earlier on about how the Draven gets much more difficult to play later on into the game, and Shogo did a great job of piloting the champion in those team fights and really getting out as much damage as possible to help the team pick up the win. Any other final thoughts on this first game, Toki?
I mean, my only final thoughts is I'm excited to see game 2 because I know these players can pick a lot of different strategies, a lot of different champions. And I've been waiting for this matchup. I mean, specifically Sajad Cryogen fighting into Shogo. That's a matchup I've been wanting to watch. K versus Hoarder. I mean, and that was an entertaining matchup in the top lane too. I mean, yeah. I mean, I could talk about this for hours, but I think at some point we do need to go to a break and then head to game 2. But I'll talk more once we get back in.
That sounds good. That sounds good. You don't want to miss that, guys, so don't go anywhere. Toki and I will be right back for that second game of this Fearless 3-game set.
Keep moving on. Keep moving on. And they say I have a grim sense of humor.
Alrighty, amateur enjoyers, welcome back. We are about to get underway with our Game 2 draft between teams A and B. Toki B, what picks are you looking out for? Do we expect Team B to draft towards another split push kind of style, or are they going to be changing things up this time around?
Considering it's a combine, it depends on what the coaches would want. So for Team B, it is die and raid. I have a feeling they might try to do just a completely different strategy this time, because it is fearless. So it's a lot harder to have the exact same style. It's a lot harder to have the exact same draft, even like, because again, you had Hoarder on Yone side laning. There aren't too many top laners that do it in the exact same style. I mean, kind of Fiora, but Fiora is definitely not as good a pick. And then if Team A no longer goes with the Sion, they no longer go with the tank. I mean, there's just a lot less options for them to go with, you know? So I would suspect that they're not going to worry too much about specific strategy so much as they're going to decide during the draft. Maybe they'll just think ahead of time whether they want to do a team fight composition, whether they want to do a death ball or siege. Just they'll think in terms of that, but I don't think they're going to go for that exact 1-3-1 setup.
Okay. Yeah, we'll have to see. For the side of Team A, it looks like we are swapping sides for this next game, Toki. So they're going to be moving over to the red side. Relatively standard team fighting composition last time around, with the Elise support being the main wrinkle that was mixed in there. So probably, I imagine some kind of a different look for them as well. Although when it comes to team fight compositions, I do think there are a lot more options in terms of what is still available.
Yeah, definitely. And I think one big change that we'll see, and this is just kind of the meta in general right now, is jungle is kind of what matters in terms of early drafting, in terms of what you're going to end up picking it. Again, just for everyone watching this, just in case, we are just going to be drafting through client. So the draft is already done. So they are just going to be picking their own champion. So if you see a little bit of an order you're not expecting, that's why. They are just going to be picking top, jungle, mid. But I would want to see K maybe on something a little more aggressive. Something that's not the Sion. I mean, there are definitely still some weak side top laners that are available that are still quite strong. I mean, the Ornn definitely comes to mind. Super long range engages. Hoarder, again, doing Hoarder things, just going to lock in the Olaf. And it's going to be the Ambessa for K. Okay, so I like the Ambessa here because K, I think you showed, definitely knows how to play the Sion, definitely knows how to play weak side. So I don't think it's worth showing it again for a combine. And that's literally the only reason why I didn't want to see something like the Ornn. But so Ambessa I think is a good middle ground because still a bruiser, still definitely a little bit tanky. but is more of a fighter than anything else, and especially into the Olaf, going to be very interesting. That is a champion I have not seen in a very long time.
Yeah, I feel like the Olaf has been starting to make maybe a little bit of a comeback. He's been like starting to pop up in jungle a little bit, actually, at the pro level even. So interesting to see Hoarder bring it out here. But I gotta say, I'm really liking the makings of what Team A over here on the red side have put together so far. I mean, Vi Syndra is such an awesome mid-jungle duo, and Vi Ambessa pairs together really strongly as well, setting up for one another with those ultimates. And then the Jhin is going to be able to follow up from long range as well. So I honestly, my initial reaction looking at these compositions, I feel like what Team A have is a little bit more cohesive.
I agree in terms of cohesiveness, but I will always be a Vi hater, especially in the current meta. I mean,
Really?
I know she's not that bad, but I do think it's so one-dimensional, so hard to make it work now. And especially because there is the Bard for Protoss, sorry. I keep thinking StarCraft, but there could be some anti-synergy there. But at the same time, if timed correctly, it could also save Shimmer if he does get pulled a little bit too far. Because we know with those cease and desists, players like to flash over walls, and then instead of the team able to follow up with you, you're just alone in the backline versus 4. And with Talia, with Xayah, with Rakan, Sejuani, I mean, all 4 of those are really good at dealing with the Vi.
True.
So it's
Very
going
true.
to be very difficult to find a good angle for Shimmer. But if we look at this as a pick-off composition, if we look at this as just kill Adam, because Kisno's going to be a difficult target to aim for, but if they look just to kill Adam during those team fights, if they get rid of the Talia early on, they will be lacking a little bit of damage over on Team 2, because it's going to be Hoarder on the Olaf, who I do suspect is mostly still going to be split pushing, not going to be joining the team fights too much, and if Hoarder will be joining the team fights, kind of needs to make it happen quick and fast, because you don't want team fights that are lasting too long as an Olaf, because you're gonna run out of mana. The Undertows cost so much mana to keep channeling them through, and eventually you're just gonna get kited out. Ragnarok's gonna expire, and you're just gonna be going down. So if Shimmer and the rest of Team A are able to find Adam, if they're able to remove the Talia, they're just gonna fall super far behind. But at the same time, if they don't find the angle, and it's a very difficult angle to find, then Team B is definitely going to have a much easier time with this. They should be winning out in the side lanes. I do believe... Okay, I'm not even going to lie. I would suspect Ambessa overall does fine into Olaf, but Olaf will still be able to push her in. But the rest of the squad should be quite strong in those team fights. I mean, you have Xayah, Rakan, you have the Sejuani for the long range engage, and that does mean that they're going to be able to pull the trigger a little bit faster. And it's a snap engage, too. It's a very quick engage that could look for pickoffs. So if Team A is the one that's not starting the fights, it'll be so hard for them.
Yeah, it's interesting. I feel like, there's an argument. I mean, you kind of touched on it a little bit already with, the Olaf pick coming through for K. Where it does feel like Team B kind of drafted a little bit towards, or for Hoarder, sorry, on the Olaf. It feels like they did draft a little bit towards side lane once again here, but at the same time, given what Team A do have on offer, it feels like Team B's composition might be a little bit stronger in those team fights as well. I mean, you were already talking about the Sejuani engage, the Xayah, a great team fighting AD carry. And for the side of Team A, it does feel like they are indexing very heavily into picks this time around.
Yeah, for sure. And then one other thing that I thought was pretty interesting, I'm actually going to take a look at the draft order for this, because I think that in general, Talia is better with the Vi than the Syndra is. Because if it's an engage that isn't super far up, it prevents the counter engage with the Unraveled Earth, first of all. And then with the Seismic Shove, if you're in range for it, it's going to make it so much easier to finish off whoever the Vi picks off. That cease and desist, obviously very powerful ability if it's found on the right target at the right time. But I will say as well, I'll admit I do have a bias. Like, I'm always going to be anti-Vi. I'm always going to make her sound a lot worse than she actually is, statistically speaking, and what she actually is able to show. But Shimmer has found really solid pickoffs in that game 1. On the Wukong especially. And most of those were individual pickoffs. This wasn't big teamfight cyclone, because let's face it, it's a bit easier to do that. You just find a good flank, you hit everyone, looks great. finding those individuals, finding out, because I mean, even Sajid was picked off just a couple times with Shimmer just finding out Sajid just a little bit too far up or a little bit too far behind the team, a little bit split off going for the red buff, and Shimmer would be getting those one hits. So I do think if anyone can pull it off, it definitely would be a player like Shimmer who does look for that style of gameplay. So definitely something to watch out for.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like, you're talking about how the Vi would be a stronger pairing with the Talia. I think Team A had the exact same read as you. It was the Talia that did come through on the B1 for Team B, and then the Syndra and the Vi taken on R1 and R2 for Team A, denying that Vi-Talia combo. So definitely makes a lot of sense the way that draft did end up panning out. But one other thing that's very interesting that I wanted to touch on, Toki, is the fact that you are a Vi hater. I think is great because I am actually a Vi defender. Vi is by far my most played champion. So it makes us a very balanced duo for this particular game.
Yeah, I mean, it's important to balance out the bias on broadcast. Got to make sure no one thinks we're too far ahead towards one side, as a little bit of shading over on the top side. But Olaf, just a champion I haven't seen in so long, especially in top lane. I feel like even when I have seen it recently, it was more in the jungle role back when the clear speed was just absolutely ridiculous. But Olaf definitely has a little bit of issue with mana. The undertow costs so much of it, and once you're doing those extended all-ins where you're just trying to keep refreshing the undertow, keep throwing it out again and again and again, it's so easy to lose track of your mana. It's so easy to lose all of your mana before you're able to finish off the enemy. And at that point, yes, your auto attacks are strong, you have fast attack speed, but it's in the early game, in the mid game, they're not strong enough. You're not going to be able to heal enough from it. And especially into something like the Ambessa, she can definitely just burst you out because you want to be sitting on that low health as Olaf if you really want to be bringing out that damage.
Very true. Taking a look at this level 1 coming out from Team B, we do see Kizno going for the invade onto the enemy red buff. So I believe this was spotted out. We do see that ward from Team A in the bush behind the Baron pit. So I imagine they did spot the Sejuani as she moved in. And as we can see, Shimmer is going for the split map, moving into that blue bot side jungle. This Team B bot lane losing out very heavily in the early trades. Could potentially be susceptible to a dive with Vi on this side of the map.
Yeah, but at the same time, I do think it is a good vertical jungling trade for Team B because Sejuani pairs incredibly well with Olaf. Being able to get those stacks, being able to get those freezes is so easy when you have someone with that kind of attack speed, you know? Especially with one of those melee champions that's going to be able to proc it almost immediately. So because of that, Kay's going to be forced to play a little bit more passive, a little bit more safe. But right now in the mid lane, that's where the play's going to be coming through.
Yeah, Adam in a lot of trouble here. The Ignite coming down already from Protoss. And they are going to be able to get that first blood. But in the top side, it's going to be Kay in a lot of trouble as well as the Frostbite coming out. The Sejuani Olaf synergy is absolutely there. Both summoners expended for Hoarder, but well worth it as he's able to pick up that kill.
Yeah, and that's the danger of letting the Sejuani vertical jungle just in the top side. Because the pairing is so strong, and Olaf very much a snowballing champion. If this Olaf gets too strong, Node's really going to be able to walk and challenge him in a 1v1.
Oh.
I mean, eventually Struggler, but...
Now here comes the Vi in the bot lane, but that's going to be Cryogen able to dash away. And I thought actually that Kizno on that top side was considering a regank onto the Ambessa, who had just teleported back, but not going to be looking towards that just yet. It was Deadly Flourish going to connect onto the Xayah. Sajid very low down there, but should be all right to pick up for this. Oh, it's actually pushing away from the Xayah. That's a pretty awkward spot for that wave.
Yeah, and again, it is going to be the vertical jungling, so they know that Shimmer is in that bot side, and they also know, even more importantly, Kizno is not, as, again, more trading on the top side, but a little bit on the bot side too. Yeah, I don't think they're going to be going all in. I think Cryogen knows better than that. Just going to be trying to get a little bit of pressure removed off of Sajid. Let him get a couple more of those last hits. A really nice feather there to get the little bit of a heal too. But it's important right now for Hoarder to try and reset. And right now, Kay's not letting that happen.
For the fight against Kay. The Olaf so strong in these early skirmishes. And Bessa without the flash tries to dash away. And now Hoarder very low on mana. I don't know if he has enough even for one more undertow, as I guess the Olaf will be able to walk away from that one.
Yeah, very well played by Kay there, because right now, if Hoarder resets on a good wave, the lane is going to be incredibly difficult. But because there is no
Deadly Flourish onto Cryogen, the stun into the wall, and Shogo just able to finish off the Rakan. Now Saja trying to get underneath the tower, doesn't find the room with the blade caller, just barely though. The Xayah is going to be able to escape. But oh, never mind, I spoke too soon. Protoss with a magical journey to the other side of the tower, gonna be able to slap Saja with some meeps. And that is gonna be the feat of warfare secured for Team A.
Yeah, and really solid 2v2 in the bot lane coming out of Shogo and Protoss. And again, this is a Bard with Electrocute. This is a very strong burst champion, especially in the early stages of the game. It's going to be doing so much damage, and we're even seeing that right now on the CS numbers. Sasha might be able to collect a little bit, but the wave's just dying to turret while he's still trying to get back to lane. But 35-22 in favor of Shogo already. And now with a serrated dirt, going to be a lot stronger than that little flimsy slingshot. Could definitely spell disaster, but lane swap coming through instead.
Yeah, pretty early lane swap. Grand entrance barely going to miss there for Cryogen. As K is going to be able to wait for the wave to come in pretty comfortably. Hoarder moving forward, a lot of damage onto Shogo already. And here comes the Talia. Adam with a beautiful ultimate to get towards this top side. They eliminate the Jhin, but now Hoarder pretty low as well. The Q flash beautiful from Shimmer. Look at the power of the Vi, Tokibi. How could you ever think this champion was bad? As the scatter over the wall, Adam gonna get stunned up. Another Vault Breaker from the Vi. The flash away, not gonna get you away from the unleashed power of the Syndra. And Team A up now 5-2.
Yeah, really nice patience from Shimmer, making sure that the Unraveled Earth expires is off before going forward with that flash. And that definitely helped secure that kill. But at the same time, Hoarder was still able to get the kill onto Shogo. And I'm wondering if that was the idea of having that split lane, just trying to shut down Hoarder more so that the snowball doesn't go.
Is Shimmer just dead here? Oh, my stream froze. Did your stream freeze?
Yes, it has. So, I will say, short answer, yes. Long answer, yes. I think Shimmer's probably just going to be gone here. Maybe we'll be able to get a Vault Breaker over the wall, because we do see a Xyla starting to roam over, has the first move. But at the same time, if Shimmer's able to buy enough time, it also means that Kisno's going to be there. But yeah, Shimmer's just going to go down.
It was, in fact, the short yes in this case. Struggler does have to flash to get to the other side of the Sejuani. And meanwhile, the Ambessa going to get engaged on a little bit towards this bottom side as Cryogen and Sajed looking to get that wave shoved in. Some mismatched lanes at the moment. But honestly, I feel like this is kind of nice for the Xayah and the Rakan. They were definitely losing out in that 2v2. Kind of surprised to see the Team A would opt in for the lane swap, but maybe the idea is they're just trying to keep this Olaf down. If that's the idea, though, they're not really succeeding. A Hoarder just able to get that kill onto the Vi. Still in a great spot.
Honestly, I think it is still working for them overall because we saw the CSC that was starting to form on the top side. Now, K's actually up ahead over Hoarder. And Hoarder is strong, has a lot of gold, but isn't really able to get ahead on it. And as Olaf going even, getting safe CS, that's not what you want. You want to get ahead, you want to get this push going. Now, like you said, though, this definitely does benefit Sajed and Cryogen, because now they're going to have safe time farming.
Going to connect onto the Olaf, who doesn't have ultimate. The cease and desist is there, but the healing, the lifesteal from the Olaf, eventually they do manage to take him down, but it's going to be a trade for the Vi. Surely, there is the Winter's Wrath going to come out from Kisno, finishes off the enemy jungler, makes that a 1-for-1 trade.
Yeah, just trying to buy a little bit of time because they had so many players there. They were channeling their recalls for so long. K just has a free time in the bot lane now. Just able to get a couple plays. Going to deny a lot of minions coming in from, I guess, now Hoarder, who's trying to get back into the lane. And you said Hoarder was not being shut down. I'm seeing a 14 CS deficit compared to K now. So this is going to mean that K can actually start fighting in the lane a little bit. Still definitely going to be behind because, again, Hoarder does have 3 kills and an assist to his name at the same time. But it's going to make the lane a lot more bearable. It's going to make it a lot more survivable. And in fact, they're just going to dodge it all together because the Grubs do go the way of Team B, which definitely going to be a huge benefit to them. If Hoarder's given any free time on a turret at all, it's going to be going down very fast. But over in the bot lane, it's going to be Shogo and Protoss. They're just going to be matching Hoarder again, just doing whatever they can to make sure that this Olaf does not get the 1v1. And we're seeing here immediately, we're going to start channeling back the other way. But K this time broke.
Oh, a nice scatter. Going to connect onto Adam. The Talia in a lot of trouble here. The Unleashed Power comes out, and the Ignite is there. And Protoss going to be able to take the last hit. 2-0 now on the Bard.
Yeah, I think right now they're just playing musical lanes. I mean, we saw Hoarder did a reset, and meanwhile on the top side, Sajed and Cryogen tried to get the reset, but they just weren't able to do it because, again, K was just trying to be a nuisance, but Asylum.
Hoarder moving over. The Tempered Fate going to interrupt the Sejuani's aggression, but the Olaf is immune to fate. He makes his own destiny, and that is going to be to take down the Syndra. Meanwhile, Kay getting a little bit feisty up here in the top lane as well. Going for the public execution, but is then going to immediately have to disengage. Can't fully commit to that one. Flash in for Protoss. Finds the stun into the wall for onto Hoarder, who doesn't have the ultimate anymore. But Sejuani, here to defend, try to get that top laner out to safety. He's going down so low, and Shimmer is there to finish off the Olaf. And now Kizno, potentially in a tough spot, has the Blast Cone with Curtain Call shots connecting over the wall. Another Vault Breaker being considered, but the rotation down from the bot lane is going to get the Sejuani out to safety. Just one kill back there for Team A. Never mind, the fight continues. He's in desist onto the Xayah. Featherstorm is going to come out now. The Blade Caller pretty decent onto the Vi, who does have to flash away. Looks like, oh, the stun into the wall, but nobody able to follow up on that one. And everybody going to be able to walk away.
Oh, Cryogen steals the Scuttle Crab. But okay, so I see what Shimmer was going for, and I'm wondering if Shimmer thought that the public execution was still up for K. Because if that public execution was up, that is the perfect engage. They definitely find 1, maybe 2 kills there, no questions asked, and they should be able to even push that in later as K takes a few turret shots. Definitely going to be a little bit scary, but luckily Hoarder does not have the ghost, otherwise this might be a kill anyway.
Yeah, it very well might be as the slows coming out from the Undertow, and Hoarder just walks him down, made that one look pretty easy.
Yeah, just a little bit of an unforced error there. I think took 2, maybe even 3 turret shots.
Oh, scatter
just for
ultimate.
a little bit of extra damage.
Flash away, Adam going to be all right.
Yeah, but that's still going to be the flash force away from Adam. 0-3-1, definitely still looking to get that footing in this game. And game number 1 did start off 3-0, though I do believe a big part of that was due to Cryogen and Kizno's ganks. Early on, it got the rise ahead, and after that, he was definitely able to use the lead, but this time around, Adam was kind of the receiver of the ganks coming out from Protoss and Shimmer. So just kind of shows how strong support rotations really are in this game that we love, League of Legends. But overall, just looking at the overall state of the game now, about 2K gold lead coming in from Team A. And funnily enough, the only one with a bounty now is going to be the support Protoss. With the Mikhails first too, which I do find pretty interesting. And the more I look at the enemy team comp on the side of Team B, they don't have a lot of hard CC. And their only real long-range engage, besides Cryogen coming in with the quickness as... Ooh,
Adam looking for the Weaver's Wall onto Asila, who does have to flash away from the seismic shove. So a good attempt there from Adam. Gets out the Summoner. Now playing the mid lane, cease and desist onto Sajed, who does not have the ultimate quite yet. He's a few seconds away from getting that Featherstorm back, and the shots coming out from the Jhin. Yeah, the movement might be enough to keep Sajed alive. The 4th shot, is it going to land? The slaps from the mates, the ignite from the Bard. It's going to be Protoss in the end who gets the job done. Nice attempt from Sajed to try to stay alive, but in the end, not quite enough. Now Protoss moving into the river. Grand Entrance not going to land. The Magical Journey going to get the Bard back into the mid lane.
So I know a lot of players have heard the idea that holding on to an ability can be just as impactful as using it. And I think right there, that was the single best showing of that we could have ever seen. Because Shogo just holding on to those shots, and it effectively stun locks Sajed. Sajed can only walk left and right. Because as soon as Sajed tries to go around the turret, that's a free shot for Shogo. Because there's no time to delay. There's nowhere to go left or right to dodge out. And because of that, just holds on to that 4th shot, waits for Protoss to walk in. Once the Ignite's on, then looks for the kill, but top side.
Right, that's 2 turret shots. Oh no! The Ambassador goes back in with the public execution, and that was actually almost the turnaround for Hoarder, but a little bit overeager, taking 2 turret shots, opens up the window for K to find the punish. Now less than a minute on the next dragon spawn. We see both teams starting to jockey for position here in the river. Keys now moving in. They're able to clear out that line brush for the side of Team B. See if Team A are going to be able to force their way back in. It's Asila with the Cryo from the bot lane rotating over. Cryogen dashes away from the scatter. Deadly Flourish also going to miss.
Yeah, but it's going to be... just fighting over for the river. But no big damage has come out as CryoGen.
Glacial Prison comes out onto Shogo. Doesn't quite land, though. The Jin able to walk it back out underneath the tower. Now the Deadly Flourish connecting onto the Sejuani. A lot of damage onto Keys, no. And that Sejuani ultimate being down is really big. And now Bai moving over. The Tempered Fate gonna find the lockdown onto Sajed. Stun into the wall as well. The Featherstorm may have to be used here. Holding onto it for now. It's the Cease and Desist onto the Rakan instead. Quickness coming out in response, though. A lot of return damage onto Shimmer. Protoss journeyed potentially into his own demise with the Ball Breaker back off the wall from Shimmer. Finds the lockdown, and the Featherstorm is too late. The fourth shot had already landed. And now another Q from the Vi. Double kill for the Team A jungler. A decisive teamfight win in the mid lane.
Not gonna lie, when Shimmer went in, I thought that was going to be the end of Shimmer and Protoss, because they didn't have too many ultimates left. They kind of already used everything just in those earlier engagements, whereas the side of Team B had a lot of their ultimates still available. But Curtain Call and the damage that Shimmer and Protoss were able to deal, more than enough to secure that teamfight victory. And with that, they're just going to walk it in, take the dragon over in the bot lane, and that's going to be the second dragon of the game for them. So it could be a potentially later soul this time if they are able to get the next two dragons. Would be around the 25-26 minute mark. But they're definitely building on their lead. I mean, 5k gold lead right now. They are allowed to do those slightly overextended plays, just making use of the fact that they have the stats right now.
And this Team A composition is so scary when they're playing from ahead. They have so much explosive engage, so much burst damage. Feels like it's going to be really tough for Team B to try to find their way back into this one. You see Sasha taking so much damage. They're trying to set up the play onto Shogo, but he sidesteps away from the shove. And now Adam just doesn't have the damage to finish off this Jin. Shogo going to be able to walk away. The Vi still kind of far, though, but the teleport coming in from K. And Adam has no way out. Just going to get destroyed by the Ambessa. You can see it. You can feel the desperation, I think, starting to set in for Team B, looking for these plays. Just not able to find it again. Public execution. That's going to be the flash out from Sajed.
Yeah, and I see the angles they're looking
Now
for, but now Border.
That's going to flash away from Shogo. Now K, potentially in a difficult spot, but the Ambessa still holding on to the flash as well, but the Glacial Prison is going to connect. And I think K might... Oh, that's a really nice Bard ultimate onto 2, creating the space for the top laner to dash out of that situation. The Scatter, max range Scatter going to connect onto Hoarder. Now the Olaf flashing away, trying to stay alive. Curtains opened up the Cease and Desist onto the top laner. Has Shimmer gone too far this time? Yes, he has. Shut down over to Sajed, but it's going to be a kill onto the Sejuani as well. And the magical journey forward from Protoss. They run down Cryogen, and once again, it's going to be Team A coming out on top.
Yeah, I mean, hard carry Protoss getting all of these kills right now. 5-0-10 on the Bard. And yes, Shimmer may have gone just a little bit too far, but it prevented the rest of Team B from backing away. The Cease and Desist was somewhat cleansed by the Ragnarok, so it would never really got the knockup, but it forced Hoarder to turn around, because Hoarder dies if Hoarder doesn't fight. But if Hoarder fights, Hoarder dies, because Shogo and Protoss are going to be able to follow up. So it's kind of one of those situations. It may as well fight, may as well get the 1 kill back for your team, but that was still a massive team fight going in from Team A, and again, they get an objective after it as well, because with that extra HP, with that extra tempo that they had, they were just able to take that mid-tier 1. Is now Adam in bad spot.
Yeah, at least he does have Kizno here to try to defend. Okay, gonna get bumped back by the Sejuani. The CC is there, but the Ambessa dashing back in, but it's over the Unravel, flashing to the other side, and it's gonna be a trade of flashes. Adam forced to burn the Summoner as well. Meanwhile, the Unleashed Power in the top side. Hoarder sidesteps the Cosmic Binding, gets a little bit of a shield, survives the Meep Slap, the Scatter from Asila, finishes him off. Another kill for Team A. It's a 1-for-1 across the map, though, as the Ambessa does also go down.
Yeah, but the top side is the one that had the objective, so Rift Herald going to be going over to Team B now. At the very least, the fact they were able to take down Kane in the bot lane, that was a good amount of gold going over to Adam. I believe that was a small shutdown as well, and they're going to get the objective bounty in the bot lane. So something going the way of Team B finally, and they are struggling a little bit here right now. 6k gold lead for Team A here, and this is a massive lead to have at 18.5 minutes. Now, I believe next dragon going to be spawning in about 1:40, so there is going to be a little bit of time if any of these teams want to finish their items, but yeah, just forced to TP away, as otherwise Azila would definitely be looking for that extra pickoff. But really rough coming in from Team B right now, especially. They're just forced to use all of their summoners on each of these fights. Even when they do trade, it's rarely where they trade up. It's more if they just push the game a little bit further so that the lead matters less. That's kind of the only way they're getting back into this game right now.
Yeah, really tough spot for Team B right now for sure. You can see the item completions. It's 2 items done for both carries on the side of Team A, as well as that Vi. Got the Sterex completed. Sterex second is pretty interesting. But for the side of Team B, you know, their carries still sitting on 1 in pieces. And those first items as well are not the strongest first items either. I mean, they really are, feels like kind of trying to play for late at this point. At least they do have the Zaya scaling. Talia not a slouch either. Cryogen gonna get locked up by the Deadly Flourish. Goes for the Spellbook Cleanse though. Able to get away. Porter potentially gonna be in trouble as Protoss Magical Journey over. Season Desist is immune by the Ragnarok. Now the knock up onto the Bard. Tempered Fate coming out onto himself to keep the Bard alive for now. Okay, dashing forward, dashing back out. Ambessa has a lot of dashes, so she can kind of just use them whenever. Herald summoned up in the top side.
Yeah, and I think they're just going to be using this Herald to get this pressure. We typically see this done on Dragon plays, but they're going to be using it with the Otacon here instead. Already down to half HP, but this could be dangerous.
There for Team B. It's going to be Protoss potentially engaged on a beautiful scatter over the wall from Asila. Keeps the support alive, and now the turn off of the objective. They find Cryogen, take down the Rakan, and now K straight into the backline, gets on top of the Zaya, and Kizno had no ult, just gets completely destroyed. Now, or Sajid rather, Kizno also going to be destroyed. I was just predicting the future a little bit there, Toki.
Yeah, but that is going to be the 3-0 for Team A, and they're still going to be able to get this Otacon unless Hoarder and Adam can pull something out that they shouldn't be able to, even if they do.
Yeah, the Otacon is going to get smote away by Shimmer. A desperation engage, but Adam just going to get obliterated by the Syndra. And Porter not able to get anything done as well. Yeah, at least they did. That's true. They did get one thing done. They finished off K.
But I will say, you're talking about the item for Shimmer, right? So the whole reason you go is because you have enough damage. When you're this far up, you're going to be able to burst them down. So you just want the extra safety. So by having that extra shield, by being able to be that frontliner for the team, because right now they don't really have too many frontliners. It's just K and Shimmer, and they're both bruisers. They're not true tanks or anything like that. They don't have someone like the side.
Trying to run down this Rakan right now. Cryogen is gonna have a friend soon, but Kizno not able to get over in time to be dashed to by the Rakan. So a nice pickup from Shimmer. Really smart being able to identify that Rakan did not have any help in the area in that moment. Now 5v4 on the map with the Dragon alive. Should be yet another objective over to Team A. Meanwhile, Ragnarok flash forward for Hoarder, looking to chase down Asila. Does get the shutdown, but now forced to back away as Team A moving in to reinforce. Public Execution not going to land. That is just a nice pick. Found by Hoarder. K wanting to get a little bit of revenge, dashing underneath the turret. The tier 2 at the very least is going to be taken. Talia is splitting towards the top side. Ambessa now going to get stunned up by the Sejuani E. Glacial Prison going to come out as well. It's 4v4 here in the bot lane, but it looks like now Team A will decide to retreat back towards the Dragon.
Yeah, but that is going to be another objective bounty secured in the top side. They will be able to prevent at least a tier 3 from going down. But they still lose the tier 2, even after the pick. They are more than strong enough on Team A to just kind of brute force it in. And they're going to be able to get the Dragon. Now, this is the third Drake of the game, and kind of like last time, the third Dragon is only important because of the pressure that it gives for the fourth. But taking this tier 2 turret in the top side, especially with the objective bounty, I believe that's 1,200 gold of value going straight towards Team B. So if we look at just that individual trade, definitely better for Team B. The fact that Adam was able to stay in that lane, the fact that they were able to keep K and company, the rest of Team A, in that bot side, not able to answer in the top, it made it so much more important. It made a much bigger impact for Team B. That all completely shifts if Team A is able to secure that soul. So they are on a timer right now for Team B. They need to get whatever items they can get. I mean, Sajid still sitting only on that Yuntao Wild Arrow. Shogo's getting close to the third item. So at the very least, you want your side to have 2 items, because with this next soul, you kind of definitely want to be fighting it At the very least, it is Ocean Drake, so it's not the most impactful soul, but any soul is always going to be very powerful.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be tough for Team B to really find the fights they're looking for if that Ocean Soul does end up going over. But I do think that they got about as much as they could in that last sequence. I think it was probably a smart call from Adam to commit to the side lane and top side, get those 2 towers, a lot of gold onto the Talia. You can see now he does have that death cap done as well as the Seekers, so a lot of playmaking potential now for Adam in this next big team fight. We got the Baron actually coming up, though, before the potential Dragon Soul. We'll see if Team A, with the lead that they have, are going to be confident enough to try and set up around the Nash.
Yeah, definitely looking for it as a Zyla will dodge away the seismic shove, but Adam's in no man's land.
Yeah, I guess maybe Adam was anticipating a lot more of those Team A members to be around the top side for the potential Baron setup. Just way overextended in that bot lane is going to be punished.
Well, I think it's one of those situations where you do have to take those risks. And the last time Adam took those risks, he got the tier 1 in the bot lane, got the tier 2 in the top lane. So this time around does die, but overall definitely comes out ahead there in the trades. But these next team fights definitely going to be coming through
Cryogen. Cryogen finding himself in the wrong place at the wrong time. Doesn't manage to dash back over the wall, though. Joins back up with his AD carry. Now K dash around on this top side. Hoarder still holding on to the Ragnarok. The cease and desist does come out onto the Sejuani. They're trying to burst down Kizno, and oh my goodness, that burst damage is absolutely nasty. Hoarder and Kizno both going to get destroyed, and that should be a free Baron now going over to Team A.
Yeah, and I mean, they could probably still continue looking for
more.
more.
Deadly Flourish. That's going to be the kill onto the Rakan as well. Yeah, looking for more, they do, and they absolutely find it. Gold lead now going to extend even further.
I have no way to confirm this, but we saw Protoss flashing forwards as Shogo landed that shot, and immediately there was a question mark ping on the map. I have no doubt that that was Shogo, but I mean, it's still a good play. They were still able to get that kill, and realistically, from the side of Protoss, making sure that Cryogen goes down, making sure that, like, Shogo doesn't necessarily hit that, right? Let's be honest there. But they will be able to secure that kill anyway, because if Shogo does miss, Protoss will be able to follow up, and that's a kill regardless. But they got the Baron, they got the team fight, they got the extra pick afterwards. It's going to be slightly desynced respawn timers, and killing the support before another objective. Granted, this time around, there's still a minute and a half before the dragon spawns. It does mean that it's harder to get vision up. So instead, Cryogen just hasn't had really the time to go into that bot side jungle, get some wards up. So they're going to be pretty blind on Team B. And that's why it's worth killing the support when they're overextending. A lot of people talk about that supports, especially when they're 0.5, 0.6, etc. They're just not worth a lot of gold. The gold is not their worth. The worth is the vision that they can place on the map, because especially with the way League of Legends works now, most people are going to have the blue trinkets, the sweepers. There's going to be very few actual physical wards on the map. So if you get the support, they're going to be blind, and your team fights are going to be a lot easier.
You see Team A putting on a lot of pressure right now, playing off 2 lanes with the Baron buff. They've got Asila and K split off towards the side. Shove going to land onto the Ambessa. Really nice public execution to get the CC immunity. Able to dash away. That ultimate on cooldown, though, could end up being big. The wave's starting to come in. Team A keeping up the pressure. Baron still on for a little over a minute. Mid inhibitor tower going to be the first one under fire. They've got it down to about half as Team B move over to defend. Grand entrance going to be dashed away from. And they're withstanding for now. The Weaver's wall cuts off Asila. Syndra forced to flash to the other side of that one. Now Shimmer potentially in trouble. Vi going to get chunked down to about half HP, but there's a nice scatter onto Kizno. The Unleashed Power going to come out from the Syndra, level 17 with the Death Cap. Just blows away the Sejuani. Just as the Dragon is spawning as well, Toki. They may not be able to end the game with this Baron, but they're definitely going to be able to get themselves that Ocean Soul. Seismic Shove sidestepped, as they may actually be looking for the game end after all. Grand entrance, though, going to find the knock-up onto the Bard. Proto's going to get shut down. Curtain Call opening up off on the side. Shogo trying to find the shots. The mid inhibitor going to get taken down. Another wave coming in bot. Last wave, I believe, of the Baron buff. Looks like they're going to be able to expose this second inhibitor. as Team B already used a lot of tools trying to defend the Deadly Flourish, connecting onto the Rakan, and a beautiful Zhonya's to get away from that seismic shove. Shimmer going in. There's a public execution back off cooldown, and Team A with the gold lead, with the barrier, just gonna run him over. It's gonna be a sub 30-minute victory here in game number 2. Hoarder flashes back towards the fountain, but they dash right on top of him. Does manage to take K with him. The Olaf at least is going to find himself in Valhalla, but the Nexus is going to be destroyed.
Yeah, and this was just a very slow, methodical game coming out from Team A as they are looking to pad their stats. Shogo gonna finish off the ace there, and they'll finish off the Nexus as well eventually. Last time they did wait it out a little. But in general, Team A, I think they just played slow, methodical. They played smart. The one part of the game where it started looking a little bit scary for them was when Hoarder started getting ahead. Those first few ganks from Kisno gave Hoarder a lot of gold, gave Hoarder a lot of tempo to start the game out with. And Team A, they made the right call. They're like, yes, we're winning out on the bot lane right now, but ultimately, if Hoarder snowballs harder, Hoarder will be able to solo carry the game. Olaf, unchecked, will run through teams 1v5. Doesn't even matter. But because that's not what they did the lane swap. They put Shogo and Protoss into Hoarder, and then Shimmer also helped there. Hoarder still got a couple kills, was basically zoned away from all CS, fell behind in levels, was getting a little bit of money injection, but K was getting more on the opposite side. And yes, Sajad and Cryogen were able to get gold for themselves, especially on Sajad, obviously. But Xayah needs 2 or 3 items before that has an impact. So even if you are given that extra gold, yes, it means that Sajad's going to be able to scale into the late game. But if you're still getting ahead on every other map, because I think Xylo was playing incredibly well in the mid lane, Shimmer, once again, fantastic game on the jungle. And Sajad, and again, I saw this in chat as well, but they had an amazing game. Just, I mean, those deadly flourishes, almost all of them have been landing. The curtain calls perfectly placed, and this is the nature of Jhin. It's kind of one of those supportive AD carries. Your job isn't necessarily to be that hyper carry like you see with the Zeri's getting the pentas. Your job is to deal a little bit of damage and then support your team through CC and indirectly support them through your damage, if that makes sense.
Absolutely, yeah. Shogo did a great job this game setting up his support player for that beautiful carry performance on the Bard, picking up all those kills. But I love that you called back to that early swap coming out from Team A as well. You know, I was pretty skeptical about it. I was like, oh, they're winning the 2v2. Why would you swap? But you're absolutely right. I mean, the really key thing was shutting down that Olaf. You were able to find the analysis this time around for sure, Toki. Very nicely done. But I do think you were a little bit disproven in your doubt of the Vi specifically. A Shimmer-based Vi enjoyer had a very nice performance here on the pick.
If you put Azila mid lane versus me on a Yuumi, he will beat me. And that is my analysis of the Vi play. I think Shimmer just played incredibly. I don't think the champion necessarily mattered too much there. No, like I said, I'm always unfair to the Vi's. I think, but Shimmer did play it fantastically. And my issue issue with it is it definitely raises the level of execution that's needed to make it work. I've always been a fan of simpler is better. Because when you're focusing on simple to execute compositions, you have more control in the rest of your game. But this time around, they were able to execute it. And I think it's important to state how impressive this is, because ultimately this is still a pickup team. These aren't players that have been practicing together. Like, obviously some of them have practiced together. They've played in solo queue together to some extent. I'm sure they've scrimmed together across different tryouts, different teams in the past. But this is not a set roster that's been playing together for months at a time. So that's kind of makes it even more impressive in my mind that they were able to make the Vi work this effectively.
Yeah, 100%. And even calling back to that game number 1, right? We felt like the Team A were really coordinated and how they were moving around the map, what fights they were looking for, really doing a great job of looking for those angles together as a team. So I think that's a great thing to mention as well. The fact that, they haven't necessarily been practicing together as 5 really sort of, I think, speaks to how strong these players must be individually in terms of their communication and their planning.
Yeah, for sure. And then on the side of Team 2, I'll be honest, I'm a little bit disappointed in Sajad and Cryogen for this game. I mean, this is now 2 lanes in a row where Shogo and Protoss have had a pretty decent time. Obviously, they weren't able to do too much when they were on the Draven Elise, but again, that's one of those lanes where if you fall behind early, you're just kind of behind forever. But Sajid has definitely been struggling a little bit on that Kaisa. CryoGen has found a couple of good engages, definitely on both champions, but at the same time has overextended a couple times as well. So I would like, they might just be trying to push their limits here, and there definitely are signs that that is what they're doing, but I would like to see them tone it down a little bit and just kind of play to win, at least just for that third game.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it would be great for Team B and for all of these players to get a win on the board before the set is all done and dusted. So, you know, for Sajid and Cryogen, what kind of picks would you like to see from them in that spirit, in that vein, to try to have themselves a little bit of a stronger showing in this last game?
I don't think it's the picks that matter so much as their way of playing it.
Fair
I mean,
enough.
the way they've been doing this, and I don't think this is necessarily bad either, don't get me wrong. They've been weak siding Sajid, and when you have a top laner like Hoarder, you kind of need to. Because we've seen it. It's Olaf, it's Yone. Hoarder in general, we're probably going to see the Renekton in game 3 if it's not banned away. It's just he's a very strong carry top laner. He wants to be in your face. He wants to play fast. He wants to play aggressive. When you have a top laner like that, you have to put resources into your top laner. So on that front, genuinely, I wouldn't mind if Cryogen goes on a tank, something like the Nautilus. And as weird as this sounds when I'm asking for a bit more of a performance, I'm not asking Sajid to play more aggressively. I wouldn't even mind something like the Senna. And I know Sajid plays a really good Senna. So I think it would be a really good showing. Just kind of and again, Sajid's going to be weak side. That's just the nature of the game. Sajid is going to be weak side for the next game, unless they really change things up and put a Hoarder on a tank, which again, Hoarder can play tanks, but that's not where you see the best of Hoarder, if that makes sense. So yeah, we'll see, but there's definitely options, and it really depends on how the players want to do it and how Dian Ray wants to draft.
Yeah, it definitely will be very interesting to see what they decide to go for in this last game. But before we go to break, Toki B, who do you think should get the honors for our Game 2 Pog on the side of Team A? Pretty tough choice this time around.
It is, because I don't want to say Shimmer twice, but Shimmer has definitely been a big part of that. I mean, whoever called the lane swap, I don't know who did that, but I think the lane swap was probably what won them the game, because that's literally the main thing that stopped Hoarder in his tracks, stopped the snowball, and because Sajid and Adam were already behind, and that's the thing, because you can say Azila, Shogo, and Protoss, they all won their lanes to the point where they made that possible, so it's hard to find an individual MVP, so I'll give it to whoever called for the lane swap.
I like it. I like it. I was kind of leaning in the Protoss direction just because I felt like the Bard play was pretty instrumental, not only in winning out in the 2v2, but I felt like he did a great job of being active on the map early on as well. But I really do enjoy the Shimmer vote, the vote for the Vi Pog. I mean, how could I argue with that one? But certainly a team effort there on the side of Team A to pick up that second win in the set. We're going to go to another short break, guys, and we'll be right back for the last game of the night. All right, folks, welcome back. We will soon be taking a look at this third champion select in the set between teams A and B. Toki, let's talk a little bit more about what we're hoping to see. You know, we addressed this a little bit already, how you know, maybe potential options for Sajid and Cryogen. You know, hoping to see maybe something that where they'll really be able to shine, some picks where they'll really be able to stand out. Does feel like they've been a little bit muted in the first couple of games. But as far as, you know, general trends, picks that are still available, what do you think is going to be really high priority? What are we expecting here?
I mean, I suspect the first phase bans are going to be about the same, getting rid of the rumble and all that. But after that, one thing I will say that they could look for on the side of Team 2 is to lock, or Team B, sorry, is to lock in the Azir for Adam. I think that could also be kind of a solution to some of their problems. Give that extra damage. I know Adam plays a really nice Azir. So I think that could be a solid option. It has been banned away in the second phases though so far. So if they want to lock that in, they would need to lock it in early for themselves. So hopefully we can see that coming through for Team B.
Ooh, wow. Looks like they are intentionally foregoing a couple of bans here on red side. Maybe they are trying to get their hands on that Azir, as you say. I think I actually saw Adam on the Azir when I cast him last week. Had a really great performance on it, and wow.
This might just end up being the, you know, them not banning because we are just remaking draft. We are not doing true picks and bans here. But
true.
Yeah, but it is going to be the Renekton for Hoarder. I called that before the break. And then after that, though, so we have the Gragas for K. Definitely a bit of a lane neutralizer. Not going to be able to win into the Renekton, but at the same time, going to prevent the Renekton from doing too much. Kiana for Shimmer. This should be fun. We haven't seen Shimmer on a full carry yet this block, so that's going to be incredibly entertaining. Trundle as well will make things a lot more fun. Okay, Shogo, you cannot be hovering Cho'Gath when I know you're just picking your own champions right now. That almost gave me a heart attack. I'm like, what are they cooking right now?
Could have been that Senna lane that you were
That's what I was
considering
thinking
before. Would have been pretty fun, but no, just going to be the Aphelios and the Braum going up against the Yunara and the Alistar over there for Sajed and Cryo. So the Yunara, definitely a pick that can be very explosive, right? And it looks like the side of Team B have done a pretty good job of building around it with this draft. They've got a lot of front line, not the greatest of engage, but at least they do have that Alistar.
Well, I think they don't need to engage. They are the ones that are going to be winning out in the poke race. Aurora, definitely a little bit short range. Gragas going to be dealing some damage, but it is a toppling Gragas. Typically, even if you do build AP, you're still building kind of bruiser AP. But the Mel is just going to be continuously throwing out the DPS, making it so hard for them to walk forward. And there's no one really that can tank it for the team either, that can just completely ignore it. So if they just play like that, slowly push them out of the lanes, and then Yunara can just approach and one-shot the turrets. So I think the idea right now for Team B is to make Team A engage into you.
Fair enough.
So I think a big part of that is just going to be K specifically, looking for those bombas, looking for that displacement with the explosive casts, and then hope that the rest of the team can follow up.
Yeah, definitely. That will require, of course, for the side of Team B, getting that initial control. So now we have to kind of consider, you know, what priority they're going to have with these lane matchups. You know, taking a look at the nitty-gritty of the draft, it looks like the Aurora was picked on B1. So the Mel actually was then saved all the way until R5. Maybe we could start there in the mid lane. Expectations for that matchup in particular?
Not really. I think they're both just going to try to farm. I think if anything, Aurora can definitely take out the Mel if she's able to get close enough. But if you're not able to land your Qs, you're not able to land your abilities, Mel will always just win out on those trades on the way back. But in general, I suspect Aurora wants to one-shot the wave and then maybe Roma's side.
Yeah,
I'm guessing that's kind of the play from that side. I'm just looking at the lanes.
Yeah, really scary 2v2 there with the Aurora paired up with the Kiana. That is a ton of damage if the Aurora does get unlocked to look for those plays on sides. That could be really, really threatening. Well, where would you like to go next?
I'm thinking jungle. Because this is a Kiana, very strong carry right now. And Shimmer's going to be the one playing it. Has had a monstrous performance today. I mean, really most of Team 1 has. All of Team 1 has. They've just been playing incredibly well throughout this entire day. But on red side, it's going to be the Trundle. And if we're looking at this team, Mel needs time to scale up. Yunara needs time to scale up. Renekton's going to get nullified by the Gragas. Most likely, anyway. So who do you look for to kind of get you into that mid to late game? And the only option left is that Trundle. So I think it is going to be about trying to play for Kisno, trying to get Kisno ahead, maybe even give away some of those kills to your jungler. They could look to invade Kiana. I know she's definitely quite slippery, but at the same time, she is quite squishy. So if they find an invade with multiple members, they could definitely take her out. And same with the Feathers over in the bot lane. Going to be a bit harder because the Braum is there, and Braum is the king of peel, especially once the level 6 comes through. But that could definitely be another angle of engagement that they could look for. And just in general, I think Trundle is going to be what they should be playing around, at least to start the game over on Team B.
Yeah, it sounds like you really are putting a lot of stock for the side of Team B with this draft. You feel like they need to be looking for these early plays. They need to be finding an early lead. Is that, more a comment on the composition or more a comment just of like the gameplay that we've seen so far tonight, where it's felt kind of like Team A has been directing the pace of the game for the majority of what we've seen, and you're just kind of hoping to see Team B take a little bit more of a proactive approach to the early game for that reason?
I definitely want to see them do a proactive approach, especially, again, Trundle does end up falling off, and there's no true tanks on Team A. Braum does somewhat become a true tank, but it's because of that shield with his unbreakable ability. It is not because of those raw tank stats. So the Trundle not going to be able to steal away too much of those later on once the team fights do begin. No, I'm primarily wanting them to be, to at least go even in these lanes. I think both of these teams, once we hit to the late game, will be able to just blow each other up. I think it's literally just going to be whoever's able to find the better angle earlier will be able to just win out those fights, with Braum and Alistair both just kind of trying to keep their team alive from that initial burst. Because Kiana can one-shot Yunara and Mel. Aphelios is able to deal so much damage, especially if the red-white guns has a lot of range, even with that sniper gun as well, especially in the early game. I think that will make it a little bit difficult for Sajed to get some CS on this Yunara, but looks like we'll find out exactly how these two teams are going to play it, because we are finally in map 3 in this 3 block. So hopefully Team B can find their first game, but Team A definitely going to be trying to just get this clean sweep.
Yeah, it's going to be some early damage onto Protoss. Braum not really under too much threat. You can see Kisno here, a little bit trouble for the Trundle as well. And isn't actually in a lot of trouble. Is going to have to flash here if he wants to live.
Yeah, I think he's just
and is
dead,
going to elect to just hold on to it. So that is first blood for Shimmer, our 2-time POG, already off to a great start here in this third game.
Yeah, that's like one of the most rough places you could have given that first blood over. Longsword on a jungle before the camp spawn is so powerful. The clear becomes so much faster. So Shimmer not only is going to have the extra stats in those trades, but it's also going to be able to clear his jungle that much quicker. Every single auto dealing 10 more damage. Those abilities going to have a bit more damage in the AoE and everything. It's going to definitely add up. And I am happy that Kisno did not burn the flash, but actually immediately running over to the blue buff. This is a very interesting start. I wonder if they're looking for the steal. Shimmer doesn't know.
You were just talking about how you wanted to see the Trundle be proactive early. He's going to get the chomp onto Shimmer. The Kiana now maybe have to flash if she wants to live, and the flashes are traded. But Kisno's already channeling the chomp, and he's able to get that return kill onto the Kiana.
And just like that, the game is at an even state. And kind of even more favoring Team B there, because Kisno is already farming the jungle, going to be able to steal the blue buff, and is going to be able to walk right back into his own jungle. So not only does that get a kill over to Kisno, it's going to start the jungle camps a little bit earlier. It's going to remove one of those big buff camps away from Shimmer to start. And without that, that's going to lower the amount of total experience Shimmer can get, and in general, just lowering the tempo significantly. And I think all of that came from the fact that Kisno did not burn flash. Because I think if Kisno burned flash in that earlier play, they will flash after, they'll still get the kill, except now Kisno doesn't have flash. And that play does not work if Kisno isn't able to flash.
Absolutely right. Massive respect to the Team B jungler not getting tilted after giving over that first kill, right? Identifying that he still had the tools that he needed to look for that engage. It was a very nice word. I believe that probably came out from Hoarder as well, to spot out the Kiana starting on her blue buff. And now Team B right back in it. You can see Kizno as well, pathing to his own bot side quadrant, preventing any possibility of Shimmer looking for that split map. So the Trundle guaranteed to have an early experience and gold lead in the jungle. Now Shimmer moving into the river is a little bit early for the crab, but at least should be able to get that once it does spawn.
Yeah, but in the meanwhile, on the top side, we're seeing Hoarder definitely trading up, but ooh, Protoss actually looking for the winner's fight. Not going to be able to find it, though. Heavy trades coming in from this bottom lane. But top lane's kind of where I want to focus my attention to right now, because Hoarder's trying to get these HP advantages, trying to get these positive trades, but it's so hard into the Gragas, who just has so much sustain just built into the kit with the passive. That happy hour is so strong in these lanes. We'll eventually run out of mana, and that's where Hoarder can really start punishing. But so far, it's been an even lane. It's been even in CS for these top laners. So eventually, when the mana does run out, we're gonna see K. Right now, we can even see that happening on the minimap. Just going to recall, get a tier, and TP back in. And then with that, the mana troubles are gonna mostly go away, and Hoarder no longer really has any kind of angle, at least to make a solo play into K.
Yeah, what's really interesting, something else I was kind of hoping to touch on in the draft is the fact that Team B did go for the Renekton on R4, respecting the... Oh, we got a little bit of a fight here in the bot lane, as Protoss may have overstepped, but the Pulverize is already on cooldown for Cryogen. The Braum will be all right. But yeah, okay, and now we got to fight towards the top side. Kizno moving in, looking for the punish onto K, who's already, of course, used the teleport to get back to lane. The flash as well, expended by the Gragas to try and survive. He's running towards the wrong side of the map. Gonna take a tough couple of turret shots here. He's just trying to buy as much time as possible. Will eventually, I imagine, go down to the Trundle. That is gonna be the second kill over to Team B. And there is that... Oh, there's a blast cone. There's no way he lives, right? There's no way he lives. He is wasting a lot of Kizno's time, though.
Well, the nice thing about that is all...
Oh my god.
Did he fake him out?
He faked him out. He's recalling in the bush. The
He
chain on the recall.
recalls!
He's out. Oh my god, the mind games.
And now Adam...
Oh, yeah, the Mel now in trouble. The Trundle moving over, though, puts down the pillar. He's going to be able to help his mid laner get out to save. I can't believe the Gragas lived there.
I mean...
That's insane.
Phase Rush, very good ability. Even just that barrel coming through with that slow is so strong. And Pillar in general has a pretty long cooldown. And you know what? We can also say everyone was laughing at those 2-second nerfs from that Frozen Field. But it definitely worked out because Kizno just was not able to follow up on those plays. And that is definitely going to be really rough. Luckily, though, there weren't many camps up while Kizno was making that play. So in terms of psyching camps, as flash forward towards Hoarder.
Hoarder is going to be in trouble. Yeah, rooted up by the Gravitum. In comes Protoss. That's the flash away for the Renekton. Trying to get back underneath the turret, but the concussive blows are going to get stacked up. Dominus pop, though. Dashing back in. Has the jungler here. Shogo, only level 5, still doesn't have access to the Moonlight Vigil. But the Braum is so threatening in these early skirmishes. And at least Kizno is going to keep his top laner alive.
Yeah, I mean, it's always so fun watching Gragas just kind of body slam everyone. I mean, I think most players that would be watching a stream like this, because let's face it, most of these are going to be other players that are in the scene here. They're aware of this, but if some of you are lower elo or don't know too much about the top lane, Gragas E is the #1 ability. As in, whenever it looks for precedence, which ability gets priority in terms of going off, Gragas E will always be first. Any kind of body slam versus body slam, Gragas wins. And that includes the headbutt pulverize combo that we saw coming out there from Cryogen, just able to just completely knock it back. It eventually wins out the trade, and because it knocks you backwards as well, it's going to make it so that you just buy distance for yourself. And that's actually another one of the reasons why Gragas is so good into the Renekton. Because when Renekton tries to go for the slice and dice, you're not able to go through the Gragas, because the Gragas just body slams you at the same time. You never go in. Sometimes it doesn't even consider that it's dealt damage to you if it's timed correctly. So you don't get the dice, and you're knocked backwards, and then Gragas can just hit you.
I didn't know that was how the matchup worked. You don't even get the dice sometimes as the Renekton. Is pretty crazy. Okay, now is going to do a little bit of a body slam onto Kizno, but then has to invest the explosive cast to disengage from the very scary Yunara. Teleport in for Cryogen with the spellbook, finds the engage, and K has bitten off a little bit more than he could chew, or I guess drink, and is going to get taken down. First kill of the game for the Yunara.
Yeah, and I mean, that's 2 kills right now for Team B. So they're doing quite well for themselves. The Protoss walking in a little bit, just trying to contest some vision, but has the Unbreakable, will be okay in general, not needing to worry too much about this. But I'm seeing level 6 on Shimmer, so Supreme Display of Talent is going to be available. It could definitely be a strong ability coming forward.
But Pove onto the Braum, the pillar, very nice from Kizno. Moonlight Vigil going to go wide. Shimmer still looking, has the ultimate, as you just mentioned. Not going to pull the trigger, though. Team B back away in time. Grubs now potentially the consideration. Another headbutt pull going to come out from Cryogen. And Shimmer moving back over now. Once again considering the ultimate, but once again going to hold on to it. And now we do see that Asila has had to go back to the mid lane, has to pick up that wave. Now it's Adam's turn to go for a little bit of a roam.
Yeah, but Cryogen is going to be the one that's forced to recall. Took a lot of damage on the return play from Shogo. Obviously, with the green gun, has so much range and so much damage with the green gun, too. As now, even in the top side, they may have found Sajed.
Yeah, Sajed going down very low there. Shimmer going to be able to find a little bit of a stun onto the Trundle, but still both junglers holding on to those R buttons. Is Shimmer going to feel bold enough to start up the Void Grubs? Has the Cryo in top lane. That mid wave should be bouncing as well, but look at Cryogen and Kizno moving over. They're going to find that engage onto the Aurora, who does have to flash away. Asila managing to get out to safety with the flash. Meanwhile, the first grub has been taken by Shimmer, but now the rotation over for the Bash Bros of the Trundle and the Alistar. And oh dear, okay, we've got the stream back now, and the Trundle has been taken down. Cryogen with a decent pulverize onto 2, but they've already lost the jungler. Alistar tries to flash away. Beautiful headbutt from Cryogen to disengage from the Kiana. Concussive blows are going to get stacked up onto the Mel, but Asila not enough burst damage just yet to finish off that kill. Looks like it will be all 3 grubs in the end. A flash forward, actually, for Adam, but the Solar Snare is going to get dodged away from by the Aurora. And that will be the end of the play. All 3 grubs for Team A.
Yeah, I think Adam was looking for that golden eclipse there as another trade coming through in the bot lane, and Hoarder still trying to find the angle and definitely wins out in those short-term trades, but again, overtime, K just out healing there. But pretty big team fight with only 1 kill in the end as Hoarder.
Ooh, nice cast. Gets the Renekton underneath the turret. Give me a turret shot onto the Renekton, but pops the Dominus. That gives him enough HP to survive that attempt from the Gragas, so just a trade of ultimates. And it looks like we do have some connection issues for the Team A mid laner.
Yep, but we have been told that this pause is only going to last about 1 minute, so we're just going to talk right through it, and then after that, we'll head right back into the game. But talking more about that team fight, I think a big part of it is, again, just the range advantage that Shogo had. They were able to poke out Cryogen before the start of that fight, and then Sajed was taking so much damage as well afterwards, just kind of left alone there. And then Kizno was trying to find that angle to maybe start the fight, but because everyone was there first on Team A, because the rotation was a lot snappier from them, they were just able to kind of turn that from a 3v3 into a 3v1v2. So they were never really shorthanded when it came to like the actual players that they had on hand that were able to participate in the fight. But everything said and done, game is still at a decently even state. And one thing that I am starting to mention, notice now that we have this pause, Hoarder actually has a massive CS advantage over K right now. 36 CS at 10.5 minutes is so much, but even with that, we're seeing just Hoarder's not really able to take down this Gragas. And again, that is the point of a lane neutralizer like the Gragas, but it's definitely still interesting to see how even with so much less gold, how K's still kind of able to survive and later on just going to be able to participate in the fights.
Yeah, looking for the Gragas right now. Nice body slam. And the Gragas able to neutralize once again. But yeah, I believe it was... Oh, headbutt pulverize underneath the turret. Wood are not willing to follow up on that one. But I believe it was Team B that initiated the lane swap this time around, right? To try to get that Renekton into a more favorable position, perhaps, where he was able to create this nice little lead for himself. Should have an item off of the recall here. Rushing the Black Cleaver first, I imagine.
Yeah, we'll see.
But
But
the Merc Treads for now.
yeah, just going to be the Merc Treads, Phage, 2 long swords. I mean, this is still a pretty strong moment for Hoarder. As Cryogen trying to walk into the bot lane, but Proto's going to be there, just immediately going to be scaring him off. But mid lane is interesting right now as well. It has been a 20 CS lead for Adam. Has been able to get a couple plates, I believe, as well. Because in general, Asyla's been the
A
first
little
to
bit of a
roam.
fight in the bot side. Cryogen going in with a headbutt pulverize. Now dashing forward is Shimmer with the Unbreakable Will already on for the Alistar. Going to be able to survive for now. It is going to fall off, though, and then it's going to be really difficult for Cryogen to try to look for this re-engage. The pillar does come down. The flash away from Protoss, who jumps back in. Looks for the Glacial Fissure. Not quite able to find the knock-up. But that is going to be the Supreme Display of Talent. Gets the stun onto the Alistar, and it's going to be Shimmer finding the kill once again. 3 already for the Kiana Sajid now. Trying to turn around. Flash away for Shogo. Flash in for the Yunara, and Sajid is able to pick up the double kill off the back end of that play. Team B with a nice counterpunch.
And that's what I've been wanting to see from Sajid. Just those confident, aggressive plays going forward. I think Yunara's perfect for that. Because in general, she gets those extra dashes once the ultimate comes through, and that's slow coming in from the W. Sajid just able to get it on all 3, and that's what made that play possible. Because then, because of that, Kizno was able to get in position in time as K. A little bit alone, probably not going to be able to find the way out this time.
Yeah, surely the Gragas dies this time around, and yes, they will be able to take him out. First kill of the game for the Renekton, and Team B off to a pretty solid start here. You know, this is something that you mentioned in our draft conversation, the fact that you really wanted to see them look for these early proactive plays, and they have found themselves a nice little early lead, about 2K at the moment.
Yeah, and a lot of those plays have been off of Kizno, which, again, when you pick the Trundle in the early game, you have to be making plays. And Kizno so far has definitely been able to do that. We're starting to get into the mid game now, so at this point, Kizno no longer needs to be as proactive, can definitely play it a little bit slower. But Sajid now 3-0-0. Adam still farming well into the game, has a Blackfire Torch already. And even Hoarder able to get that free kill on K, as he did hand that kill over to him. So all of the laners are in a good state. All of the laners are doing fine right now. So all they really need to do at this point is just kind of play with the team, work around the objective. And I think Kizno's early game job has definitely been fulfilled.
He's now moving in towards the mid lane. Is going to find the pillar onto Shogo for the double root coming out from the Aphelios. The Glacial Fissure really nice as well. They're trying to finish off Sajid, and they do take down the Yunara. It's a shutdown for the Aphelios, and now Kizno in so much trouble as well. Double kill over to Shogo, and Team A come roaring back into the game. They could look for the dragon afterwards as well.
Yeah, we weren't there at the start of that, so hard to fully analyze it. But now Adam
gonna go for the Between Worlds Golden Eclipse, not enough to finish the kill, and Shimmer on a spree, number 4, all ready for the Kiana. And Adam, I think maybe we do have to be a little bit critical there, looking for the fight after you'd already lost those 2 members in the mid lane.
Yeah, definitely not an angle that they could have looked for as K. Taking a decent bit of damage from Cold the Meek there from Hoarder, but again, Happy Hour, very good passive, one of the best of the game in my opinion. But Cryogen is here.
Oh, yeah, the wraparound from the cow, and find the combo onto the Gragas, and flash in for Hoarder, finds the stun, the body slam away though, and K just playing with them. Shogo on the rotation now. Cryogen is gonna go for the Unbreakable Will, does have Sajid moving over to reinforce. And now the teleport coming in actually from the Mel as well. Adam potentially in a difficult spot, going to get rooted up by the Gravitum, tries to flash away, but the Moonlight Vigil is going to land, and the Mel explodes into a nice little pile of gold for the Aphelios.
I think with old TP, that play might have worked, but new TP takes so much longer to actually get you into the position there. And because of that, Adam was just completely alone, and I don't think anyone else on Team B could have stayed long enough there, so unfortunately, will be going down because of that play. And Shimmer, the carry, as I was saying, of coming in from Team A, at least for the early game, 4-1-1 now. And the other carry is going to be Shogo, 3-1-1. Your gold is in the perfect spots. You could have maybe wanted Azyla to have some kills as well, but right now you are definitely not complaining as Team A. And after those last couple trades, again, we see after the early game, once we get into the mid game, Team A just completely starts taking control in these skirmishes.
Absolutely, Toki. It's a consistent theme that I think we've seen throughout the night. Just Team A, again, they're just a little bit more coordinated when they're looking for these team fights. They're a little bit stronger in terms of the communication and what kind of plays they're looking to set up. You know, we do see for Team B, at least they're going to be able to secure this Chemtech Dragon, but it's at 16 minutes. Feels like a pretty meager consolation prize.
Yeah, but they'll at least be able to get something. Guys, maybe not even that. Bomb is going to be going up on the top side, and Kizno getting
Kizno
run
gonna get
down.
slowed up. The concussive blows so powerful from the Braum, and Shogo is already so fed. It's gonna be the Winter's Bite from Protoss that finishes off that kill. Meanwhile, Team B at least able to take that tier 1 in the top side. Herald summoned up. Where did that Herald come down? Here in the mid lane, it looks like. We're able to get that charge into the mid tier 1, so a trade of turrets. As K able to get away from that attempt, and the Herald can get another charge into that mid lane tier 2. So again, it's going to be Team A trading up in that sequence.
Yeah, they're up almost 3k gold now, 2.5 to be exact. And it's just going to get harder for Team B right now unless they're able to bring out those 5v5 team fights. But in those 5v5s, it's going to be scary because Shogo is really strong. I feel he's really strong in those fights too, but could be in a fight now.
Cryogen trying to flash forward, but Protoss has already dashed away. So slicing forward is Hoarder, but doesn't have the dice. And now the Moonlight Vigil onto 3. That's going to be so much damage, but everybody's surviving for now. And it's going to be a Sela flashing in for the ultimate. Takes down the Alistar. And now Kizno in so much trouble as well. Has already burned the flash. Is going to get taken down also. The turret ramped up, though. Does finish off the Aurora. So at least Team B able to get 1 back. But again, Team A explosive with the engage. They're going to be able to take down the tier 2 in mid in the aftermath as well as the gold lead continues to extend in their favor.
And honestly, I think it's just their team fighting better on the side of Team A. I think the positioning has mostly been okay from Team B. I think they're picking good fights, good plays.
Oh my god, the Aphelios damage! The combo does come out from Cryogen, but Hoarder forced to disengage. And this long range green gun flashing forward. Shogo just taken over. Beautiful ultimate from the Kiana as well. Just headshots the Renekton. Oh, Team A are just going for style points now.
Oh, but they're looking for Shimmer.
Yeah, the pillar does come down. Kiana potentially in trouble. Could double back potentially onto Sajid, but no. Looks to join up with the support. Protoss gonna be able to escort. Oh, he flashes back in. Looking for the play onto Sajid. Does take down the Yunara, but the Kiana is going to be traded back. A shutdown for the Trundle. But again, it just feels like a silver lining for Team B.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of that last final play, that was probably worth it for Team B. That was a shutdown going over to Kizno, but I mean, Shimmer's clearly just feeling himself right now. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if everyone on Team A are just feeling themselves because right now they're in the flow. They're winning out just on these individual fights. I don't think we've even had a complete team fight yet because it just hasn't been needed. Every single time Team A just finds someone to pick off, they're able to get that pick off and they're able to just continue through the game. And frankly, that has been a bit of a theme going through all 3 of these games. Specifically, Shimmer just able to find those angles, but this time around, Protoss as well, just making sure that any counterplay fails from the side of Team B, and every now and then also participates in finding those original pickoffs. So Team A just having a really good time in these fights. And I think a big part of it is just mechanical confidence right now, and just overall the micro has been stronger on Team A.
Yeah, they are for sure firing on all cylinders, in complete control now of this game number 3 as well. 4,000 gold lead. I believe they've already secured themselves. Oh, the beat's actually still up for grabs. I think it's going to come down to the next neutral. Team A 1 neutral away from being able to secure those. But definitely, it feels like they have everything they need to get the 3-0 tonight. We'll see if they can continue snowballing this game forward. 45 seconds on that next dragon.
Yeah, Kizno will at least be able to get that blue buff, but immediate move forward. But Protoss, maybe a bit too far, but unbreakable.
Yeah, able to jump back towards the jungler. Glacial Fisher coming out now. Not going to find the knockup. Shogo very far forward. Finds the Moonlight Vigil on to 3 to Kiana! Just gets everyone! And Shogo going to be able to clean up as well. Double kill already for the Aphelios. The Braum does get traded back, but Team B are on the retreat already. A vote slicing forward. Hoarder looking for the big play. Looking for the punish onto the Aphelios, who was playing so aggressively. Good heads-up move from Hoarder. Finds the enemy AD carry. If he can get the Kiana as well, that's going to be massive. Hoarder trying to keep his team in the game, but Shimmer able to sidestep, gets away from the Crocodile, and now K here to try and escort everybody out to safety. Asila as well to slice. Oh, Shimmer is just so fed. Executes the Renekton once again. Hoarder, a valiant effort, but in the end, it's just another win for Team A.
Yeah, I mean, Shimmer played that almost perfectly, and huge defense. I mean, that's supreme display of talent. Just completely removed Sajed right at the start of the fight, took Cryogen to very low HP. Hoarder could not really join back into the fight till much after that. And I do want to give a bit of a shout out to Hoarder actually in that fight, because Shimmer, while being very strong in terms of how he was playing through the invisibility and everything, Hoarder knew the tricks. Hoarder has that AoE damage coming in from the Stride Breaker, so he was trying to hit the wards, trying to use the active to at least gain an idea of where Shimmer could be. Maybe that little bit of AoE damage could have gotten the kill, and Shimmer actually had to react to it and change the angle, which kind of forced Shimmer down into the bot lane play. Shimmer was able to outplay it afterwards, but the fact that Shimmer was even forced to do that just shows that Hoarder is able to find those threatening plays.
Man, this Kiana has already 3 items done at 22 minutes. You can see Team A so confident. They're just going to be happy to take any fight at this point. Dragon secured. That is going to be the feats of strength going over. A lot of damage onto K to start off with the Between Worlds. Going to be a lot of damage onto everybody. And look at Shimmer off on the side, looking for the angle for the ultimate. Once again, Team B still holding the line, looking for anything that they can find. Dashing forward is Sajid off on the side, takes down the Gragas. And that's going to be a lot of damage onto Protoss as well. The Moonlight Vigil not going to be quite as much value this time around in the pillar. Very nice placement. Locks up a Sela. Does have the dash to try to get away, but Crowded on the wraparound. Finds the headbutt pull under both carries. Finally, the Kiana ultimate does come out. Finishes off the Alistar. But at long last, Team B find themselves a winning team fight.
Yeah, and they just were not fast enough to follow up onto that play from Cryogen, but Sajid able to find a really solid angle from the back line, was able to finish off K, and then from then on, they were just trying to press forward, but one weakness we haven't really talked about with this composition for Team B, they don't have long-range engage. All their engage is so short, but Shimmer.
Base checks the Trundle, does have the invisibility to disengage. You can tell this guy has the reps on the Kiana.
Yep. And you can tell Kiana's in a very balanced state right now as well, but we're not going to talk about that. But even so, even when a champion is really strong, Shimmer knows how to play it incredibly well, has been finding really strong ultimates, knows when and where, which type of W to use. Shimmer goes into invisibility when he needs the extra time, needs the extra space, and he doesn't rush when he does go invisible. Especially at lower elos like my elo, we see Kiana's just throw it out off cooldown. As soon as the ability's up, it's got to go. And then if it's invisible, immediately just attacks or something like that, just reveals the invisibility, completely loses the point. But that's not what Shimmer's doing. Obviously, Shimmer's a challenger player. I don't think anyone in that elo would be making these kinds of plays anyway, but a lot of the other stuff has just been really good. Shimmer's knows the angles, waits for the right cooldowns to be down for Team B before it is safe to engage, knows the limits of Kiana, and I think that's especially where he's been getting all of his plays, just knowing the ins and outs of this champion, knowing exactly how much damage he can deal, knowing exactly how much damage he can take. It's what makes playing Kiana like this possible.
Team B really worried about splitting up right now. They're really concerned about a potential Otacon start for Team A. That means K was unanswered on the top side, gets that free tier 2. Team B feeling priced in now to try to start the objective, but the Gragas just able to teleport down, and the health bar is already a bit shredded on the side of Team B. That's going to be Asila jumping straight into a Renekton. Has Between Worlds, though. Flashes away. Stays alive. They found Sajid. Or no, yeah, that is Sajid who is going down low. But Shimmer is going to be the first to fall. Traded back for the Renekton. Still lower health bars on the side of Team B. The Otacon is going to remain standing for now.
Yeah, but that's still a shutdown. And that is going to be the jungler removed. So they're not even going to be able to continue threatening onto this Otacon. And Adam at this point starting to deal a decent amount of damage, but might go down here.
Has the reflect, flashing forward as Protoss finds the slow. The flash away for the Mel is going to get her out to safety. The Moonlight Vigil not enough range for Shogo, as the Mel will be able to walk that one off like a Cryogen. Really interesting position here in the jungle, thinking about making some sort of play. They don't really have a lot of friends in the area, but Protoss is very low. The Aphelios is so scary, though. At least the Alistar has the Unbreakable Will, but it doesn't matter. Just gets shredded by Shogo. Doing so much damage right now, but the root from the Solar Snare does come out, and the reflect back up cooldown, but the flashing forward is the Aphelios assassinates the Mel. Protoss is eventually going to get run down here by the Trundle. Like, nobody can touch Shogo. He is just a walking turret, a walking fountain laser right now. The Team A AD carry, and now Hoarder stuck between a rock and a hard place with the team rotating up. It's a 3 versus 3 here in the bottom lane. Team B just trying to escort themselves out to safety, but they don't even have a turn. A beautiful cask from K sets up the Aphelios for success. Hoarder trying to flash away, trying to get away from these extremely scary Team A carries. The Supreme Display of Talent not going to get the stun. The Renekton will survive, but Team A continue to push their advantage.
I'm wondering if Kisno did have the damage to just run down Shogo, especially with Adam in the area and CryoGen just kind of keeping a little bit of crowd control. I think maybe they could have done it, and frankly, I think they should have gone for it regardless. Because they're not going to win out on any long-term engagement. The TP did come out from Azila, and then, again, Shogo, at the start of that fight, was 10, 2, and 5, I believe, and just already has 3 items, already deals 1 billion damage. Like we saw there, Kisno just could not walk forward, neither could CryoGen. As soon as anyone got displaced, even slightly, Shogo just 1 auto, 700 damage crit, and that's it. You just go down. So I think that was an angle because CryoGen found an excellent flank. Kisno was in the area. Hoarder was nearby as well, but just didn't go for it.
Forced to go in. Look at that damage coming out from Asila on this Aurora as well. The Unbreakable Wheel is going to come out. And this time around, it will keep CryoGen alive. Did Shogo complete a full item on that recall? He has 4 now.
Well, technically more. Got the tier 3 boots as well as the complete Runan. So, yeah, Shogo's feeling pretty good right now. And with Baron up on the map, we're only 27 minutes in, by the way. This definitely could be for Shogo, but...
Oh, Adam was on a ward, and he is going to get blown up here. You have to imagine the Golden Eclipse does come out. Doesn't really do that much damage. Look at K off on the side here. He's found Sajed isolated. Sajed looking to punish the Gragas, but that means the Yunar is not really involved in the team fight just yet. Supreme Display of Talent, not going to get a whole lot done. But some chunked health bars for both of those Team B carries. Is Team A going to feel like that's enough to start up the Baron? I'm just going to take the Crab for now and a reset.
Yeah, I mean, one silver lining right now for Team B. Team A hasn't really been taking too many objectives. They've taken the towers, but they only have 1 dragon at almost 30 minutes. We're still on the 3rd dragon of the game there in the bot lane, and neither team's really able to go for it. So, because of that, there is no threat of the soul. There's only going to be threat of the Baron. They only need to worry about the top side right now. So if they have to dump out one side, they're okay to give up their bot lane the way things are. But the other part of it is that they have 3 items now in Sajid, but CryoGen may have gone a bit too far forward, but again, we'll be okay. Has the Unbreakable Will back up, so has options to escape, but Baron going to get pulled. And they are a little bit slow on Team B.
Yeah, Adam and Keysno rotating over. They will be here in time, I do believe. And Team A recognizing that, peel off the objective. Not going to be over-aggressive, not going to give the Team B an opportunity to flip an Asher or anything like that. My stream is lagging really bad right now. Glacial Fissure does come out. We are seeing the Kiana ultimate come out as well. I can't see what's happening.
Yeah, they're looking for more, but unfortunately, Adam just gonna get run down there, and Azila will be able to snag that kill over. And that's a big pick to get to, but yeah, unfortunately, I'm not really seeing too much either. A little bit of a slideshow coming in down here, but looks like it's just gonna be that single pick, but that is gonna be the poke damage getting removed off of Team B. It's gonna make things so much more difficult for them to approach the Baron. You want to have that extra range to kind of push the play forward, but it looks like the Baron's just going to get secured by Team A and the team fight after.
Yeah, I mean, surely they're going to come out on top here as well. The Aphelios is just so monstrous. He basically one-shot the Nash, and all of Team B are going to get one-shot immediately afterwards. The 5-for-0 clean ace, and Team A probably just walking it in from here.
Yeah, I mean, there's no reason why they can't. I mean, they have so much damage. Shogo should just be able to shred right through these turrets. They have Baroned up minions, so they're going to be there really fast. And again, just another quiet but clean game coming out from Team A. They're just able to find those little pickoffs in the early game to get ahead. And then in team fights, they're just playing better. They're just mechanically outplaying Team B. And I think a big part of the series, I mean, this is a 3-0 for Team A. Has to just go towards that.
Yeah, really convincing performance from everybody on Team A. You know, strong individual performances. We saw flashes of brilliance from Team B as well, but it really was, I think, the team play and the coordination from Team A that really put them over the top and allowed them to get the 3-0 this evening. as far as our Game 3 Pog is concerned, Shimmer was definitely making a strong case for it, was looking for the 3 out of 3 Pogs tonight, but I do think Shogo has probably snuck it away from him in the end there.
No question. I mean, Shogo's had everyone on Team A's had a fantastic series, let's be honest here.
Yeah.
But Shogo, especially in that second and third game, has played extremely well. I mean, in game number 1, when you're Draven, you're not able to get far ahead. That definitely sucks. But Shogo didn't force it, didn't fall behind, didn't give free kills over to the other side. Game number 2 on the Jhin, like we talked about before, just perfectly did his job. You're on the Jhin, you're not a carry, you're setting plays up. That's your duty. Game 3, Aphelios, carrying is your job. And I think Shogo did that job perfectly, just perfectly spacing out, had really, really good gun selection, knew exactly when and how to swap over to the right guns to have those combos. And Aphelios, honestly, really difficult champion to be able to do that perfectly. And there was even one play where he just knew that he was, if he used it as ability, would switch over to the sniper, so he was able to fire that off, get that into a graviton, into a blade vigil, and it's a combo that you have to think ahead. This is something that you have to plan forward. And Shogo, definitely known as a very strong player, but the fact that he's able to think things through to that far ahead shows that he knows how the team fight's going to move. He knows how the play is going to move forward, and having that kind of vision on a marksman who needs to know where the enemy is going to be, because I mean, if you miss position once, you just die on a marksman, right? So Shogo, perfect spacing, perfect awareness how the team fight flow is going to be, and just had a monstrous performance in all 3 games, and definitely deserved player of the game for game 3.
No doubt about it. Yeah, I feel like the composition for Team A was a little bit more difficult to team fight with as well, right? Team B had a little bit more of a standard setup with a thicker front line, whereas Team A kind of had these more skirmishy champions in the mid jungle with like the Kiana and the Aurora. But they set it up beautifully. I mean, there were so many great ultimate usages from, not only the Aphelios, a lot of those Moonlight Vigils really devastating, but the Kiana ults as well, having such a massive impact in so many of those team fights. So really credit to them.
Honestly, I somewhat disagree. I think Team A had a much easier team fight composition to execute, and that's because Team B, if the team fight has already started, yes, they have a lot of crowd control, they have a lot of AoE damage, but there's no one on their team that can really start those fights. Because Hoarder has a difficult time to get into the fight with the... because it's really just going to be the slice and dice, maybe the flash as well. But like we talked about earlier, Greg is really good at preventing that kind of play between worlds, really good to keep Azila safe. Obviously, Shimmer just going invisible. Hoarder was trying to chase Shimmer down many a time, and even in melee range, couldn't get the kill. And the Alistair, that's kind of their main engage, but it's so short range. You need to find the flanks, and especially because of the range that they have on the... on the Aphelios, it's just so difficult for them to play forward. It's so difficult for Crygen to find anything besides the flank, and to his credit, he did find the flank a couple times, but you have to find the flank as your team's ready to follow, and they're really short range as well. So you need to kind of find a flank while the fight is almost starting, but still moving towards that flank. It's so difficult to try and move the enemy team into that kind of location, and I think that's kind of where the struggle is going to be.
Yeah, definitely the case. Overall, very well executed by Team A. Very convincing performance tonight. Do you have any other final thoughts, Toki? Anything else you wanted to mention before we close out the day?
I think every player still played really well. Main thing I always look at with games like this, and granted, these are some of the best tier 2, tier 3 players we have in the scene right now. So they know how to play their team comps. They know their roles. And I think as we go through, we're going to get a better general sense of what every one of these players can do. So definitely don't judge it off one game, off one block. Just watch the whole thing every single day, both blocks, and then make your decisions from there for any potential scouts or players that are in chat looking for future teammates.
Absolutely. I mean, we touched on it at the top of the stream, right? Or at least the top of our joining of the stream. How, these games, obviously, all of the players on the Rift want to win, but that's not really what this event is about, right? It's about, experimenting with different rosters, I sort of identifying players' strengths and weaknesses and shoring up the weaknesses, enhancing the strengths. It's really about improvement. This whole event and showcasing some of this amateur talent and trying to help them to grow towards potentially debuting in the pro scene in the near future. So, we shouldn't be putting all of our analysis towards just the results of the games. It really is about the gameplay, how we got there. It's about the journey, Toki. And speaking on a personal note, I had a fantastic time on this journey with you tonight. Wonderful time casting these games. We do have, of course, 2 more sets coming at you guys tomorrow. That's going to be 1 p.m. PST. We are going to have Sajed back on the Rift for that one, see if he is going to be able to get some redemption, get himself a Nexus tomorrow. Hopefully, we will see that come through. And then, of course, that second set going to be starting around 5 PST. So make sure you tune in for those. From myself, from Toki, and Sirius, and everybody here at Path2Pro, thank you very much for watching. We will see you tomorrow. Have a great night.